The room was cast in complete and utter darkness. Less than 5 rapidly increasing heartbeats after the lights went out, a chorus of voices rose. Some grumbled in anger and frustration, but more than anything else, people were shouting, confused and afraid. Panic set in, closing like a vice around my heart. Too familiar after the week I'd spent running from the undead, now it gained another level of insanity. The devastating certainty that I was locked in, incapable of running. Running had been my one saving grace. If I couldn't run... A flashlight clicked on. Blindingly bright, Seneca was holding it, shining it in a way not to hinder the colonel as he got ready to give orders. My heart thudding in my throat. I was sure I must have resembled a deer caught in the headlights. There was little I could do about that, but with reason slowly cutting through the haze of fear, the least I could do was lock my shaking muscles and keep my body from bolting before my brain could give it directions.
"Check on the main lines,"
the Enclave's leader barked at no one in particular, clearly expecting people to follow his orders.
"And see why the generators haven't kicked in yet."
I knew it was a dumb thing to do, but I couldn't help leaning toward Dharma, now that I could see her still standing next to me, and whisper ask, "So, this isn't something that happens every once in a while, I presume?" She shook her head, her eyes cast in deep shadows because of the single flashlight's illumination off to the side. "First time." Her voice was strained, a long shot from the easy annoyance she had been rocking since we'd gotten to their home base. That wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear. How did that saying go? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. A walkie-talkie squawked to life deeper into the room, making several people jump, me among them. The tension and fear in the air set my teeth on edge. My own panic I could deal with, but so far Osprey and his people had been like a strangely calming rock in the surf of the apocalypse, not batting an eye at being chased by the undead through scrap yards, certain death snapping at their heels. Just when I'd been ready to let my guard down and relax for the first time in fucking forever. Seneca disappeared into the crowd after handing the flashlight to one of the other men milling around. He reappeared less than a minute later, his expression grim. I already didn't like how his attention jumped to Osprey.
"We need you out on the perimeter. The fences are down and something's moving out there."
The way Osprey grimaced made it quite obvious how ecstatic he was to be called back to work mere minutes after we'd arrived, but neither he nor any of his people spoke up in protest. The only thing he asked was,
"Do we get any guns?"
Seneca hesitated. The colonel shook his head.
"Without the fences, half of our active defenses are down. If you draw too much unwanted attention, we won't be able to hold them back. It's your job to stop whatever is coming for us before it gets here."
Dharma acknowledged that with a terse nod, the tension in her shoulders visible now. Osprey wasn't satisfied with that answer.
"Who even says anyone is coming for us? Could be a random power outage, or whatever power plant we've been mooching off went off the grid. Doesn't mean that—"
He cut off suddenly. I smelled it the same moment he must have caught it. The unmistakable scent of decay. Even before my mind could properly shelve the sensory feedback, my heart had already kicked into overdrive, the muscles in my legs quivering with the need to spring into action. Fuck. Whether the undead had followed us here or simply ranged too close accidentally didn't matter. They were here, now. Seneca's expression turned even grimmer.
"Looks like you get to earn your keep now,"
he shot in the general direction of Kas and me. After a last look at Osprey, he turned around, already jabbering a string of orders into the walkie-talkie. I didn't miss the look of grim determination on the colonel's face as Dharma's light touch on my arm forced me into motion. Damn, this had already been one long, insanely hard day, and it looked like it wasn't over for a while yet.
"Technically, you could sit this one out,"
Dharma muttered to me.
"But it's better that you don't."
I didn't point out that nobody had offered me that choice yet, but it was moot now. With no idea whatsoever how vindictive these people could be, I didn't want to start off my time here on the wrong foot. Did I want to run? Run away from? Not toward danger? Hell yes. But even more than that, I wanted to have a place to eat, sleep, and clean up. Preferably not while constantly looking over my shoulder. That was worth risking my neck, for now. We were just about to head back into the tunnel when a timid female voice spoke up.
What am I supposed to do?
Osprey, just ahead of Dharma and me, paused as he glanced back at the speaker. Dr. Kara Mason, the immunologist we had picked up just after Osprey and his people had helped Kas and me, looked forlorn at the fringe of the group of people that all seemed to be waiting for someone to take charge. As much as the colonel had seemed interested in her all of 10 minutes ago, that had changed now.
You stay here, Dharma told her. We've a triage station set up deeper into the mine. Maybe you can help with that.
Kara nodded, but in a distracted way that made me doubt she'd remember 5 minutes from now. Not my problem, I reminded myself. The nasty voice at the back of my mind sneered that I could do the same. Stay inside, safe. If only I told them what other skills I had besides swinging a bat. For a second, it was tempting to do so. Let someone else get chased, beaten, and possibly eaten. Then sanity returned, making me press my lips together hard to keep any stupidity from bubbling out of me that I'd very soon come to regret.
Any advice you can give us?
Osprey asked the scientist.
If you're right and it's the anthrax bacteria that are causing the dead to turn into monsters, anything we can do with that intel?
She shook her head immediately.
I could give you some pointers how to maybe avoid infection. Don't get bitten,
Dharma suggested. Her chuckle, a throaty one that several others around her quickly picked up. Kara made a vexed sound, but then conceded.
You probably know more about that than I do, seeing as you've been dealing with them directly for days.
Weeks, Osprey pointed out. Kara had nothing to add to that.
Go to the triage station,
Dharma told her again, then jerked her head toward the tunnel.
Let's get out of here. This is the worst place to get caught. At least outside we can spread out and hide. In here, it's us building the bottleneck and them literally walking over our dead bodies to get to the living. I really don't like the sound of that.
In under 5 minutes, we were back through the hall where the guard trial had been staged and on to the antechamber with the washing station. Osprey headed straight toward a smaller side room that I had missed in the commotion of our arrival. Inside, racks of tools were kept, among them a lot of bats and hammers, perfect for inflicting blunt force trauma. The sight held an odd sort of comfort, at least until the realization set in that everything here was meant to be used, and I would likely have to, soon.
We have an actual armory deeper into the tunnels,
Dharma told me as she started handing bats to all of us.
But you heard the colonel. No boomsticks for us tonight.
She stepped aside to make room for Plato and the ranks of men following him. Whatever animosity I'd seen play out between them before was obviously suspended in the face of actual danger. Next to the weapons and tool racks, there was also a shelf holding all kinds of sturdy clothes. Osprey nodded at the rack.
Grab a jacket and whatever else you need.
He flashed me a quick grin, borderline haggard in the scant illumination of the flashlights.
Bonus of being with us. You get the first choice of whatever we drag home.
I missed my hoodie, even if it had gotten stained beyond belief, and hadn't technically been mine to start with. But surviving a week of the zombie apocalypse wearing the same clothes had endeared them to me. Then again, something sturdier than a layer of cotton sounded great if I really had to go toe-to-toe with the undead, so I was glad to call a sturdy work jacket that was just a little roomy on me my own. Kas followed suit, looking slightly uncomfortable. And just like that, we were supposedly ready. I felt far from it. Very, very far from it. What do we do now? I asked as I followed Dharma and Osprey to the exit of the mine complex, mostly to distract myself. I'd barely seen more than the first 3 rooms of the Enclave, and already it was back outside. Besides the obvious, I mean. She gave me an uneasy shrug as she hefted her bat in her left hand.
Depends on what we find out there.
What did you do the last time you had to deal with the undead? At least I presumed they only meant the power outage was new, not having to deal with the scourge of the land right at their doorstep.
Last time? Back then we were just under 300 people, she explained. We barricaded all entrances and prayed that they would wander off if they didn't find any food. 2 days later, all but a handful of weak ones were gone.
And we can't do that now? Her sidelong glance was not a friendly one, until she realized my question came from genuine ignorance, not malice.
We have a good 50 people manning the outer perimeter. We're not leaving them to fend for themselves as long as there are twice that number of capable people ready to help.
That made sense, even if I would have felt much better otherwise. Guess being part of a community meant I could no longer simply do what was best for me. Not that I had a problem with that concept. It just went against everything that had kept Kas and me alive for the past week, and it was hard to abandon those by now ingrained instincts. Osprey held me back to let the last of Plato's men pass. Then he gave our group one last critical look, his attention lingering on Kas and me as he considered. I almost expected the next misogynistic bullshit thing out of his mouth to fly my way. But instead, Xander spoke up.
Kas can stick with me. We'll make sure to keep any creepers off your backs.
Osprey accepted that with a quick nod, his attention flitting to yours truly.
You're with me,
he insisted. Fear and the compacted, bone-deep exhaustion of the entire last week must have made me stupid. That was the only way to explain my response. I'm a lucky girl. You're quite the catch. Unsurprisingly, I got a deadpan stare back. Dharma snickered, probably because of Osprey's reaction. It was a welcome moment of levity. I had a feeling it would be the only one for the foreseeable future. Osprey made as if to go, but now it was my turn to hold him back. Anything else we should know? He raised his brow, confused. About the ins and outs of zombie fighting, I mean. His irritation was almost comical.
You kill them before they can kill you. End of story.
When I didn't react, he frowned.
You handled yourself well enough in Stony Point, besides taking forever to realize I was pelting you with gravel to make you come over. What exactly is your problem?
The insinuation that I was willfully pretending incompetence rankled, but I could see how he'd come to that conclusion. Thanks for mistaking my instinctive will to survive as fighting prowess, I harped back. It was mostly trepidation that made my tone sharp, not actual annoyance. Until I ran into you, all I've literally done is run away from them and hide, and get body checked and beat up good in the process. But the bat you handed me at the scrapyard was the first weapon I've held since I woke up in the quarantine tent. I felt slightly vindicated by his look of surprise. All he had for me was a muttered, "Huh." Huh? Now I was getting annoyed for real, which was a good thing since anger worked well to keep the rising panic at bay. I also didn't feel like the others were devastated that our bickering was keeping them inside, in relative safety, for a few moments longer.
I'm surprised, that's all. You handled yourself well.
You already said that. Irritation darkened his expression, if only momentarily.
Because most people don't, he iterated. They freeze. Only if they're lucky do they manage to run and hide. You acted as if being handed a weapon was all it took for you to want to go native on the undead.
That was not what I had expected. The nasty voice at the back of my mind cackled with glee. I ignored it. Osprey's assessment left me feeling conflicted. When I threw a sidelong glance to Dharma, she gave me an infinitesimal shrug, as if to say, duh. I don't like to be put on the defensive, I muttered when I got the feeling that I had to say something. Osprey nodded, as if that made a lot of sense.
That's why you're here and aren't getting herded deeper into the shelter right now.
All I could do was shrug. That had been my choice, and I'd had to fight for it after all. And won.
Can we go now?
Osprey harped when I didn't say anything else.
People depend on us not standing here twiddling our thumbs.
I was about to taunt whether he was that eager to get killed when I remembered what Dharma had said before, that the tunnels at the entrance to the Enclave were a bottleneck, and this was the worst place to get caught. One more thing. Osprey's patience was clearly wearing thin, so I did my best to gel my racing thoughts into coherent speech. How does getting infected work? I mean, just coming into contact with them doesn't turn you into one of them, obviously. Can we, contract zombiedom? Dharma grinned, but it was deep into sarcasm territory.
Honestly, we don't quite know yet, at least not the full extent. But don't get bitten. Their saliva seems to carry something that's contractable. We've had 5 people so far who fell ill and converted. Generally, not getting any gunk into open wounds is a good idea. Our stocks of antibiotics are running dangerously low, particularly since what little we have, we need to use to bribe the militia assholes.
That made a lot of sense, judging from our experience. Kas had mostly gotten through our flight from Charlotte unscathed, but I'd gathered an impressive amount of cuts and abrasions that had been impossible to keep clean of the inevitable gore several times over. While there had been some mild swelling and pus, I obviously hadn't started fantasizing about eating anyone's brains yet, although they seemed to be much more interested in the fatty cuts of meat, really, rather than what was rattling around in the skull caps. Thankfully, I managed to swallow that observation, leaving it at a terse nod. With nothing more holding him back, Osprey gave the command to move out. Falling in right behind him, I did my best to square my shoulders and get ready for a fight. Quite possibly a fight for my very life. But what else was new? That was what you got when the dead refused to remain dead, and most of the people who managed to survive were assholes. Some more, some less, but all to a point. That about summed up my experience of surviving my first week of the zombie apocalypse, and I had a strong feeling things weren't going to pick up from here on out. Chapter 2. Dusk had all but set in when we'd arrived at the Enclave. Now it was pitch black outside. Even though the illumination in the tunnel leading outside had been low, my eyes still took forever to adjust to the utter darkness. The entrance to the mine was well concealed, instantly making me feel like I was standing in the middle of nowhere as I stepped out from underneath the tarp. There was an open space between the road leading up here and the mountain itself, around the size of a football field. Beyond that, trees closed in on all sides like a wall of even deeper darkness. That alone would have been scary as hell, but it was 10 times worse since it was completely silent, only the rustling of our clothes and the sounds of our steps audible. It was as if not even the nocturnal critters dared to take a breath. Osprey, reduced to a tall, somewhat bulkier shape in front of me, waited until all of us had stepped out of the tunnel. Then he moved off toward the road. I followed immediately, hoping that the sound of his boots on the hard-packed dirt would be enough to let me follow. It was, but the audible cues were pretty much the only things I had to orient myself. If the moon was out tonight, it must have been mostly obscured by clouds, making navigating even harder. There was one, small but oh so important, saving grace. The air smelled of forest with a hint of undefined dankness from the mine, and not much else. Certainly not the unbearable stink of being neck-deep in zombie guts. So where had that whiff that we'd smelled inside come from? Sound came from my right, making me jump. A branch splintered. Then I heard low male voices curse. Osprey stopped for a second, but then motioned with his bat for us to continue. When I looked back, I could just make out Dharma and one of the guys following, but it was too dark to see whether it was Corey or Liam. There was no sign of Xander, Kas, and our last member anywhere. By the time we reached the road, my night vision had improved to where I was able to make out more than simple shapes. But as soon as we reached the forest and immediately veered off the dark gray band of the road onto a deer trail, my sight was pretty much shot. Wind rustled softly through the trees, and I could just make out the murmur of a small creek somewhere down the slope we were moving on. Within moments, I stumbled over a tree root, then a rock, narrowly missing Osprey as I came to a staggering halt, my pulse skyrocketing. A hand grabbed my elbow to stabilize me. Osprey, most likely, making me tense instinctively. How we were supposed to find anyone or anything out here at this time of night was beyond me. Osprey led us farther down the soft slope, following what felt like an endlessly meandering trail. Then the slope leveled out. The ground underneath my feet was softer, the air smelling fresh and wet, for lack of a better word, very close to the creek. It was noticeably cooler down here, which might have been a relief during the day, but now I was shivering as the skin on my face and hands got cold quickly. Between the soothing sounds of the wind and the creek, it was tantalizingly easy to want to relax, yet I was way too wired for that. A shrill bird call made me jerk. A male voice behind me snickered softly. Corey, I decided. Something whacked his jacket hard. Dharma's fist, if I wasn't sorely mistaken. Corey bit off a curse, but remained silent otherwise. I could practically hear Osprey gnash his teeth at our antics. All that would have made me laugh, but suddenly my pulse spiked, fear gripping me hard. It took my brain a moment longer to process the input that had alerted my instincts. The stench of decay and blood came wafting in my face from beyond the creek, from very close beyond the creek, as in 2 leaps away from us. Another bird call, this time an owl hoot, went up from farther downstream. A response came from right in front of me, Osprey. Corey's snicker had already made me guess it was their way of coordinating, rather than the presence of some aberrant avians coincidentally screaming their feathers off when the forest was deadly silent otherwise. No call answered from the other side of the creek. I wondered if I should say something. Ignore my instincts? Risk getting laughed at? I was still indecisive about what to do when Osprey lightly touched my arm, signaling me to back away from the creek. Or at least, that was what I thought he was doing. It was honestly too gloomy to make out any details. For the first time, I asked myself just how harebrained it was of them to bring me along, considering I knew zilch about their tactics, and they had no idea whatsoever how useful I actually was in a fight. Our run through the scrapyard had hardly been coordinated enough to make a good internship. Then it occurred to me, they probably needed all hands on deck, and were very much aware of the fact that I was an untested commodity. Hence, Osprey telling me to stick by his side. That thought was oddly comforting, if only for a second. Something splashing in the water put a sudden stop to my racing thoughts. My breath caught in my throat, my entire body tensing up. The first zombie came hurtling toward Osprey and me a second later. I more felt than heard it zoom past me, my reflexes just quick enough to sidestep getting mauled. Osprey had no such luck. He went down with a thumping sound as both bodies hit the ground. Tightening my hands around the bat, I got ready to attack. Only I had no way of knowing who was on top, let alone what body parts I could even aim for, since it was all a barely visible scuffle in the dark.
Lights!
Osprey's shout confused me, if only for a second. Then the sudden stark rays of 3 flashlights confused me even more, but the ability to see once again made up for it. Osprey's assailant had effectively pinned him to the ground with both hands on his arms, leaving his face unprotected. It was a slight female in sturdy clothes that were slightly too warm for this week's weather. They were soiled and torn, fitting the general state she was in. While she had less body mass than me, it was still enough to keep Osprey on his back, What he had going for him were his longer legs, the left currently wedged between them, his knee keeping her shoved off just enough so that she could snap her teeth in his face but not actually reach it. That was easily enough the most macabre display of airplane I'd ever seen. Fear of the dark and what was lurking in it was strong enough to make me act immediately. I swung my bat, slamming it sideways into her temple at maximum velocity. The impact wasn't enough to dislodge her from him, but she went slack for a moment, which let Osprey roll and come up on top. As soon as he tore himself free as he staggered away, I swung the bat again, hitting her right in her already bruised, grimy face. Teeth splintered and something in her jaw gave. Something deep inside of me whimpered and withdrew to rock in a corner, but I couldn't allow myself to physically follow up on that instinct. Instead, I hit her again, this time smashing my bat into her already caved-in temple. She dropped, all tension leaving her body, her head lolling to the side at a decidedly wrong angle. Only when it was clear that she wouldn't jump up again, I looked around, checking to see what else was going on. All across the gently sloping forest ground, zombies were being finished off. In the errant strobes of the dropped flashlights, I counted 6 of them, facing off against 3 times as many Enclave guards. Corey and Dharma had disabled another one, and the rest were currently being bludgeoned to permanent death by Plato and his men. Almost as soon as it had begun, it was over. Wary, scared, hyped-up people stared at each other for a few seconds, then quickly checked on their surroundings.
"Lights out!"
Plato hollered. Less than 5 seconds later, we were cast into utter darkness once more. The wind softly rustling through the leaves, the only sound. I tried very hard not to inhale through my nose as my breathing slowed, my pulse only following slowly. The air was ripe with the stench of decay. Something touched my arm, making me jump. Osprey, obviously, pulled me back, urging me to follow him. I could only see the bright after images the light had burned into my retinas, but followed suit. We were less than 30 paces away from the site of carnage when I heard it. That terrible, all too familiar sound of something tearing flesh from bones, followed by the cracking of a joint being wrenched out of a socket. The hand disappeared from my arm, making me halt in my tracks. All I could do was listen and vibrate with fear and tension. The certain knowledge that, for once, I was not alone and maybe not even outnumbered, was far from comforting.
"Lights!"
This time the shout came from an unfamiliar voice. My pulse jumped as my fingers tightened around the bat. As soon as the flashlights clicked on again, I cast around, trying to get a sense of the situation. The zombies our team had downed were still where we had left them, some 20 feet away from us. Those had been short, cautious steps for sure. One of the others was also left abandoned next to a gigantic oak. The other corpses were getting savaged by no less than 8 zombies, none of them halting, although the lights must have been just as blinding to them as they were to us. I didn't need Osprey's order to jump over the creek and go for the next huddle of dirty figures crouching on the ground, devouring the zombies Plato's men had killed over there. Then we did it again, and again. Revulsion gripped me hard, and my arms grew heavier and heavier with each round, but I forced myself to keep going. Only after the 5th round, no new undead appeared from where they had been hiding in the bushes or behind trees. I wasn't convinced this was all of them, only those too dumb or too hungry to hold back.
"Withdraw back to base,"
Plato shouted, loud enough to make me jump yet again. After so many jump scares in a row, I'd have expected my adrenaline stores to be depleted, but I felt a fresh dose of anxiety juice poison my veins. The flashlights turned off again, and I heard several sets of footsteps retreat. Yet when I turned to face what I thought was the direction of the mine, Osprey held me back, silently shaking his head. So we waited, and waited. Fresh rustling made me tense once more. At first, I thought it must be the smarter zombies coming to get their fill now, but it sounded somehow different. Measured and regular, cautious, but not like a sneaking zombie crawling toward his prize. It sounded almost like someone was sneaking up on us. No shout came this time. Instead, Osprey just clicked on his flashlight, the one that Corey had been carrying until now. How he'd gotten his hands on it, and why I hadn't realized that he'd no longer been standing right next to me, I didn't know. 5 men were standing pretty much dead center of where Osprey pointed his beam of light, and they were far from dead. Very regrettably so, since I had a feeling that this was becoming a recurring pain in my ass. Of course, of all the people still alive and kicking in the times of the zombie apocalypse, it had to be Jared and his flunkies. Although there were 5 of them now, rather than the 4-man team that had rescued Kas and me from certain death in the streets of Charlotte what felt like an eternity ago. The last time I'd seen him was only this afternoon, and absence had definitely not made my heart grow fonder for the homicidal asshole. Slitting his eyes against the bright light, Jared raised his arms, using slow, placating motions. His hands were empty, although all 5 men were armed to the teeth. Not a single hand jerked toward a holstered gun or to grab a slung rifle, making me guess that they'd known we were here and had waited for us to find them rather than having to rely on defending themselves against the undead. I remained where I was, a little back from the ring of guards that was slowly tightening around the intruders. There were 15 of us left. I definitely liked those odds. Plato signaled a handful of his guys to keep watch outside of the perimeter as well, before he joined Osprey. He and 2 of his men had pistols and revolvers in their hands, but none of them pointed at a living human.
"What do you want?"
Osprey asked, his voice still low but well above a whisper. Jared, having watched the armed guards approach, focused his attention on Osprey. I was almost disappointed that I'd gotten barely a glance, unlike at our standoff when the militia had finally let us go. He even went as far as to don an almost pleasant smile. I wasn't fooled by that.
"Is that how you welcome potential guests? My, manners really have fallen by the wayside."
Osprey's stony expression didn't change.
"This afternoon you made it quite clear that you're Bennett's second now. I sincerely doubt that has changed in the past 5 hours."
Jared snorted as his attention skipped over to Plato.
"Can I talk to someone who's actually in charge? Your looting dogs are a little too biased for my liking."
Plato just stared at him, not reacting to the jibe.
"You can talk to whoever you want, but the reception will be about the same with everyone."
Jared just shrugged, as if all that was the same to him.
"Why are you here? I doubt it's to stand in the middle of the forest, breathing in the delightful sense of decomposition." "Wouldn't have to come here to enjoy that,"
Jared remarked, then actually went as far as to do a comical wince.
"Which reminds me, that handful of undead you so expertly disposed of, that's probably on us. We left our car a mile back, but we weren't able to shake them completely. But that's probably all of them. There weren't that many lurking in the foothills to start with."
Plato grimaced.
"Yeah, that's what you get when you don't have to rely on loud, gas-guzzling vehicles."
Jared wasn't fazed by the criticism.
"And how is using electric cars working for you now that the grid is coming down for good?"
Several of Plato's men stiffened. Dharma and Osprey both looked like they absolutely regretted not having guns right now. Plato's tone was decidedly more hostile when he asked,
"And what do you have to do with that?"
I was surprised nobody threatened to wipe Jared's smile off his face as soon as it appeared there.
"Me personally? Nothing. Just a lucky guess that you just confirmed."
Axel, Jared's older, somewhat less jerky friend, cleared his throat, understanding that this was going nowhere.
The power started to fluctuate earlier this week and went out completely this morning. We're in as much of a shitty situation because of it as you are.
Dharma let out a low chuckle. Axel joining the conversation was clearly the signal that she was allowed to as well.
The rats are already leaving the sinking ship, I see.
Jared cast her a condescending sidelong glance.
The ship's very much afloat. Thank you so much for caring.
His attention finally skipped on to me, and sure enough, lingered there for a moment too long. Plato guffawed.
Then why are you here? Come to spy on us? Did Bennett get tired of us shooting down all of his drones?
I was starting to suspect that this Bennett was the leader of the militia, the squat, muscular guy that Jared had thrown his lot in with. He got a condescending look from Jared.
The entrances, plural, to your little mountain fortress here aren't that hard to find. But no, I'm not here to spy. You could say I'm just an interested third party. And yet you're working with Bennett, Plato stressed. For now. But if you want to run your recruitment BS by us, please, by all means. Why bother if you're not interested?
Jared shrugged.
Things change all the time. And maybe you do end up with something that makes joining just interesting enough to bother with the hassle.
While he held Plato's gaze evenly for a couple of seconds, he then looked away, only to stare straight at me, like I was a piece of meat and he a starving man. That guy creeped me out, plain and simple. I refused to back down, holding his gaze as evenly as I could. Thanks to me being far back in the shadows, it wasn't hard.
I'm sure somebody already told you the details. We're building a great community for families with children. None of us have any dependents, Jared explained. And trust me, the militia makes it much easier for anyone just wanting pussy.
It was Plato's turn to give a condescending chuckle.
Then why the fuck are you here? Why, to see just how welcoming you are to a group of independently minded men, of course.
I couldn't tell if it was a joke. When everyone just kept staring at him, Jared chuckled.
Sure, I wanted to know the straight, easy route you take to your hideout. Who knows when that will come in handy. No worries, I'm not going to tattle on you. If Bennett's knuckle-draggers can't find out for themselves, they deserve to remain stuck in the lowlands.
Plato offered a grin that reminded me of a shark.
Congratulations, you found us. Now leave before we decide that it's all the same whether we get rid of 20 bodies or 25. You're really shitty at recruiting, Jared muttered, but he sounded far from heartbroken. Good thing I'm not a joiner, or else I'd be so fucking disappointed.
The two men kept staring at each other for another moment before Jared opened his mouth once more.
Is that a fresh bruise on your face, asthma girl? Maybe you should reconsider wanting to join these yahoos. What kind of woman stays with a bunch of assholes that abuse her like that, huh?
I was burning with the need to defend myself. Less so the Enclave's guard trials, because that was still something I was salty about. But Plato nipped that in the bud.
Leave, or we'll make you leave. Or cut the crap, tell us where the militia HQ is, and you can stay. It's that simple.
I got the feeling that this was a standing invitation, and not the first time he'd offered it. Jared made a placating gesture.
As I said, not a joiner. And it would be quite the asshole move if I told you all about their hidey hole when you insist we keep yours a secret, wouldn't you say?
He paused, as if to give Plato a chance to contradict him. He didn't.
Just as well. We'll leave. Oh, and by the way, there's a good 50 more of the undead further down that road. We killed a couple to keep them occupied until we're done here. But I'm sure that the way those you killed must be ringing the dinner bell, they'll be all over these woods in no time. So sorry for dumping that in your lap. Yeah, you're obviously heartbroken, Osprey muttered,
his attention already going away from the group and turning outward.
"Well, chaps,"
Jared said in the worst British accent ever,
"I had such a pleasant time talking to you. If you're interested in doing something about that electricity issue, let us know. Which reminds me, Bennett told me to tell you that if you steal even a single solar panel or foot of wiring from his territory, he'll flay you alive and use your skin for sun sails for his HQ. No amount of stolen meds and badly distilled hooch will save you from that. I think he's serious."
After another pregnant pause, he jerked his chin to the side, making his men turn around and spread out as they started the trek back the way they had come. Within moments, they disappeared in the shadows of the forest, their footsteps audible only a couple of seconds longer. They'd moved with way more precision and coordination, particularly as a team, than could be said of us. Plato cursed under his breath as he turned to Osprey.
"Your team dragged the corpses out to the clearing beyond our innermost perimeter. If we can draw them there, it will make tomorrow's work easier. I'll make sure to spread the news around the stations. Check in with Seneca when you're done. That's it for tonight, unless you run into a larger incursion."
Osprey accepted that with a stony expression and turned to us, gesturing vaguely in the direction of our kill zone.
"Get to work. We leave the flashlight on for now until we get to the road. The sooner we're done, the better."
Did the very idea of getting close to the now dead corpses fill me with utter revulsion? Yes, and the prospect of having to touch them, for an extended time no less, wasn't any better. But I could see why they wouldn't leave them to rot pretty much on our doorstep. It still sucked, and the actual work was even more dreadful. I didn't protest. We all did our part. The prospect of a shower, or at least a bucket of warm water, and then some food, fresh clothes, and shelter waiting for us, making it all worthwhile. And yet, I couldn't shake the unease that was tightening around my soul. Why Jared had it in for me was anyone's guess, but I had a feeling that wouldn't change unless I got a chance to change it. But that was a concern for another day. Chapter 3. It must have been well after midnight when we finally returned to the Enclave, bone-weary and reeking of decomposition. The layers of protective plastic and thick gloves that we'd donned before dragging the dead down the long gravel road had only been able to do so much. At least the stench had kept the residual hunger burning deep in my stomach at bay for a while. I had no idea how many calories I must have burned on this endless day, and that on top of not having eaten enough, or healthy, food since I'd woken up in the triage tent. Quite frankly, at this point, I didn't give a shit about the Enclave's weird rules. If they fed me, I was happy. Throw in warm water for cleaning myself for the first time in a small eternity and some fresh clothes, make that downright ecstatic. But one more night like this, with another 3 hours of hard physical labor added just for kicks and giggles, and I'd reconsider my choice of joining the guards. Just how bad could their breeding brothel be? I was careful not to voice those thoughts as I cleaned up, not even bothering to face away from where Dharma was busy scrubbing her scrawny body without a care in the world. And where in the other half of the women's bathroom, 3 girls around my age cleaned up after fulfilling what amounted to their duty. The vibe in the room was a weird one. For one, Dharma ignored the other women with enough effort to make her look arrogant and haughty. They, on the other hand, didn't hide the looks they threw our way, not outright commenting on the cuts and bruises we'd both sustained, while they appeared downright plump and peachy in comparison. They also wouldn't shut up, comparing notes, for lack of a better word. The impact of that was mostly lost on me, since I didn't know a single man they were tittering on about, at least until Seneca's name was dropped, who, according to the tall black girl, was a freak in the sheets. Absolutely hadn't needed to know that. Also, didn't give a flying fuck about it. I couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Dharma at that comment. She comically rolled her eyes at me before abusing no less than 3 cotton pads to get rid of her heavy eye makeup, before setting right to applying a fresh round of it. Should I care? I mouthed at her, hoping my voice wouldn't carry. The last thing I needed was actual feedback from them, or advice. She even went as far as to pause, her expression full of gloating.
Not unless you deliberately want to lose everyone's respect.
She said that loud enough to easily carry across the room. The women stared daggers at us both before they left, strutting out as if sharing the same air with us for another minute was beneath them. I was way too exhausted to give a shit about these mean girl games. Is it always like this? Dharma snorted.
You'll get used to it soon enough. The benefits sure outweigh the soul-crushing impact of their scorn.
What she meant by that soon became apparent when she showed me the way to the guard barracks occupying the first 2 cavernous rooms off the central corridor that led into the main part of the mine on this level.
I'll give you the full tour once electricity is fully restored, she promised. But for now, there's little need or use for you to go further in. Most of the residents are living on the other 2 levels below this one, mostly huddled together in family and other group units. They set up their sleeping bags and meager belongings wherever there is room.
She paused, a hint of a smirk appearing on her face before she wiped it off.
Whatever else they need, they get from us. Whatever else we need, we have first choice because we're the ones who head out there and risk our necks for it. Not sure about you, but I'd rather have my pick of the spoils than have to wait for someone's rejected hand-me-downs.
Having survived a week out there on my own with only Kas as support, I was well aware that things weren't quite as rosy as she made them sound, but I got what she tried to say. In the end, all we could do was look at the bright side. Just like the whores who'd just dismissed our bruised, stinking appearance as inferior to their lot. If I hadn't been tired enough to fall asleep standing up any moment now, I would have found the entire situation quite amusing. As it was, catching some sleep really sounded like a dream come true. Vastly contrasting what Dharma had mentioned about the residential lodgings, the guard barracks held some actual beds. Haphazard, mismatched bunk beds, clearly scavenged from somewhere else, and at least mattresses for everyone else, with enough blankets to go around and then some. Since Dharma and I were the only women present, it made sense to keep the barracks co-ed, with the different teams crashing in clusters unevenly strewn across both caverns. Did the idea of sleeping in a room with 30 more or less unwashed, stinking, loud men make me slightly uncomfortable? Not really, I had to admit, when Osprey gestured to 2 clean mattresses with sheets and blankets that they must have dragged in for Kas and me, making sure that the sleeping places for Dharma and me were conveniently the innermost of the hedgehog-like sleepover setup. Strength in numbers was exactly what I had yearned for, and it would have been stupid to scorn it now. Except for our team members, nobody even seemed to notice our presence, and the odd glance I'd gotten since making it through the deathmatch selection had been far from red flag territory. That Dharma was way more relaxed here than she'd been in the bathroom spoke volumes. In fact, the only one who had continuously skeeved me out was still Jared, and with him not part of the Enclave, I felt I deserved to let my guard down and settle in for one long, relaxed night of slumber. Someone had already fetched some steaming hot spaghetti and gotten busy distributing it into bowls. The very scent of the food was enough to let me forget about everything else, assholes and the undead included. It felt so damned good to stuff my face with hot, actual food. And then getting seconds and thirds from the never-ending supply was, without a doubt, the best perk about being a guard. Before long, the clatter of dishes and easy murmur between companions died down. The lights were reduced to a single torch lit by the entrance, just bright enough to make navigation easy without stepping on anyone, and also to keep that claustrophobic feeling of being enveloped by full darkness at bay. I slept surprisingly well, considering there was a lot of snoring going on all around me, my body exhausted and sore beyond what a single night of rest could take care of. I had expected to spend most of the night tossing and turning, my subconscious ready to slap me with the worst of memory nightmare reels it had specially prepared for this joyous circumstance. My sleep wasn't entirely untroubled, but a long shot from that. I felt rested enough that when Dharma shook me awake and gestured to Kas and me to follow her, I felt a thrill of excitement chase away the last dregs of slumber. Playing tour guide, Dharma pointed out a couple of rooms we passed.
That over there is the infirmary,
she indicated to what looked like a foreman's office that had a small warehouse-like cavern behind it, well stocked with single cots now, all of them empty, I was glad to see.
And that's our armory, if any of us ever get to have guns, she added with a mirthless chuckle.
Kas looked confused at her jibe.
Don't you find some when you go raiding? Sure, but what good do they do us? We need lots and lots of ammunition as well. And then there's that whole unfortunate business that a single shot can easily bring the undead running from up to 5 miles. To kill all of them, we'd need many more shots, which would in turn alert many more of them. She trailed off there. Just not worth it. But it sure helps when you're facing down the still rational assholes. No need to let them know most of our guns aren't loaded, or only with a bullet or two.
Try as I might to hide it, she caught my grimace. Someone once told me to never point a gun at anyone or anything I wasn't ready to shoot, I explained. And to make damn sure I had enough bullets to follow through with that threat.
Wise words, she half joked, half admitted. But as I said, unless you want to ring the dinner bell, I wouldn't. Most casualties we've had were when people tried to defend themselves with guns. Now, silent weapons, on the other hand...
Silent like what? Kas asked.
Crossbows? Swords?
Dharma didn't share the enthusiasm ringing in his voice.
Do they look like they care if you stick some arrows in them? Maybe if you really luck out and hit them in the eye and scramble what little brain they still have behind that. And have you ever seen a katana in real life, let alone wielded one? I'd rather not do all the work for them and cut myself limb from limb, thank you very much.
Kas looked downright chastened at her words. Blunt force trauma it was. Got it. Neither of us protested as she continued the tour.
Down that corridor are our stores, for cargo and vehicles both, Dharma pointed out. We have a special entrance that we can use if we need to drive right in, but it's accessible via a cargo lift only, and it's no fun driving like hell into that, hoping the zombies don't come piling in after you while you wait for the doors to close.
She paused.
Been there, done that. Can't recommend it. That's why we usually drop the cars off at the main entrance and let someone else unload them and put everything away. Perks of being a guard. We only haul the cargo right up to the gate, not inside.
Since I had zero incentive to doubt her words, I took that at face value. How many vehicles do you have down there? I asked, mildly curious.
Dharma grimaced. Theoretically close to 20. But with electricity down, we only have 3 or 4 still operational. I'm sure we'll find a way to recharge the batteries soon, but until then, we're down to that. Might mean a few days of downtime for us until a scouting party finds some solar panels or whatnot that we can raid.
She didn't need to remind us of the warning Jared had left with us last night. I had a feeling that nobody would heed it for long, from how cavalier Osprey and Dharma had acted about raiding in militia territory. Next up was the most interesting room, a cantina-style kitchen with a manned buffet where a good 200 people were either queuing for food or had already sat down on long benches to enjoy it. It was odd to see so many men, women, and a handful of children in one place. The very sight of it sent a shiver of unease up my spine. Not just because the only gatherings of people I'd seen of late were the undead coming after us, but because suspicion and fright of a different kind gripped me. So many people in one place were a breeding ground for all kinds of diseases, and we were still pretty much none the wiser on what had caused the undead uprising. Except for maybe that scientist, all we could do was guess. As if thinking of her had conjured the woman, she was suddenly blocking our path, looking both eager and well-rested. I was neither, and that wasn't the only reason for the trepidation coming up inside of me. My, wasn't I a happy camper this morning?
There you are,
she cast around, for my name, presumably. I was honestly surprised she hadn't blurted out the subject designation she and her colleagues had given me in the triage tent, like she'd done last night. Callie, I supplied helpfully, with just enough of an edge in my voice to make Dharma snort.
Callie, right.
Kara Mason straightened the glasses perched on her nose that didn't need straightening.
You haven't eaten yet? Great. It will take just a minute. If you'd please offer one of your arms? Non-dominant side is what most people prefer.
I had a good idea what she wanted of me, but I didn't move an inch. What for? Her deadpan stare let me know that she'd expected more of me.
Your blood, of course. You volunteered yesterday, remember?
My unease increased, but after a moment's hesitation, I forced it down, pulling my left arm out of the lightly used, new-to-me replacement hoodie I'd grabbed after cleanup last night. Sure, go ahead. That she was a professional at this was obvious from how quick and methodical she worked, setting the tourniquet and swabbing the inside of my elbow with alcohol. I winced as the needle punctured my vein, although I had to admit she was really good at it. I'd expected her to fill a vial, maybe 2, but she got a full 5 out of me before the flow dwindled. I felt ever so slightly lightheaded, but that could have been simply the proximity of the food and the fact that none of it had yet found its way into my stomach.
Drink some extra liquids,
Kara advised, not bothering to look up at my face after putting a bandage on the tiny wound.
And for God's sake, make healthier choices than the lot of them. You'd think they win a prize for slathering the most fat on the most unhealthy chunks of food imaginable.
All 3 of us looked after her as she bustled off toward the infirmary. When I glanced at Dharma, I found her grinning.
I would have left her by the side of the road, she sniped. Osprey's the one always taking in strays.
I was sure that she was jesting, at least somewhat. Then again, seeing as Kas and I were also ringers for that category, me in particular, with Osprey pretty much taking me under his wing outside, I wisely held my tongue. And no, I didn't make any smart choices when it came to descending on the heaps and heaps of steaming hot food. Just like Dharma, I grabbed as much fat and protein as I could, finishing it off with an extra dose of juice.
You'd better make the most of that while it lasts,
Osprey advised as we plunked down on the bench next to him, me very enamored with the plastic jug of OJ.
I doubt any of what's now in the supermarkets and warehouses will last the summer.
While I dug into the heavenly scrambled eggs, Kas wrapped both hands around a steaming, mismatched mug of coffee, inhaling deeply. There was no fresh cream, obviously, but someone had dug up several containers of flavored, powdered creamer, which apparently was the next best thing. I had no problem with drinking my coffee just as Osprey did. Hot, black, no fancy anything. Part of me was amused that I was probably the only one at our table trained in the ornate mysteries of latte art. But like so many other things, I doubted I'd get to use that skill set anytime soon.
You did a great job last night,
Xander piped up after finishing off most of what he'd laden on his dish.
They did their job, period,
Osprey grumbled, taking a sip of coffee.
Just like everyone else.
Dharma sent him a scathing look across the table.
Doesn't hurt to acknowledge that they aren't bumbling idiots and also didn't even think about shirking their duties. I'm sure Seneca would have cut them some slack on their first evening with us.
The name dropping was enough to sour Osprey's mood further, but when he lowered his mug again, his tone was civil once more.
Sure, because this is all child's play, and we get points for gaming the system.
Corey looked ready to offer up a sarcastic comeback, but cut off, his attention at someone behind Osprey and me. Seneca, as it turned out, when he spoke up a moment later.
So glad to hear you're in such a team player mood today, Osprey.
The man in question tensed. I was sure it was mostly because of Seneca's presence in general, less so because of his jibe. I'd have to find out the reason for their obvious animosity soon. Looking back over his shoulder with a sickly sweet smile on his face, Osprey harped,
For you, always.
Seneca ignored his sarcasm.
I know you've been inside for less than 6 hours, but I need you all out there. We have to find out what's going on with the grid, and if we can't fix it, we need alternate solutions. I'm already sending part of Plato's force out to gather more fuel for the generators, but that's a band-aid at most, not a long-term solution.
Osprey inclined his head, not surprised.
Any idea where we should start, or what exactly we are looking for? Solar panels sound like our best bet. Any of you happen to know a thing or two about electric wiring?
I didn't exactly feel ashamed that my skills lay elsewhere, but I was glad nobody asked me, again, to iterate what my chosen field of education was. Being an accountant in the zombie apocalypse was turning more and more into a running joke. Surprisingly, or not, since I knew next to nothing about any of them, Liam straightened in his seat.
I know a thing or two about assembling or disassembling electronics. Never worked with solar panels, but if we find a couple of setups, I'm sure I can scrounge up some documentations there as well. If I have to, I can just take everything apart and rebuild it back up here, batteries and all. But what I can already tell you is that for a complex as large as the Enclave, we won't do with 2 or 3 single-home setups. We'll need a veritable solar farm to keep the lights on here.
Seneca nodded.
We sure do. We've been lucky with what we have as is. If we need to make do, we can reduce it to emergency lighting and whatever the infirmary needs. Everything beyond that is pure luxury.
When he caught my doubting stare, he snorted.
What? Got issues with heating up the water you use for cleaning up or washing your clothes over a fire? We lucked out when we found this location. Being inside the mine means great climate control. So no AC needed in the summer, not much heating beyond what a lot of people crammed into a small space generate anyway in the winter. We could even try to use open fire for illumination, but there's always the issue of not wanting to suffocate deep inside a mountain if something goes wrong. We have plans to outsource food production to a different location anyway. At least for that, solar panels would do well.
He paused, then added,
Pretty much whatever you find is good for now, including wood stoves. Someone in HQ is right now going through the phone book trying to scrounge up addresses you might hit.
When he caught my incredulous stare, he snorted.
Yes, we're using a 20-year-old paper phone book to find addresses where businesses are, or at least were, that might still have something in stock we can use. Where do you think the mattress came from that you slept on?
I shrugged. Presumably from one of the myriads of mattress stores you find in any town, or any random house you raided. That's the last item on the list of useful things I worry about. Seneca chuckled softly.
You'll do fine with this gang,
he muttered to no one in particular. Osprey still bristled, but kept his teeth tightly clenched, refusing to comment.
Take a pickup truck and one of your cars. You still have a range of approximately 100 miles in it if you drive carefully.
He more ordered than advised. He left without uttering another word. Dharma was still looking after him when she smacked her lips.
Well, there you have it. Our orders for the day.
While she sounded way more cheerful than Osprey, I could tell that she wasn't much more excited. I wondered if I should ask about that, but in the end decided that the reason was likely rather obvious. They all must have had their reasons to become guards, and stood by them, or else they could have stepped back from the obligation. But that didn't mean they particularly enjoyed having to risk their necks, venturing out there for the greater good of the community. What mattered was that they did it. I hated how it occurred to me that, just maybe, Jared and his merry band of 5 had a point with snooping to check whether the grass was greener on the other side, comparing sticking with the militia to possibly joining the Enclave. As much as I was glad, insanely glad, to have found these people and spent the last hours sleeping safely and stuffing myself with food, I had to admit that I wasn't that much of a joiner either. My perfect scenario would have been a medium-sized group. Few enough to be able to simply disappear or run away when attacked, but large enough to be able to watch each other's backs and to make sleeping possible, rather than endless nights spent jerking wide awake at every single sound out there, afraid it meant an incoming attack at any moment. Damn, but I hated to agree with anything that asshole said or did. For now, the point was moot, since I had zero intention of leaving the Enclave. Not before I'd had a chance to recover and fatten up a little. And it was only fair that I paid my dues in turn for that. I guess I should have been happy I could do so by scavenging for what the community needed, rather than doing so on my back with my legs spread. That still didn't mean I was happy to finish breakfast and get ready to head out there yet again, way too soon after last night's cleanup operation. Looked like I fit right in. Then again, staying inside for an entire year wouldn't have been enough. So it was just as well that we got to working on finding a solution for our current #1 problem: how to turn the lights back on. Chapter 4. Although it was only mid-morning, the sun already beat down mercilessly on us. That was a sad fact of life that I'd gotten all too familiar with over the past week. It was a lot more bearable from the passenger side of a snazzy electric car instead of having to trudge along the side of the road, even without AC and being subjected to Osprey's constant grumbling about having to drive slowly in the most efficient way possible. Xander and Kas had a lot of fun in the back row, snarking about them both making better chauffeurs. I did my best to hide my perpetual smile by turning my head and looking out the window so Osprey wouldn't blow a gasket out of spite. Dharma, Liam, and Corey were in the pickup truck rolling along behind us. The question about who got to drive had been a quickly answered one. Xander was usually the man behind the wheel, but since we intended to be out all day long, it made sense to split shifts. And, as Osprey had put it so succinctly, Xander would probably have to haul our asses out of at least one tense situation. It was best if he were fresh and rested for that. The first handful of miles, we weren't alone on the road. All around us, a veritable swarm of cars exited the makeshift parking lot outside the Enclave. Plato and his gang getting ready for their day. As we rolled out of the forested foothills and onto the passably wide, paved road, we went left where all of them went right. We passed 2 of their small teams, already busy siphoning gas from 3 abandoned cars at the side of the road. I briefly glanced down at the map spread out in my lap, checking that I was following the route Osprey had explained he would be taking. Technically, it was my job to navigate, but Osprey had already made it abundantly clear that he didn't need directions. Seneca had given us a list of places to check on, a handwritten one. I'd been kind of disappointed he hadn't actually torn a page out of the fabled phone book. I trusted Osprey that this was less about rampant machismo and had more to do with the fact that he'd been out here every single day for the past 2 weeks and was absolutely more than passingly familiar with the region. I had to admit, the first 20 minutes on our own were kind of nerve-wracking. I kept looking at everything, jumping at every single motion. Since there were patches of forest all around us, and the grass long enough to sway in the wind, there was a lot of that going on. We drove with the windows down to get at least an illusion of cool going, and of course to be on the lookout for any hint of decay. I was surprised that I hadn't seen a single undead, or even leftovers of one, so far, but probably shouldn't have been. When he realized why I was surreptitiously staring at the road, Osprey snorted.
We have a cleanup crew for that. Usually they do the work that we got to enjoy last night. They set out early this morning, tidying up after us.
When he caught my look of surprise, he explained.
A lot of them don't mind scavenging leftovers. We try very hard not to leave any for them.
I couldn't suppress a shudder, thinking about the heap of corpses we'd left in a clearing about a mile west of where we'd split from Plato and his crew. I'd thought they wanted to keep the levels of possible contamination around their base low. Of course, it made even more sense to not be ringing the dinner bell for more to come in the first place. I simply hadn't considered that. Like so many other things I hadn't considered, I'd realized this morning while Dharma had briefed us about how sorties were organized. Yeah, living as part of what counted for a thriving community these days was very different from hacking it as a tired, malnourished two-person team. I didn't miss that for a second.
How far does that cleanup zone go?
Kas asked, sounding mildly interested.
As far as we can push it,
Osprey explained.
Before last night, it was easily a 10-mile radius.
He shot me a sidelong glance.
Since your friend has brought an abundance of them right up to our doorstep, it will probably be closer to 5 now.
I was already gritting my teeth before I could cut down on the impulse. From the corner of my eye, I caught Osprey's smirk. He definitely enjoyed getting a rise out of me. I refrained from pointing out, again, that Jared was the opposite of that, and instead changed topics. Now was as good a time as any to find out a little more about my new companions. Speaking of friends, how did you end up playing Chief Delivery Boy? Osprey's momentary mirth dissipated, but only for a moment.
Like everyone else, I guess. I ran, I hid, and after way too many near misses, I ended up running into a bunch of guys that were just as dirty and stinking as the undead, but ever so slightly brighter than them. Seneca and the first scavenging team, Xander supplied from the back. I joined them a day before our illustrious leader here, and before you ask, they got along splendidly from day one. That's why we have separate teams and tasks now.
Glancing back at him, I caught his bright grin. Let me guess, their constant bickering was so loud that it kept alerting all the undead in the state? Xander gave me a thumbs up, well hidden from where Osprey could have caught it. His verbal answer was somewhat milder.
Thanks to more and more people making it out here alive, there were enough idiots willing to risk their lives to split them up. Now we have 4 branches, 2 guarding the Enclave, near and far perimeter, and 2 scavenging crews. Us, and Plato got the other one. If you'd rather stand around all day and night jumping at shadows, tell Seneca to allocate you to perimeter duty.
From last night, I remembered all too well what kinds of people they'd been looking for to guard the Enclave. I had zero intention of throwing my lot in with the assholes who'd thought it prudent to try to beat up a defenseless woman. A woman with a baseball bat that had been a long shot from defenseless, disqualifying them not just in the team and general decency aspects, but also intelligence. Provided I don't get eaten today, I think I'm good with this. Wincing at my own words, I half expected one of the guys to give a stupid retort. Not Kas necessarily, but Osprey and Xander both didn't strike me as someone who missed a good foot-in-mouth moment. Thankfully, they disappointed me. This time.
If yesterday was a good indication of your skills, you'll do fine,
Osprey offered. You mean the part where I can catch a bat and beat random guys that get stupid with it? He gave a one-shouldered shrug, his attention mostly on the road.
I meant the scrapyard, but that wasn't too bad either.
Xander chuckled.
Osprey's method is usually to hit what you can and then to run like hell.
He playfully thumped the driver's seat in front of him.
Why am I on your team again? Oh, right, because you always need a guy in a car who can swoop in and rescue you from certain doom.
Osprey's grunt could have meant a lot of things. Certainly not agreement. I'm good with the running part, or at least I'm getting there again, I admitted, patting the pocket with my trusty inhaler. I'd rather sneak around if you don't mind, but in a pinch I can run a mile or 3.
See, our team already got 2 times smarter with you on it.
Xander laughed at his remark. In the flip visor's mirror, I caught Kas wincing behind me. Xander had a good-natured thump for his shoulder as well.
See? You didn't even go anywhere near where you had to run. That's 10 times smarter in my book. I never run unless I absolutely have to.
Judging from Xander's not-so-slight punch, that was probably a good thing. But having the cars away from where they'd almost traded blows with the militia had been a smart idea. So I guessed they absolutely had figured out how to best go about this scavenging business. We rolled up to a small intersection. True enough, Osprey didn't need me to tell him to take a left turn. So far, being navigator was a straightforward job.
I hope you're not getting too bored.
Osprey muttered as if he'd read my mind.
Then again, isn't accounting something where you're used to very tedious working conditions? Spreadsheets all day long?
That made me snort. Are you done yet? Yeah, I get it. A degree in accounting isn't exactly the most useful skill set in the apocalypse. Unless maybe you want to run and optimize your inventory. I know an algorithm or 2 for that. Xander's good mood was still unbroken.
Oh, he's just sore because he's still the most useless of us where education is concerned.
When I eyed him askance, Osprey kept ignoring the looks I sent him. He answered with a bright grin.
He used to be an insurance analyst.
I couldn't hold back my own chuckle. Any guesstimate just how much the zombie apocalypse has cost us so far? If you need a few more fingers to count, maybe I can help. It's kind of an accounting-adjacent field, wouldn't you say?
Osprey grunted. I also know how to hunt, skin, and cook game, and before the shit hit the fan, I was training for a half marathon. What exactly are your special extra skills?
My mouth was open, ready to harp that as a born-and-raised Montana girl, all that and much more was in my blood. But at the last moment, I managed to swallow the remark. I can give you some styling tips. The brown of your jacket coordinates well with the dark blue of your jeans, but I'd go for something other than a gray t-shirt next time. Black, maybe. Better to hide the bloodstains. Osprey snorted.
Hilarious. And so useful.
I shrugged, focusing on the landscape slowly streaming by. If the past week has taught me anything, it's that as long as I get away, I'm good. And for everything not out to literally tear me to shreds, the mere anatomical fact that I'm a woman seems to do more in my favor than any skill set ever could. Osprey didn't comment on that, but he didn't look like he disagreed, or was particularly happy about that. Xander, for once not laughing, tried to rescue the suddenly tanking mood in the car.
Nobody's forcing anyone to do anything at the Enclave, you know? He insisted. And while I really hate those militia assholes' guts, they're not just a raping, murdering gang of barbarians. We're simply trying a little harder to keep the bar from dropping too low, I guess.
I couldn't help but snort. But they do rape and murder, huh? At least the latter part I already got to see for myself. Meaning Tony, of course, who might or might not have had it coming. Neither Osprey nor Xander disagreed with me. From Kas's silence, I figured he was still quite content with where we'd ended up. Around the next bend in the road, I could just make out the small village we were heading toward. It wasn't much more than maybe 50 houses, around the size of what I would have dared approach on my own. Osprey slowed the car down before bringing it to a complete halt, accepting the binoculars that Xander was holding out to him. Dharma pulled the truck up next to me, also checking.
Looks clear, she called out to us after a minute.
Osprey kept on, but finally inclined his head. Meanwhile, Dharma got out a sheet of paper, studying it.
We still have the middle 5 houses on Main Street. Shall we hit those before we go solar panel hunting? Then we can strike the town from our list until we have a chance to go hunting for creature comfort shit.
I realized that what she was studying must have been a hand-drawn map of the houses, indicating which ones they had already raided.
Let's be quick about it,
Osprey told her.
An hour max. We'll split up after we've made sure that the town is still clear.
As he sent the car forward again, he filled Kas and me in on the parts we were missing.
We've set up a grid in the area that we control. First scouting, then doing our best to lure out and decimate the undead that were stupid enough to leave the houses. There are always some that come wandering in, but most of them aren't too aggressive. We still need to be careful about the sneaky ones, but with 7 people now, there should be little over there that we can't solve on the spot.
He briefly glanced at Kas in the rearview mirror.
Xander always stays with the cars. We've had sneaky ones try to get in before, and there's always the danger of the militia or other assholes getting up to funny business. Xander has a whistle and a gun to alert us. If you hear either, you drop whatever you were doing and run back to the cars. Understand? We case all 5 houses first in teams of 2. Callie, you're with me. Kas, Dharma will show you the ropes. Once we've made sure that nothing is coming to get us, we split up and try to get the important things first. Food, fuel, weapons, outdoor gear. If there's still time, you can pick up tools, other clothes, or anything that looks useful and is portable. Don't hold back if anything you can easily carry on your body catches your eye. Now's not the time to get bashful about the ethical quandary of looting and stealing.
He paused, sending a nasty look in Xander's direction. There must have been a story behind that.
If you want to change clothes, do that after we've left town, not while we're still looting. You don't want to be caught with your pants down, literally.
Xander looked less than chastised.
Just because it happened once, twice, Osprey corrected. And while you were stuffing your face with stale cake, you would have so deserved to get killed over that.
It was impossible not to grin at the mental image. If you get attacked by a zombie while there's edible food around, will it still attack you if you pelt it with said food? Xander slapped his thigh, laughing.
See, finally someone who's asking the important questions.
Osprey let out an exasperated sigh.
No, she didn't. And no, it was useless, particularly as that time it wasn't the undead, but Bennett's biker boys.
Maybe if it had been steak? Either way, steak sounds like it would work on zombies and assholes, I suggested, still smiling. Osprey shook his head, clearly letting me know I was a hopeless cause. Then we reached the outskirts of town, and nobody needed to tell me it was time to shut the fuck up and be alert. My stomach was already knotting up with a fresh bout of anxiety, unease making me tense up. It wasn't as bad as any other time Kas and I had to approach a house on our own, but I doubted that reaction would completely leave me, even if all the undead died today and left the world a much safer place. From up close, the signs of looting were obvious. For one, every single door I saw was open, a couple of them having those red X marks spray-painted on them I had already seen in the town where I'd run into Osprey and his people. I was about to ask whether they had left them, but refrained. It really didn't matter. The streets were littered with paper and random items small enough that either the wind could have picked them up or they'd been abandoned on the go. Clothes, food wrappers, and even a torn-apart backpack. That was stained with the all-too-familiar blackish-brown of dried blood. I didn't ask if one of them had lost it, and whether whoever had been carrying it was still alive. There were some cars in the street, and at least 3 sand sack barriers I could see, now disassembled and discarded at the side of the road, from previous looting expeditions, I presumed. There were no bodies, and only 2 heaps of rags that might have been a human being once. I had no idea when it had last rained in the area. While it had a slightly creepy, apocalyptic feeling to it, A day of cleanup efforts was all that kept this town from looking perfectly habitable. Things changed when we reached the single large intersection in town and Osprey turned onto the other street, already easing the car toward the sidewalk. Why was obvious. Maybe 30 feet away from us, there was a huge pileup of vehicles, several cars having smashed into a large truck and an ambulance. All around, personal belongings carpeted the roads right up to the lawns of the houses. The houses themselves looked somewhat worse for wear, with doors torn off hinges, windows smashed in, and more random crap from inside having ended up on the porches. It was a familiar sight in a sense. My guess was that an accident had happened while evacuation had been in full swing, first holding back the people and then opening the buffet for the undead. I looked away as my brain cataloged more rags with white bits sticking out of them. Cracked bones. Nobody said anything while Osprey squeezed the car past the worst of it, random shit crunching under the tires. My relief was limited when he brought the vehicle to a stop just 2 blocks from the pileup. Here, carnage had been limited, but still present. Ahead, the houses looked almost pristine, if with markers sprayed on the doors. The 5 houses of this stretch of town, 2 on the right and 3 on the left, were still buttoned up, undisturbed except for a single smashed-in window. Osprey turned off the engine and got out, trusty bat in hand. I grabbed my own as I slung an empty backpack on, following suit. We waited until Kas and the 3 from the other vehicle had joined us. Xander took a position, shotgun in hand, leaning against the tailgate of the pickup. After a last round of silent nods to check in, Osprey gestured for me to follow him and approached the first house. While we aimed for the door, him with sure steps, me trailing behind with my heart thudding in my throat, the others spread out, doing their best to cover the lawn and also get a look into the backyard where possible. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, but that only made sense with the sun beating down on weeks of gore. I couldn't smell any fresh blood or fecal matter, which was oddly reassuring, or as reassuring as anything could get under these conditions. I was surprised when, rather than trying the door, Osprey knocked on it. And not just a light tap with his fist, no. He smashed his bat against the wood several times, loud enough to rouse the dead. That he was attempting to do exactly this was obvious. After 5 heavy thumps, he stopped, all of us listening into the sudden silence. Nothing answered. No screams, but also no sounds of anything moving inside, knocking over furniture. Looking around, I did my best to remain calm and alert as my body kept shaking ever so slightly with the need to run and hide, just to be on the safe side. I did neither, of course, waiting for Osprey to make the next move. He tried the door. It was locked, but that didn't deter him. He did a quick check under the doormat and flower pots nearby, coming up empty. I hesitated before I got out my makeshift lockpicks, one of the few things I hadn't lost in the last several times I'd had to abandon my pack. When he turned back to the door, I held them up for him to see, nodding toward the lock. A look of surprise crossed his alert expression, but he was quick to give me the go-ahead. 20 tense seconds later, the tumbler disengaged. Before I could ease open the door, Osprey pushed me aside, silently signaling me to step back and stay behind him. No protest from me. I was quite happy for someone else to get a face full of zombies first. In the eerie quiet of the town, the creaking of the door hinges was loud, making me wince. With adrenaline skyrocketing, I forced myself not to look around. That was what the others were for. What might be hiding in the house was the much bigger danger. Osprey waited inside the open door, bat ready, his breath coming in pressed, fast pants. Nothing came hurtling right at us, so he took a first cautious step inside, then another. Everything inside of me balked, but I still forced myself to follow. The air inside the house reeked. There was no other way of describing it. I was glad that it wasn't that all-too-familiar mix of blood, decomposition, and feces, but it wasn't much better. Food had spoiled, and then some. Nobody'd had a chance to open a window and air it out. Something had died in here, but my guess was that it must have been smaller than a human. A pet, maybe? The idea of finding Fluffy the golden retriever dead in the kitchen made my stomach roil. I stuck close to Osprey as we made our way down the entrance hall and into the den, then onto the kitchen after a quick glance up the undisturbed stairs to the upper level. The house wasn't tidy, but it didn't look like anything had been rampaging through it. Or so I thought, until Osprey rocked to a sudden halt, staring into the kitchen.
Fuck.
Such a simple word, conveying so many emotions. I didn't want to, and on so many levels I realized I really shouldn't, but I craned my neck to look past his shoulder into the room. I hadn't been wrong with my guess about the pets. A dog and 2 cats, if I wasn't completely mistaken. At least that was what my mind made of the puzzle of discarded bloody pieces of fur and small delicate bones in front of the ripped-off door leading out onto the patio. Clearly, the inhabitants of the house had turned, and their pets had gotten in their way outside to hunt for more sustenance. The very idea of the pets being confused about what was suddenly happening to their humans, who might or might not have partly eaten them in their grief and need beforehand, broke my heart. Mostly for distraction, I forced myself to look away from the field of carnage to check on the contents of the kitchen. Something, probably the dog, had gotten into a bag of kibble, the remaining contents strewn across the blood-splattered floor. There were smears in it, making me wonder if, after their furry snacks, the nascent zombies had tried eating that and found it lacking. On the other side, a cupboard had been opened, and several pots and pans lay discarded in front of it. The fridge was open, streaks of liquefied, rotten food pooling all around it. In short, there were so many reasons why I didn't want to step into that kitchen. Osprey eased open the door to the separate pantry, finding it virtually untouched. Bingo.
We still have to check upstairs,
he told me in a low voice, hardly carrying beyond the both of us.
Then we grab what we can from here and move on to the next house.
I was tempted to point out that just minutes ago he'd said to first do the complete checks, but I cut down on the impulse. I had a feeling he was changing things up because of what we'd found in here. Fleeing was much easier with the spoils of one house already in our cars, rather than having to leave empty-handed. I followed him as he crept up the stairs to check on the bedrooms. Except for one door ajar, and behind that, clearly the bed someone had died in, we found upstairs abandoned. On the way down, Osprey grabbed 2 spare backpacks, and we were ready to raid the pantry. After watching him pretty much cramming things in at random, I did the same, figuring that perfect packing order wasn't even an option, let alone prudent. Done, we retreated outside to the car, then took over guard duty while Dharma and Kas made their way through the next house. This one was completely abandoned, no atrocities in sight. Then we skipped to the houses on the other side of the road. Twice it went down just the same, until only the last house was left. I hadn't yet made it to the door to unlock it, when a strong, acrid smell made me halt. Osprey noticed it too, going as far as to lightly grab my shoulder and pull me back where I was still teetering on the porch steps. After staring at the downstairs windows, he shook his head vehemently, ending with a jerk of his chin back toward the road. Clearly, this was one home better left undisturbed. Better to be cautious than end up dead. Nobody protested while we grabbed some extra bags we'd brought and returned to the other buildings to do one last quick sweep. While kind of anticlimactic, I was glad this part of the trip was over. 10 minutes later, we left the town behind, The last remaining houses struck through on the map, the one we'd passed by marked with an extra red X. Since Kas and Dharma had paired up, it only made sense that he was riding with her and the other two guys, leaving me with Xander and Osprey. I was surprised when I realized Osprey was heading west at the next intersection, but held my tongue. I checked with the master list of possible destinations for where to find solar panels. All of them were east of here. As if he'd read my mind, Xander spoke up.
You guessed right. We're going to harass the militia.
Is that wise? I didn't even try to keep doubt out of my tone.
Osprey snorted under his breath. Nope. But so far, nobody has accused me of acting like that.
Far was it from me to criticize his leadership style, but I was starting to see why Plato and Seneca commanded upward of 20 men each, and Osprey's group had been able to fit into a single vehicle until Kas and I had joined. So the things we've just picked up—
bribes,
Osprey freely admitted. No wonder he hadn't been concerned about us going about packing in an orderly fashion, or that we'd ignored the house that had clearly still been occupied. A different kind of unease ran up my spine as we kept trundling down the mostly empty road. In the distance, I saw where Plato's group was still at it, siphoning gas. We were close enough that I could have simply walked over, even if Osprey wasn't ready to drop me off there. And yet, I held my tongue. It took us almost an hour of weaving along back roads until Osprey stopped, staring at another small town ahead of us. It looked like the one we'd raided and several others that we'd passed. As we kept looking, I realized something was different. There were two bikers next to their hogs, standing in the middle of the main street running through town, clearly on patrol, and judging from the guns they held at the ready, they were not out to hunt the undead. Just a guess. They're waiting for us, I offered, hard-pressed not to sound just a little smug. Not smug because I'd been waiting for this to happen. I still had no clue what Osprey's tasks and duties were. Smug because it was exactly what Jared the asshole had warned us about. If I wasn't mistaken, we were idling on the border of militia territory right now.
They are, Osprey pressed out, clearly annoyed. Then he cast a sidelong glance my way. No need for you to smirk like that.
I did my best to wipe my expression clean, but probably failed by a mile. Why do you keep antagonizing them? Osprey didn't answer. Instead, he got out, rounding the car until he could lean into Dharma's truck through the open window.
Do we risk it?
She vehemently shook her head, her attention still on the bikers.
If they show us 2, they'll have 10 more hidden inside the houses. Not even if they had solar panels disassembled and ready for transport down there would it be worth it.
Osprey looked less than thrilled, but grudgingly agreed.
East?
East, Dharma agreed after a last lingering look at the town. We didn't take the same route back that we had come from. Why, I realized when we got close a handful of miles later and saw several hunched-over figures where we'd driven past not too long ago. I didn't remember there being roadkill anywhere, and we sure hadn't produced any. They must have taken down either one of their own or managed to hunt some unlucky animal. The very idea made me tense up all over, even with no immediate danger to us. It might have seemed quiet and safe here, but that was a long shot from reality. We tried approaching another town next. We weren't yet within a mile radius of the first houses when movement around the buildings made me call out, Osprey immediately stepping on the brakes. Sure enough, 5 disheveled figures were already taking aim at us, making Osprey curse as he threw the car in reverse to make a quick getaway. The pickup truck barely managed to turn around and accelerate before the fastest one reached it. Nobody said anything for a mile or 2. I tried to keep quiet, but finally the tension inside of me got too strong. Let me guess, that's the reason why you keep harassing the militia? Because everything east of here is overrun? The muscles across Osprey's jaw stood out as he gnashed his teeth. Xander was the one to answer.
Say what you will about them firebombing Charlotte, but it did a good job keeping at least the northwestern part of the state open. Any farther east of here and it's all the spillover from Greensboro and Winston-Salem.
That was problematic. The small villages in the mountains? Osprey shook his head.
We tried to, only to get chased out vehemently by the last remaining residents who weren't interested in joining either.
I glanced at my trusty map and list. None of the locations were further west than the town we'd just fled from. At least we don't have to hoof it, I muttered as I watched Osprey turn south, then head east for the next location. It was obvious that while it was a lot more comfortable to sit in a car than to trudge along the side of the road, it was still an increasingly more frustrating day. I was sure that soon I wasn't the only one considering heading back into militia territory and risking it. That was not Osprey's intention when he suddenly stepped on the brakes, seemingly in the middle of nowhere, gently sloping meadows left and right of the road. He got out, staring into the distance, before he went back around to get the binoculars from Xander.
I think I have something.
He held out the binoculars to Dharma, who'd gotten out of the truck.
Lone house around 2 miles from here, just below the rise by the forest.
Even without help, I could make out the building. Dharma nodded after a few moments of concentrated staring.
Looks like solar panels on the roof.
She handed the binoculars back to Osprey, her brow furrowed. What's the catch? I asked when it became obvious that simply driving there wasn't happening, or else we would already have been doing that. Rather than reply straight away, Dharma grabbed the maps from the truck, squinting at them. She came back, shaking her head.
Only road there is from the south or coming from the village, and there's a creek running between here and there, so we can't just drive off-road.
Before I could ask, Osprey supplied the missing details.
We already checked up on that town today. The third one.
The one with the zombies hiding in the ditch that almost reached the car? He nodded.
That one. I wouldn't be surprised if the house isn't completely abandoned, but I say we risk it.
He paused. When no one objected, he took one last look.
On foot. Callie, Liam, you're with me. The fewer the better.
He shot me an amused look when I didn't quite manage to stifle a groan.
Is it even an apocalypse when the blisters on your feet don't have blisters of their own yet?
That didn't deserve a response, also because it was damn close to what I'd been thinking. Kas sent me a guilty, apologetic look as I grabbed my pack while he got to take over my front row seat. I considered putting on my hoodie. It only made sense to try to cover as much of my arms and torso as possible to prevent bites, or even deeper scratches that would get infected and likely kill me just as quickly. But it was hot as hell, and neither Osprey nor Liam made a move to put on their jackets. At least, not yet. I figured I could always do that when we got closer to our destination. The first 5 minutes of hiking away from the road were tense, but after nothing had jumped us yet, I couldn't help but relax a little. Safety in numbers was a brilliant concept, and one I had been sorely missing when it had mostly been Kas and me alone. But I had to admit that had likely also been the reason why we'd managed to slip by unnoticed most of the time, or had found a way to hide and otherwise get out of lethal danger. For reconnaissance, it made a lot of sense to only send a small party that could rely on those very same advantages. I presumed that if we actually hit the jackpot, we'd return with the cars, or at least enough people to make carrying off the solar panels workable. I had no fucking clue how heavy those things were, but I presumed that the battery that they connected to was way too large for our day packs. Sooner than expected, we reached the creek Dharma had mentioned. It wasn't large and maybe hip-deep in the deepest parts, but there were quite a lot of boulders in it, and judging from the steep riverbanks, it must be much larger when the snow in the mountains melted. On foot, it wasn't hard to cross, and it was certainly hot enough that wading through the cold water was refreshing, but no way the car could have made it through. The pickup truck, maybe, but I could see why Osprey hadn't wanted to risk it. Then it was just the small matter of walking another 1.5 miles to reach the house. I was surprised that while I was sweating like a pig, it really was that easy. I hadn't had to use my trusty inhaler yet today, and while my legs still ached from the endless week on the road, and last night's impromptu carrying of bodies had been hell on my arms and upper back, getting some rest during the day so far had helped make a difference. Sure, I hadn't had to run for my life yet today, but for the first time since I'd woken up in the triage tent surrounded by the dead, I felt moderately up for it. We didn't talk except for the odd warning or helpful comment. For obvious reasons. If the undead were smart enough to come for our whisper-silent electric cars, the sound of voices would be just as efficient, if not more, in ringing the dinner bell. It wasn't that different from traveling with Kas, but I realized how much I missed his quiet but usually upbeat presence. Osprey stopped around 1/2 mile away from the house. From here, we had unrestricted line of sight, including parts of the small road that passed by the property. It looked undisturbed and clean, and so far we hadn't encountered even a whiff of decay or bloody rag anywhere.
"Let's do this,"
Osprey told us, briefly glancing from Liam to me.
"Liam and I check the interior first. Callie, you stay outside until we give you the all clear. If it makes any sense to, I'll climb up on the roof and take overwatch while Liam can get familiar with the interior setup. We'll take it from there. If anything goes wrong, fall back to the creek. I'm sure the others are watching us, and will notice when we come tearing out of there running for our lives."
He paused briefly, debating. In the end, he turned to me once more.
"If shit goes south and looks like we don't stand a chance, run. Normally, I'd say we never abandon the team and always try to make it a concerted effort where we guard each other's back. But if we have to hightail it out of there, I'd much rather you have a head start. You'll be the most used to us not falling behind from the get-go."
I nodded, feeling my stomach seize up. Where had I heard that before? Right, when Jared the asshole had set me up as bait. Only he'd been nice enough not to explain it as if he was doing me a favor. Well, he hadn't explained anything, and I'd only found out what was going on after I'd taken off. But in the end, it boiled down to the very same thing. Maybe it was time for me to go hunting for some good running shoes if things were shaping up like that was going to be my crucial role in the apocalypse. I voiced none of the ire that tightened around my throat like a fist, and instead fell into step behind the guys. At least they weren't setting me up as the fall gal from the start, I told myself. That still changed a little about the warm and fuzzy feelings that threatened to destroy my oh-so-sunny disposition today. We made it to the house slowly, but without incident. There was no car in the driveway or carport, making me guess the inhabitants had chosen to run when they still had time. It was a remote enough area that I wouldn't have been surprised had they chosen to stay. Osprey had explained earlier that most of the Enclave residents had tried to hold out as long as possible, until they realized that fleeing was their only option, only to find the highways closed up and turned into death traps. Hearing that, it made sense why the Enclave had its small fleet of quiet vehicles and an abundance of useful clothes. Most of that hadn't been looted, but brought directly by the people fleeing there. Or they'd been able to point out neighbors that might have a snazzy new Tesla waiting in the driveway, ready to be picked up. The house hadn't been on our list of potential targets, so I doubted that anyone from here had made it to the Enclave. It was comforting that luck was still a thing we could hope for, if not outright rely on. The three of us did a quick circuit around the house before Osprey and Liam disappeared inside. Waiting outside, tense as fuck in the damn heat, straining to listen, was the opposite of fun, particularly since I jumped whenever I heard something inside thump or crash. I was starting to consider checking on the guys and why they were behaving like the proverbial elephants in the china shop, when Osprey popped out of the front door, wheezing as he was gingerly rubbing a fresh bruise across his jaw. Inhabited. I hazarded a whispered guess. His answering stare was far from friendly.
2 locked in the basement. Son and youngest daughter, judging from the pictures in the hallway. We found the parents dead in the girl's bedroom. Suicides, judging from the spray patterns on the walls. They both had severe defensive wounds. Want to check?
I shook my head, swallowing thickly. All clear outside. Osprey glanced up at the side of the house. I helped him push a heavy porch table up to the wall. From there, he managed to reach the side of the overhanging roof, pulling himself up with alacrity. I hesitated for a moment, but then stashed my bat in the outside loops of my pack before I followed him up. I needed much longer, and some scrambling with my feet was involved that sounded terribly loud to me, but I managed. When he noticed my plight, Osprey hunkered down and grabbed the straps of my pack as I came up, heaving me up the last few inches. There were solar panels up here, 12 in 3 rows on the slightly slanting roof. They were mostly clean, with only a layer of dirt and pollen on them that was easily wiped away. All of them were intact. While Osprey knelt down to check on how they were fixed to their frame, I climbed up to the highest part of the roof to get a good look around. Back on the hill, I could just make out the 2 vehicles still parked across the road, ready to move out. The meadows all around were empty, but with the birds chirping and the bees and butterflies going about their business, it all looked deceptively normal. Then I looked toward the town, and my blood ran cold. I must have been staring a good 10 seconds before I had the presence of mind to hunker down as not to present such a blatantly obvious silhouette. "Osprey!" I whisper-shouted without looking back to where he was still working. "Do you have a minute?" I heard him grumble under his breath, but a few moments later he appeared by my side. He didn't need to ask why I had called him over. The blank look on his face spoke volumes. Shit. That was one way of putting it. A rather apt way, that was for sure. The part of the town we'd seen was off to our left, toward the hills and forest, the houses easily visible over the fields that were still growing, undisturbed by weeks of neglect. I couldn't see the roads, but there was movement between the buildings, and a lot more across the not-so-pristine, trampled wheat and soybean fields on the other side. As far as we could see, and that was a good 10 to 15 miles, I guessed, a mass of bodies was moving. None of them were running, and most moved at best at a leisurely pace, but every so often knots would form when 2 started tearing into one another, the others soon coming in to get a few mouthfuls of the leftovers. I'd seen a hell of a lot of undead in northern Charlotte by the checkpoint that we had missed, but that paled in comparison to this. There must have been easily 10,000 zombies shambling this way and that, all more or less heading in our general direction. And not just our present location, but the general area of the Enclave and the militia both.
"I think our job today is done,"
Osprey murmured, his voice hoarse with barely suppressed dread. He caught my gaze, considering.
"Let's get down and grab whatever we can easily carry from the kitchen. If there's anything left of this house in a week or 2, we can always come back, but now we need to leave."
I was already crawling past the solar panels, doing exactly that. Liam looked up, surprised to find Osprey and me storming into the house, heading straight for the pantry. He needed 0 convincing, although he clearly didn't take Osprey seriously when he told him we would be overrun in an hour. I could understand why. From up on the hill, we hadn't seen anything of the mass, and the town itself hadn't been that overrun. Yet. 10 minutes later, we left the house, carefully closing the door in hopes that maybe that would deter the masses once they came streaming by. At least the panels up on the roof would likely be safe, and I doubted they'd try to chew up the batteries. While our pace to the house had been relaxed, now none of us wanted to dawdle, our anxiety quickly infecting Liam. I was soon out of breath, but shook my head when Osprey gave me a questioning look about needing to slow down. It got a little better by the time we made it through the river, but only so much. By then, I thought I could see the first shapes appear in the grass leading up to the house, which was way too close for comfort. We didn't need to run for our lives, but flee we nevertheless did. Dharma looked irritated when she saw us return almost empty-handed. The packs only counted so much, but it only took a pressed order from Osprey for her to shimmy back behind the wheel of the pickup. Xander and Kas were ready to go, so Osprey and I simply dumped our packs in the trunk and got into the back, Xander taking off as soon as the last door closed. Osprey fiddled with the binoculars, finally handing them to me since leaning across me to check on the undead mass's progress was too complicated. "Looks like the town held them up somewhat," I reported just before we went around a bend in the road, taking us out of sight. "But the first 20 or so have reached the house." Nobody said anything for the next 5 minutes, and after that it was only Osprey giving directions for Xander to take a shortcut back. I felt marginally better when the string of cars came into view where Plato's men were still busy siphoning off gas. Osprey told Xander to stop as we drew close. He was out of the car before it rolled to a halt, heading straight for where Plato was frowning in our direction, clearly annoyed that we were back already and our cars weren't laden down with solar panels or some other useful stuff. What little we'd scavenged from the first town was almost laughable to me now. I wondered if we should have headed back for a second round, before I realized that in an hour or two, that town would likely be overrun as well. It was obvious when Plato got what Osprey was telling him. No eavesdropping required. He stilled, then flew into action, bellowing orders at his men to haul ass. "Should we offer to help?" I asked Osprey when he returned. He shook his head, clapping Xander on the shoulder to signal him to keep going.
"No, someone needs to warn the others. Not sure how far out Seneca has his men, but we need to get ahead of this before it's too late."
He considered for a couple of moments before he went on.
"As soon as we're home, grab a bite to eat. There's a good chance that we won't stay in quite yet."
I looked at him as if he'd gone insane, which felt like a good possibility. "You want to head back out into that?" He snorted.
"Want to? Fuck no. But I have a feeling that after last night in particular, the Colonel will consider repaying Bennett's favor."
His smirk wasn't a nice one.
"Seeing as you're on such great terms with his new lieutenant, it only makes sense to send you with a message for him, right?"
Not having had much of a chance to get to know anyone except for Osprey and his team, I couldn't say for sure, but considering how my life had shaped up over the past week, that sounded like it was a possibility. A possibility that I loathed, but when had that ever held anyone back? Maybe it was about time that I reconsidered my decision to join the guards. Then again, with the undead right at our doorstep and chances good that everyone would have to stay cooped up inside and afraid for days, if not weeks, now was not the time to consider joining the world's oldest profession. Sticking with the guards it was, and only time would tell if we'd get to stay safely underground or would find ourselves out in the open among the ravenous dead once again. Chapter 5. Osprey's prediction came true way too soon and way too accurately. I hardly had time to stuff my face with some stew and fresh bread before Osprey came sprinting into the cantina, calling for us to haul our asses to the cargo bay and for the kitchen staff to pack some lunch for him and potentially rations for all of us for 2 days. There was no time for questions, and thankfully also no time to panic. But before we escaped into the tunnel leading outside, Dr. Kara Mason stepped into our path, looking flustered. Call me jaded, but I didn't like it at all to see the scientist who had drawn my blood this morning step up to us with a concerned expression as she pointedly gave me a wide berth.
"You're heading out again? Good. I need you to drop by the tents where you got the antibiotics. Grab all of them, and also all kinds of lab equipment you can find, particularly large white containers that have the word agar printed on them."
The question why she needed medium to grow bacteria was burning on my tongue, but I quickly swallowed it. First, that was probably cutting it a little too close knowledge-wise. Second, it was a really stupid question if she was right and anthrax bacteria were causing the apocalypse somehow. Bacteria, bacterial growth medium, that was a no-brainer. But most of all, I didn't need to point out just how insane her request was, considering what was happening out there any hour now.
No fucking way are we going to risk our lives for fucking lab equipment,
Osprey spat back. Whether he was still annoyed because he'd had to deal with Seneca and the Colonel, or this was simply his way of dealing with the fear that was eating at all of us right now, I couldn't say. But it was kind of funny to see him unload on the scientist like that. If anything, she looked unperturbed at his vitriol.
And I need all of you to spit into these vials. Please label them with your names.
Osprey was still glaring at her, fuming. The others dutifully distributed the small blue-capped vials among themselves and went to hawking and spitting into them. When it was my turn to hand the vial back, Kara made sure to not touch it directly, even wearing latex gloves, but had me drop it into a small plastic bag. My blood ran cold when she held out a surgical mask to me.
Put this on.
I did so without protest, waiting for the important question until it was in place over my mouth and nose. Am I contagious? Kara ignored my question.
Please get your respiratory rate up to maximum. Do jumping jacks or push-ups or whatnot. Then take deep breaths, particularly on the exhales.
When I didn't immediately jump into action, she rolled her eyes.
To collect a sample from the air you're breathing out. Elevated breathing means your lungs have to work at full capacity. So if you still have an infection down there, you'll breathe out maximum bacteria. The sooner you start, the sooner you can get going. Now shoo!
Except for Osprey, who was currently trying to eat an entire meal in under a second. The others were busy getting the ration packs from the kitchen, so it wasn't like I didn't have time. I still waited for him to give me a nod, silently telling me to follow along. Why I was so reluctant, I couldn't say. It wasn't like I didn't want to help, and I sure as hell didn't want to make anyone sick, least of all the people who were slowly becoming my friends. And yet, I ended up doing jumping jacks and high knees, since that strained my lungs fast and brutally, resulting in me gasping and rasping in no time. Kara made me wait a full 5 minutes that she stopped on her timer before she held another plastic baggie out for me to drop the mask into. By then, the others were ready, Kas carrying the backpack that held my stuff.
Don't forget the antibiotics and medium,
Kara called after us as we fast-walked toward the cars. In that one aspect, happy to be able to leave, or at least I was. That changed quickly as we piled back into the car and pickup truck, emptied out in the meantime. If this is because of me, I'm sorry. That was as far as I got before Dharma interrupted me, glaring at Osprey.
It's not, even if this idiot here may have insinuated it.
He hadn't, but he also hadn't disbanded my guess that probably had been pretty obvious.
We're the team that usually goes to negotiate with the militia, so it only makes sense that we do so again. That you know some of their newcomers may be a bonus, or it's as useless as Osprey's constant quarrel with authority. It's not your fault.
I wondered about asking if I could switch cars, simply to fuck with Osprey for this. But before I got to it, the man himself focused on Kas.
It's better if you ride with Dharma since you're her second now, he told my friend. Also, the pickup truck has the stronger engine. If we really have to take off, it will be easier for us to keep up if we're lighter.
So much for that. Since Xander was driving, I presumed I'd get relegated to the back seat, but Osprey handed me the navigator's map before I could get into the back. Why became abundantly obvious when he dug into his ration pack as soon as we drove off, catching up on what he'd missed of lunchtime when he'd been conferring with the Colonel. By the time Xander turned onto the main road, passing by the mountain, it was empty of people. We'd gone by the last of Plato's guys on their retreat. Thankfully, the undead horde hadn't reached us yet, but through the open window I could already smell them. Or at least my overactive imagination thought that I could. Unlike this morning, Xander didn't bother with gentle, slow driving, but accelerated to a moderate velocity that wouldn't have been completely out of place before the apocalypse. The pickup remained plastered to our rear tires, easily matching our speed. For a while, I kept checking the mirror in my visor every couple of minutes, but except for the other vehicle, nothing appeared on the road behind us. That only alleviated so many of my fears. We'd gotten out of the Enclave all right, but what about returning? "So what's the plan?" I asked once Osprey was done stuffing his face. "We just roll up to the first patrol we see and let them know that hell is about to break loose somewhen in the coming hours?" Osprey took his sweet time replying.
"Not much of a plan,"
he harped. I glared back over my shoulder. He ended up shrugging.
"But yeah, that's about it. I'll try to negotiate what I can for the intel, but it's not like we can put much pressure on them. If we take too long, we'll all be neck-deep in zombies, and telling them about it then won't gain us any favors." "They could appreciate us helping them kill some," Xander pointed out.
"Before we all die quick, horrible deaths," I muttered. "I'd like to be very much alive to enjoy any kind of reward we get."
"The point is that we get away and go to ground somewhere before any of that happens," Osprey explained. "I doubt they'll feel the need to continue to mess with us after we've told them the good news."
Xander came up on an intersection, aiming to head straight through it. Osprey told him to take the turn south instead. I must have made a sound of surprise.
"We're heading back to Stony Point. Chances are they'll have more than 2 underling guards stationed there, so we can hit 2 birds with 1 stone.
"Why would we do that? If I never saw that undead-infested scrapyard in my life, it was too soon." Confusion crossed Osprey's expression.
"Didn't you hear the scientist ramble? If we can get that stuff for her, all the better. I thought you would be all for that."
"Why would you think that?" I had been so careful, but that blunder when I'd first gotten to the Enclave must have been a graver one than I'd thought if he was onto me.
"Because it was you who told her about the antibiotics in the first place? None of us had been stupid enough to go anywhere near those tents in the past, so we didn't know if there was anything useful in there."
Right, I had done that, and even handed over some of the pills to Kara so she might do something with them. What? I couldn't say, seeing as she'd seemed scandalized at the idea that I'd taken some myself at random, and she had no bacterial medium to grow cultures, or at least not enough to do larger-scale experiments, hence her order for us to fetch her some. "Yeah, those tents weren't exactly empty or hospitable," I harped, "and they were close enough to the highway that the zombies hunting there came after me all the way to the town." Xander drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, clearly nervous.
"They probably did some more cleanup in the meantime," he suggested. "We don't know where their headquarters are, but it must be close by. We always run into them in the general region of that town, and usually there are fewer undead around than the last time. Except for what Osprey told me about the scrapyard. They clearly didn't go through that before."
"But why would they help us with the tent?" I felt that was a valid question.
"I doubt they will," Osprey said. "But if we bargain right, they'll leave it to us. We don't need to tell them that there's potentially useful medicine in there or who sent us to fetch it. Let them think they get a bargain, and we're too stupid to realize we screwed ourselves over."
That made a lot more sense than I wanted to admit. "Maybe there's a reason you're our leader after all," I teased. Osprey cursed under his breath, but didn't contradict me.
"Dharma would point out that the only reason is because he was stupid enough to offer to take the job in jest," Xander said. "And now he's stuck with it. And I'd be thrilled to let her do it instead of me, but all any of you ever do is refuse to shut the fuck up," Osprey complained. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Clearly you're made for it." I wouldn't have been surprised if he kicked the back of my seat, but he thankfully refrained. We topped another rise, opening up the view toward the east. Xander immediately slowed down, but I doubted it would have mattered. We were still a couple of miles away from the seething mass of bodies, but they were clearly visible now as they swept across a wheat field, leaving only churned earth and trampled green and yellow stems. While they seemed to spread out farther, there were still so many of them, and it didn't seem as if the steady stream was thinning toward the back all that much. "Fuck. I think they've picked some up from the overrun towns," Osprey observed, squinting.
The road took us down the other side of the hill and out of sight once more, so I couldn't check. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was right. "How far from the Enclave is that?" I asked.
"If they keep heading in that direction, they might even miss the road leading up to the main entrance," Osprey muttered. "But if they keep spreading out and then decide to squat, we're in deep shit. And not just we as the Enclave on the whole, but we in particular, as I don't see a way we can get back through that mess."
Granted, I'd only spent a single night there, but the realization that I would lose my current, somewhat temporary home so soon wasn't a comfortable one. "Do we have a backup plan? For what we do if we can't get back, I mean." Osprey hesitated. That was never a good thing.
"There's the militia," he finally said. "Also several other groups like them. We've had contact with 6 of them." "7," Xander stated, interrupting. "Plato said the ones that shot at his guys over the Tennessee border belonged to a different group than those who ran us out of the mountain village. There you have it. 7. And all terribly happy to see us," Osprey offered.
"Not sure I'm all for joining the militia," I muttered.
"No? And here I thought you'd already made such tight friends with them."
I glared at Osprey, deciding there was no need for a verbal rebuke. All he had for me in return was a dazzling grin, if with an edge. I had a feeling that none of them, not even the men, were keen on throwing their lot in with the militia. Or else they would have already done so. Maybe it was because of the Enclave not deciding to live quite as rough as the militia had sounded. Or maybe there was another reason for that. Considering how little reservation to kill one of their own Jared had shown, and how nobody had acted scandalized at his behavior, I didn't think it impossible for him to torture answers out of anyone who might know more about the Enclave. They knew about our position, all right, but I was sure that there was a lot more to it, all of which I wasn't privy to myself. The thought occurred to me that this wasn't necessarily a good thing. I doubted Jared would take my claim that I was clueless on good faith. My, didn't that open a whole new dimension of reasons why I wanted nothing to do with that asshole? Why is it that the entire state is that fractured anyway? I more complained than asked. You'd think that with a common enemy obviously out for the literal flesh on our bones, the people would band together and not try to sabotage each other like that. Xander shrugged, his expression puzzled. Osprey's took on a sarcastic tint.
"And not use the most thinly veiled excuse to segregate themselves from all the other idiots for whatever probable reason imaginable? Have you watched a minute of TV in the past 20 years?
Not in the last 4 weeks, I snarked.
Newsflash, it hasn't gotten any better.
Why isn't anyone trying to regulate that? Xander gave me a sidelong glance that let me know he thought I was stupid.
Like who?
The government? The military? I don't know. Pretty much anyone except the next best asshole that manages to sweet-talk 10 lesser assholes into following him? I let out a frustrated groan when words kept failing me. Exhaustion really did a number on me where eloquence was concerned. I don't fucking know. It's hard for me to believe that it only took the 2 weeks that I spent in a coma for the world to go to shit. Osprey's sharp laugh made me guess that I didn't want to hear his response. Xander, thankfully, was a little more understanding.
I get it. We all do. Even that not quite lesser asshole in the back.
He gave me a conspiratorial wink that was so overdone that it made me smile in spite of my frustration.
It wasn't much better watching it all collapse in real time, let me tell you. From what little we heard, people in Charlotte behaved mostly normal and followed along with the instructions. Asheville, meanwhile, went completely bonkers, and half of Raleigh came for the other half during the protests in the beginning, even before the dead refused to stay dead. Maybe that's why they have that many undead now roaming the streets. People killed each other before the apocalypse could.
Osprey chuckled darkly.
Nah, that's all the firebombing. I'm sure Callie can tell you a thing or two about that.
I'd rather not, but in that I had to agree with him.
Whatever.
Xander wasn't perturbed by our shared criticism.
The army tried, but from what we heard, they lost most of their people to either sickness or the fighting. The Navy tried as well. You'd think with such a high presence in the state they'd get shit done. But turns out, just because you have a bunch of SEALs stationed here, doesn't mean they can do shit about tens of thousands of zombies coming to tear them apart.
They all died? I hadn't known anyone from the bases at the coast, but it had always been a small nugget of security in the back of my mind. The sure knowledge that some of the baddest badasses in the country were training in the surf of the North Carolina shore.
Probably not,
Osprey offered.
They were likely smart enough to up and leave with their families and friends as soon as it became obvious that the shit had hit the fan. And it got obvious pretty quickly, even for the most stoic jarhead only days into the quarantine orders. You missed a lot of very smart people stating very smart things before censorship took them off the airwaves.
Xander rolled his eyes.
No censorship needed. The infection took care of that well enough.
Osprey snorted.
Sure. 5 whole days we're all scared but ready to listen, and suddenly there's no one left to point out that the government just drove the whole shebang against the wall?
Xander barked a sharp laugh.
Says the guy who admitted himself that he up and left on day 4 and only came crawling back out after it was too late to get out of the state without getting eaten 10 times over.
I was well aware of the fact that I was missing some vital information, but it was kind of fascinating to listen to them bickering on like this. In the end, it was the context that mattered, and what I gleaned from their conversation was that I had hardly missed anything while lying comatose in that triage tent. Not getting sick hadn't been all that easier either. So what you were really saying is, I cut into their back and forth when it ended up going nowhere in the end. Both men shut up, glaring at me. That we're on our own and no higher authority is ready to swoop in and rescue us?
Pretty much,
Osprey agreed.
And that's a good thing if you ask me, because they couldn't have bungled things any worse if they'd tried.
You think? Even if my tone was slightly sarcastic, it was an honest question.
You tell me. You survived getting firebombed while there were still thousands of healthy, strong people hiding out in the city.
Unbidden, the memory of the family that had been fleeing alongside us when we'd been trying to get out of the city into the checkpoint came up in my mind. I'd never forget the look on the heavily pregnant mother's face as she looked after her husband and kids, unable to keep up with them and fully knowing that if she had tried, they would have died for sure. Think it was better elsewhere? I asked when it was too hard to verbally agree with Osprey, although inside I kind of did.
Hell no, not a chance. I'm sure that if we could still communicate with the capital cities, we'd find out it was even worse there.
Xander laughed at Osprey's statement.
Except that they got hit even harder by whatever it is that turns the dead into undead monsters, and the survivors died long before we realized that there was nobody to call anymore. If we could have, which we didn't.
Yeah, what's with the communication blackout, I wanted to know. I remember the internet went out as we got sick, but they also turned off the electricity in the city. I thought that was connected.
Wasn't.
Was all Osprey had to say to that. Xander sighed.
Which is to say, we have no fucking clue what went down. Only thing we know is that it was a global thing, and it hit us all at once. Then, radio silence, figuratively speaking. Radio's mostly still working where there's electricity,
Osprey helpfully supplied.
Seneca thinks that part of the outage was a targeted attack by the Chinese or something,
Xander muttered, not sounding very convinced himself.
To censor their own people, they did a global attack because too much information was still leaving over the borders or some shit like that. You'd think we would have had better firewalls than that. Not if they shot down all the satellites, Osprey snarked.
They did? That sounded quite far-fetched to me. I didn't know all that much about worldwide communication, meaning virtually nothing, because I'd never bothered to look up why I could send an email from my phone or FaceTime with my friends at the push of a single touchscreen button. But I agreed with Xander on that. It sounded pretty out there that any single country could cause a global communication blackout. Osprey wasn't done yet, spouting what boiled down to conspiracy theories, I was sure.
Unless someone let them in and pushed the self-destruct button.
This was kind of getting out of hand. I went as far as to fully turn around as much as my seatbelt would let me. Do you really think that? At first, I thought that Osprey's following silence was telling, but he ended up shaking his head.
No, but it's hard not to wade deep into conspiracy theory territory, when in the end you have to admit that you don't know and nothing makes sense except for a shitload of bad luck. And even if someone or something caused this, be it global warming or monocrop agriculture, that doesn't change anything. This is the world we live in now. This shit is what we have to deal with. There's no option B, C, D, or whatever other letter in the alphabet. Unless you want to jump off a bridge, there's nothing you can do but to accept and try to survive.
When we fled the city, we had to jump off a bridge that got bombarded and came down on us in pieces. Can't recommend that, I joked. Nobody laughed. Also sucks for suicide because all three of us made it, and a lot of the other people around us as well. I was surprised that Osprey didn't respond to my quip, but then again, I kind of got it. Nothing like that bleak feeling of acceptance to come after the frustration of not knowing and not knowing what to do. Xander looked like he had a few more points up for debate, but when neither of us spoke up, he let them go. The following silence as we kept driving toward what felt like certain doom, while running from even more certain doom, was a heavy one, but that was something I'd grown accustomed to by now. In the entire week Kas and I had spent together, we hadn't spoken about the cause for the apocalypse more than a couple of times. Quite frankly, we'd been too busy surviving the consequences of it. And yes, in the end, it was the same. I knew all too well that even if you know who to blame, that didn't necessarily change anything about your situation or how you got around to dealing with it. The zombie apocalypse was no exception. It was so much easier to worry about what reception we'd have to expect at the hands of the militia, and how much time would pass until Jared the asshole got into my face again. The way things were going, I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd stepped out of thin air, right in front of our car, the next moment. That wasn't exactly what happened, but I soon found out that it wasn't far from the truth. Chapter 6. We reached the outskirts of the metropolis that was Stony Point about an hour after setting off from the Enclave. Yesterday, the way in reverse had taken us more than twice as long, but that had been with us trying not to attract attention, driving in the failing light after dusk for the last and arguably hardest stretch. Now, all we cared about was to stay ahead of the mob coming, if not after us, then ranging in the same direction we were heading, and not to slam into the odd zombie pack visible on the road. There was only a single one of those that we encountered, and that was within a mile's radius of a town that Xander had taken pains to circumnavigate, so that was absolutely the least of our problems. I'd expected to arrive back at the town the way we had left, a short distance north of the scrapyard. Instead, Xander came at it from the east, ambling along a road that was little more than a paved dirt track with enough potholes to rock the relatively good suspension of the car. It was the direction where I'd seen a lot of the zombies flee who had come after me on the highway, so that made me anxious. There was no sign of them now, and also a suspicious lack of corpses and bloody rags. It was also the direction that let us look at, if not drive right up to, the tents that held the antibiotics, notes, and other shit that Kara Mason had sent us to fetch. For a handful of minutes, I even dared hope that it would be easy for once, and things might go according to plan, minus the militia, which was an absolute bonus. The car wasn't great for cross-country driving, but there was only a soybean field and a broad stretch of grass between our road and the tents, which under relatively dry conditions was absolutely doable. And if not, we still had the pickup truck that could have towed us back onto solid ground. We were still around half a mile from the closest point where the road curved away from the field when bright headlights went on between the first houses of the town, clearly flashing a quick sequence. 100 yards closer to the cutoff point, and a column of 5 sturdy vehicles, 2 trucks and 3 absolutely off-road capable SUVs, left the labyrinth of town and came heading straight for us, down the same road we were still driving on. If we'd turned around and raced like hell, maybe we could have gotten away from them, but they likely would have caught up to us before we'd driven head-on into the zombie mob. Since that wasn't our plan, Xander kept on driving, but slowed the car down so that we ended up waiting for them to come to us, roughly where we'd have to turn off the road toward the tents.
"Callie, you're with me,"
Osprey ordered. Xander looked absolutely heartbroken that he had to stay inside the car. Asshole. Grumbling to myself, and knowing full well that neither he nor Osprey deserved my rising ire, I followed Osprey, ending up standing side by side in front of our vehicles, Dharma leaving the truck idling behind the car. Osprey gestured to her not to get out, which made sense. In the event of us having to flee, she would have had to cross twice the distance to get to the truck, and that was too much opportunity for anyone with a gun to possibly miss. Because luck was not something I could rely on, simply because it didn't happen to me, it only made sense that it was Jared who got out of the first SUV, going as far as to put some swagger into his step as he walked up to us. His usual smirk was firmly in place, and I couldn't help but feel like this once it was completely warranted.
"Did I stutter last night?"
he asked in way of greeting.
"Or are you actually so dumb that you can't heed a direct warning?"
He glanced from Osprey to me.
"Of you, I would have expected more."
"So sorry to disappoint," I shot back before Osprey could take over the conversation. Mistake number 1, and very likely not the last one I'd get to make that day. I hated how easy it was for Jared to get a rise out of me.
"We heard your warning,"
Osprey acknowledged, his tone somber and somewhat friendlier than I'd heard him use with Seneca and the Colonel both.
"And we take it seriously."
Jared interrupted him before he could say more.
"And yet, you're here. Because we have something that will interest you,"
Osprey offered.
"I can't imagine what."
Osprey opened his mouth to speak, but I interrupted him before he got there. Why, I couldn't say, but it was his fault for physically dragging me into this. Information, and a chance to benefit from an opportunity that you and your people absolutely wasted. Osprey cast me a sidelong glance that was far from friendly. Jared kept on smirking.
"Please, enlighten me. What grand opportunity did we squander that you upstanding citizens of the Enclave seized?"
It was so tempting to tell him how hard I wanted to punch him in the mouth, or somewhere else that would hurt way more, but decided that discretion was the better part of valor, this once. You had a scientist who actually knew what was going on, or at least what kind of pathogen was causing the zombie plague outbreak, and you did nothing to let her actually science the shit out of this hellscape of a situation. You were right yesterday. We hid her and took her with us. Now we're back to remedy your shortcomings. I briefly glanced toward the tents. And because we're amazing neighbors and good people at heart, we are ready to share any and all findings with you as they come, so you have a better chance surviving for another week or month. If you don't kill us on the spot, of course, and help us get the things she needs from the tents over there. I couldn't be sure, but I thought I recognized several of the men that had come with Jared. Not just the 4 that had been with him last night when they'd brought the undead right to our doorstep. That meant they had survived the foobar at the scrapyard, and probably knew better how to clear out the tents than we did. Plus, they had guns, which was a good thing as long as they didn't point them at us. Jared listened to my suggestion without even a muscle moving in his expression, making it abundantly obvious that his smirk was part of a mask. Nothing new, but I hated how much better than me he was in not giving anyone a glimpse into his cards. When he replied, it was still firmly in place.
And you really think that admitting that you're thieving liars will incur our never-ending gratitude, huh?
I held his accusing stare easily. Yeah, we helped a clearly terrorized woman escape and gave her a place to live where she is comfortable enough to badger us to head straight back into enemy territory. What's it to you, anyway? One less mouth to feed. Isn't that a bonus right now? Jared shrugged, like it was the same to him.
Maybe it's on principle that we don't like you poaching our shit and our people?
We absolutely appreciated you showing up at our doorstep last night, leaving us to cull and drag away the undead for hours. I'd say we're even. Another shrug.
So, you have her. I don't give a shit. What use would she be to us? We already know what shit is responsible for all this. I told you so already back in Charlotte.
That still irked me. Yes, but
no buts. It's anthrax. No weird growth in a petri dish changes a thing about that.
He paused, actually giving me a considering look.
The only thing that I'd like to know, and it's really only for my own personal gratification, is how the fuck you're still alive, and from what I can tell, breathing a little easier nowadays. Because let's face it, asthma girl, that's not asthma that's making you useless when you have to run.
And yet my running was what let you and your band of fucktards get out of that damn intersection, I pointed out. No, it wasn't smart to talk like that when we were the ones coming to ask for help, but I simply couldn't restrain myself. There was something about him that brought out the worst in me. I fully expected that Osprey would at least look at me with reproach, or, better yet, take over from me. But he remained standing next to me, passively crossing his arms over his chest, as if he was supervising the negotiations that I'd always been intended to hold. Rather than be annoyed, Jared took my jibe with levity.
She doth protesteth, and yet she'd fit in perfectly with us,
he taunted, then got serious again.
As I said, we don't give a shit about your scientist or whatever she sent you to fetch for her. But we're fed up with you stealing from our territory, so no, we won't help you clean out that tent, and we also won't let you take anything from there. See it as a token of how gracious and forgiving we are if we let you crawl back into your hole in the mountain if you leave right fucking now.
What if we have some information that you actually don't already have? I asked. Something that is vital to your survival, starting from, let's say, an hour from now for the foreseeable future, which might just be that hour if you ignore us, or think it's easier to try to torture the intel out of us. That would take some time, and then it's probably already too late. While cryptic, I hoped I hadn't sounded too much so. He needed to take me seriously for this to work. When a good 10 seconds had gone by and Jared was still considering what to respond, I gave a shrug and turned to Osprey. It's probably better for us to just go. Now that there's still time to, you know. For once being game, Osprey was happy to play along.
Yeah, it's probably better for them if they don't help us. Might say they just dodged a bullet. For now.
Jared heaved a theatrical sigh.
Just spit it out, will you? You're both abysmal actors, and this shtick really isn't working for you.
I debated for a moment what to do, but when Osprey gave me a quick go-ahead nod, I was happy to spill the beans. A mob of undead is rolling in this direction, easily 20,000 strong. If they find you out in the open like this, you don't stand a chance to run unless you're already about to. Not even your nifty arsenal of boomsticks will help you against those numbers. Don't believe us? They should be close to the easternmost of the towns where you have your bikers patrol. Yes, we saw them earlier in the day, and if they're still alive, you really should tell them to haul ass and get away while they still can. And then you should do the same. Never mind us in the meantime getting what we came for from those tents over there. We see your permission to take it as just payment for saving your hides. No need to thank us. So far, none of the militiamen except for Jared had said anything, likely considering our conversation prime entertainment. Now murmurs rose between them, every single head turning in the direction I had indicated. I did the same, worried I'd be able to glimpse one of the forerunners already, although I knew they were still at least 3 miles away. 3 miles, meaning 1 hour if they didn't get sidetracked, which I didn't dare hope for. Jared was the only one who hardly cast a glance in that direction, his focus snapping back to me almost immediately. I still didn't know what it was about me that made him stare at me like that. I wasn't that interesting, and the vibes he gave off were far from sexual. It was almost as if he were waiting for me to pull the next amusing trick out of my imaginary hat. Maybe it was exactly that. The fact that I was still alive, against all odds, and kept showing up where I shouldn't. Could boredom be the reason for what I suspected was bordering on obsession? Whatever it was, Jared seemed disinclined to let us follow through with our plan. Yet before he could tell us that, Axel, his older, much wiser, and much more civilized friend, pulled him aside, whispering something to the asshole that I didn't catch. One of the others, meanwhile, climbed back into his truck, talking animatedly on a shortwave radio. They had been warned. Now the only question was, would they keep us from the tents or not? Or maybe decide to instead execute us on the spot. The guy on the radio shouted for Jared to join him. I only got word snippets from this side of the radio conversation, but I could tell the moment they got confirmation for our claim about the undead bearing down on us. And again, when someone higher up gave orders to Jared. In that, he seemed about as cooperative as Osprey, his spine the kind of rigid that spoke volumes. Already, the news was spreading among the men, making all of them twice as antsy. Jared's misgivings briefly turned on them, pretty much underlining that he hadn't been lying last night when he'd claimed that he wasn't necessarily someone happy to be a small cog in anyone's machine. He ordered them to beat it, but unlike their frenzied scurrying, he had all the time in the world as he turned back to us, contempt still shining in his eyes.
Boss said you can have the tents. I say, if you share even a single brain cell between the bunch of you, run. But we all know you won't do that.
Even standing beside him, I could tell that Osprey was ready to gloat, but thankfully he toned it down somewhat.
Glad to be doing business with you,
he joked, tipping an imaginary hat to Jared. Jared ignored him, his eyes flitting to me one last time. It was almost disappointing that he didn't ask me yet again if I was still happy with the choices I'd made. Instead, he turned around, got in the car, and gave his men the directions to beat it. In short order, they did just that. We weren't much behind them, Osprey and me scrambling into the back of our car. As the militiamen turned in one direction, we took the other, heading across the grass toward the tents. I'd been so focused on the dread of having to deal with the militia that it only now sunk in just what a shit show clearing out the tents would be. I didn't forget to mention the liquefied remains of the plane crash victims that they kept in the tent, right? I more teased than stated. Osprey cast me a sidelong glance, but otherwise kept his attention on our surroundings, mostly focusing on the direction of the highway where most of the undead probably still lurked.
I figured it wouldn't be a nice cozy mall, he muttered. But there shouldn't be too many lurkers in there, right?
I only saw one. Saw, fought, and almost found my end at the hands of, but who was counting? And maybe 4 or 5 that came in after me when they chased me from the highway. Most of the others took off across the meadow toward the forest over there. In the long grass, it was hard to tell, but so far Xander hadn't driven over anything that was clearly identifiable as human remains. We were about halfway across the grass to the tents when I caught the first whiff of decay through the cracked window. My immediate reaction was a visceral one, my mind jumping to attention, my body getting ready to run. Only madmen would keep driving toward instead of away from the source of that. And yet, here we were. Nothing moved around us when we stopped the cars, still a good 20 feet away from the back corner of the tent I'd fled into yesterday. I knew it had only been 24 hours ago, but it felt like a small lifetime. So much had happened since then, and by far not enough time had passed for me to be ready to subject myself to that special kind of torture yet again. We got out without another word said, Xander and Liam remaining with the cars. Less to guard them and more to be ready for us to make a quick exit. I was sure it was more of a when than if situation. The rest of us all carried at least one large empty backpack and a bat for self-defense. Even standing just next to the tent, the stench was dreadful, eye-wateringly so, and I got more than one doubtful look from the others. Osprey made enough of a face that I hoped for a moment that he would tell us to abandon the mission. But instead he got out his knife and nodded for me to show him where to cut the tarp. To minimize our exposure to the reeking insides of the tent as much as possible, I gestured for us to walk around the back and to the side facing the road, where I thought all the materials had been stashed. I normally had a pretty reliable sense of direction, but I honestly couldn't be sure about that anymore. My memory, reduced to impressions, my mind was still scrambling to forget. Nothing stirred as we walked around the tent, neither inside nor outside, as far as we could tell. With the sense of foreboding that hung over us, the sky should have been filled with storm clouds, ready to hail destruction down on us any moment. But instead, the sun kept shining. And while I didn't hear any birds chirping, likely because of the stench, since they were much smarter than us and had long since learned to avoid places like this rather than walk into them, it felt like a truly idyllic early summer day. We'd debated bringing special protective gear, but there wasn't much we could have done about the stench. All of us were wearing either sturdy work or latex gloves to at least avoid getting dead people gunk ingrained in our skin. Even after scrubbing my hands several times since yesterday, I felt I still had some residue all over my fingers. Not even clamping our noses shut would have helped against the stench. Breathing through my mouth did nothing to keep my bile from rising. Getting full meals had its downsides, I realized, as I followed Osprey to the point where the tent was still upright enough that we could hopefully stand inside. I held my breath, not even because of the stench I knew would get so much worse any moment now, as Osprey cut through the tarp, leaving it at a single vertical slice. Immediately he stepped back, putting his knife away one-handed while we all waited for something to come hurtling through the slash. When nothing happened, 10 seconds later, Osprey gave me a quick nod and stepped inside. It cost me more willpower than I liked to admit to follow behind him, my mind split between fear and revulsion. I doubted the stench inside the tent had actually gotten worse in the last day, but it felt twice as bad as I remembered. Try as I might, I couldn't keep from retching, parts of my lunch threatening to come up. The urge to drop my bat so I could clap at least one hand over my mouth and nose was strong, but somehow I managed not to. Still, if any of the resident undead had used that moment to come for me, I would have been dead without a chance of resistance. Osprey was doing hardly any better, stunned by the olfactory assault. Once I got my bearings, I looked at him for direction, but found him staring at the table in front of him, covered in goo. Right. I'd almost forgotten the grisly impact that could have on a person. Dharma followed me, not doing any better than Osprey. Looked like it was up to me to take the lead. I gently tapped Osprey's hip with my bat, hoping I wouldn't startle him too much, only enough to shake the momentary horror of our surroundings off. It worked, although the stunned look on his face didn't bode well. I jerked my head toward the plastic boxes sitting this way and that on the ground, only a couple of feet away from us. We'd found the near-perfect entry spot. Now it was time for us to grab what we could and haul ass. One by one, the others followed, their painful inhales followed by suppressed coughing, a great indicator of their progress. And not just for me, I was sure. Time was of the essence, so I set right to it, opening box after box. I quickly found the one with the antibiotics bottles, gesturing for Osprey to grab them. He and Kas jumped into action, filling their packs. I cast around to make sure that we were still alone, or at least undisturbed, and came up with nothing. When I'd entered the tent yesterday, a lot more tables had been upright. The fight between the zombies that had followed me had overturned at least half of them, creating plenty of hiding spaces for them or what remained of the weaker ones that had lost the fights. It was impossible to see what was hiding behind the barriers unless I glanced directly over them. Since I didn't want to risk that, all I could do was hold my breath, stare, and wait. When still nothing came for us, I went over to the benches lined up at the side of the tent that led right back to the main entrance. I could have easily spent hours searching them. Since we had only minutes to spare, I grabbed every piece of paper, particularly if scrawled on by hand, and stuffed it into my pack, indicating for Dharma to get a few smaller sample and pill bottles without checking the labels. When Corey followed us, I shoved 2 unopened plastic sacks at him I found below one of the benches, one filled with plastic plates for bacterial culture, the other with empty 50-milliliter sample containers. Glancing up and down the row of benches, I found what else we were tasked to get, a gallon-sized white plastic container with bacterial growth medium. I handed that to Kas and motioned him to get outside and play lookout. It would be just our luck to make it out of the tent unscathed, only to be attacked right as we stepped outside. Turning back one last time, my gaze skipped over the single portable lamellar flow hut and the stack of chemicals inside and around it. Deep down in the recesses of my memory, my brain started cataloging and filing away terms, checking them against a scarcely remembered checklist of what was required for cell culture. I'd worked damn hard to bury that knowledge as deep as I could, being a step away from barfing my soul out because of the stench while waiting for the inevitable attack was not the time to unearth it. Dharma was much more sensible than me. Instead of waiting and considering, she grabbed an empty sack from where it had ended up discarded on the ground and shoved containers into it at random, then went for a round 2 after handing the first sack to Corey. Forcing myself to unfreeze, I jumped into action, filling 2 more sacks, one for Osprey, one for me. When I turned to hand him the loot, I had a moment to register the solid figure coming for me. Barely enough time to drop the sack, but not enough to properly grab the bat in a 2-handed grip. Just like yesterday, the zombie moved with unparalleled stealth and strength, a combination that would have been bad enough out in the open, but was even worse here in close quarters with obstacles everywhere. I managed to get out a shout before it barreled into me, hopefully alerting the others. I went down, the double impact of the body slamming into me before it slammed me into the floor, driving the remaining air from my lungs. Claw-like hands dug into my arms, while teeth snapped shut right in front of my face, my raised arms with the bat barely enough to keep the zombie at bay. At first glance, the thing didn't look familiar, but I had to admit I hadn't tried to memorize the ones that had come after me yesterday. It was not the muscular fat guy with the half-melted gut. Him, I would have remembered. But with the dirty clothes and decaying body, it was hard to tell if this one had been a man or woman. It sure was strong enough to pin me to the ground and keep me there, its grip bruising. I was so sick of this shit. Instinct kicked in, cutting through the panic. I managed to twist my hips so my scrambling heels found purchase, letting me pull up the other leg and try to wedge it between me and my assailant. Shifting my grip so that I was holding the bat at both ends, I shoved it upward, trying to smash it into the zombie's face. That didn't work, but the stupid thing tried to bite into it, giving me a different kind of leverage point. Just as I was about to try, and likely fail, to shove it off me, Osprey was right there, grabbing its left arm and pulling up and backward. As soon as I felt the weight shift off me, I rolled to the side, pulling the bat with me. That disoriented the zombie enough that it let go, with hands and teeth, making it end up on the ground while Osprey and I scrambled away. Dharma's bat came crashing down on its face, gore splattering everywhere. I tried hard to ignore the crunch of broken teeth and bone. Looking around frantically, I saw 4 more zombies getting ready to vault over the toppled tables, itching for a fight. Blindly grabbing my sack, never mind that its contents had partly spilled out, I made for the tear in the tarp, Osprey and Dharma right behind me. For once lucky, the undead let us go, watching us disappear before they descended on their injured brethren. At least, I presumed that was going on, judging from the sounds that followed us outside. The sun was still shining, and everything was still deceptively calm, but nobody trusted that any longer. Kas and Corey were already on the move, probably sent along by Osprey's hectic gesturing. In short order, we sprinted back to the cars, barely taking a moment to shove everything into the trunks before we took off. Kas ended up with us, maybe by chance, maybe out of habit. Now it was too late to change that. Where to was a loaded question. We hadn't exactly forgotten about that, but with so many possible things to go wrong, Osprey hadn't settled on a final solution. "You can't go west here," I shouted at Xander when he made as if to drive around the back of the tent and toward the road running by it. "The highway's overrun and too backed up for us to squeeze through for at least 5 miles south. I doubt the militia has cleared it to the north."
"The town's a no-go,"
Xander grumbled as he turned the car around, heading back roughly the way we had come, east, where we knew the mob of undead was slowly rolling toward us. Osprey looked from the map that Kas had handed to him over to me.
"How's the highway farther south? You came up that way from Charlotte, right?"
"More or less, although we did our best to stay clear of it," I admitted. "We only got close once to cross it." Much to our surprise, it was Kas who interrupted our arguing. "That's it!" When we just stared at him, he shrank a little in his seat, but quickly explained.
"The plane crash site. There should be enough space to cross right there."
"Yes, and then we have a tail of 200 lurkers," I objected. When I glanced at Osprey, hoping he would support me, I found him with a pensive expression on his face.
"It could work,"
he said, too much certainty already in his voice.
"If we have to, we dump the cars in the river and swim to safety."
The sinking feeling in my gut told me he already considered that a valid plan. "We pretty much walked that way up," I interjected. "We hardly ran into any undead between the small villages."
"Exactly,"
Osprey perfectly crowed.
"Even if we dash through that, and with a trail of zombies after us, we have a chance of getting away. We cross the river at Sharon, if need be, on foot, but I think there's a good chance that we can make it with the cars. That gets us right out of militia territory as well. As long as we stay north of I-40, we should be good. We can probably use any of the bridges to cross the Catawba River again, at least if we go far enough west."
I couldn't help but scoff. And all that with our cars full of antibiotics and cell culture media, but hardly enough food to get through one more day after our rations run out? All valid objections, until my gaze fell on what was right now cresting the small rise east of town. I hadn't seen them before, sitting on the wrong side of the car, and frankly too occupied with making my point. There were hundreds, no, thousands already, easily. Like a swarm of ants, they kept coming, running so close together that it surprised me they weren't constantly tumbling over each other and bringing the whole surge to a halt. I was sure that some fell and disappeared in the seething mass of bodies, but there were too many of them to notice. It was as bad, if not worse, as what I'd seen stream past me when I'd been hiding up on the ambulance in the triage camp in Charlotte. Only these zombies were all fast and coordinated. They were still too far away to tell, but I was sure that all of them were well-fed, or else they couldn't have kept up this level of speed and stamina. And it was obvious that nothing alive in their way would stay alive for long. The flimsy confines of a car is certainly no secure shelter.
"Floor it!"
Osprey shouted, momentarily as stunned as I'd been, but thankfully coming out of it. Xander needed no encouragement, already pressing the pedal to the metal. The car rocked hard as the tires fought against the vegetation, making me wonder just how long the suspension would hold with 4 people and a trunk full of shit weighing it down. The fact that we were one unseen obstacle away from certain doom didn't help. Completing the long loop he had been driving, Xander gave a satisfied chuff when ahead the highway became visible again, right where we wanted to end up, the debris field of the plane crash. I remembered the ghastly sight all too well. Now I welcomed it, feeling hope surge deep inside of me. Behind us, the pickup truck was right there, probably much better suited for this terrain. The car rocked dangerously as Xander sent it down the grassy shoulder and onto the destroyed asphalt. A heavy thump, metal screeching, but he kept right on. 3 times the tires hit something, but thankfully all that hardly slowed us down. Craning my neck to look back, I couldn't see the zombies anymore, but I was sure that they must have caught the motion of us taking off right in front of them. How had they gotten here so quickly? When we'd set off from the Enclave, we'd been sure we had several hours of a head start, and Xander had been generous with his driving speed. It also made me wonder where the militia outlooks had been that Jared had called on the radio. I'd presumed it had been the bikers we'd seen in the morning, those patrolling the northeasternmost borders of their territory. Those men had been stationed a good hour of careful driving away. I was pretty sure that they were long dead. If they hadn't been smart enough to take off early, they hadn't had a chance to warn the others. It also made me wonder how bad communication between the different militia units was, and consequently how close their headquarters were. Not that any of that was important now, and we'd first have to survive ourselves to wonder about their survival. Some more cursing, and Xander managed to steer the car through the last of the debris and onto the opposite shoulder. The thick underbrush of the forest forced him to stay parallel to the highway for a good mile until we hit the intersection to a small road that disappeared into the trees. Back when we'd been walking along this stretch, Kas and I had cut through the forest, predicting that the intersection was closed off. We hadn't been wrong, but there were only 10 cars blocking it, not enough to keep Xander from rocking his way around them. Then we were on an intact, more or less smooth road again, quickly leaving the highway behind. The truck caught up to us soon, after losing some seconds and layers of paint to the wrecks. Osprey and I kept searching the road behind us for possible pursuers, but the handful of lurkers that had been roused by our passing fell behind one by one. For a good mile, the car remained silent, except for the low, barely audible whine of the electric motor. Osprey turned to me, a lopsided grin fixed on his expression, a certain "I told you so" quality to it.
As for your question from earlier,
he trailed off, letting the silence speak for how inconsequential all that had suddenly become.
We'll find something to eat. If you and Kas made it all on your own, for our entire group it will be child's play.
When he caught my passive and likely ire-laced look, he shrugged.
Food hasn't really been a problem for us on the move so far. It's the other things that make life as a community hard. Between the 7 of us, we'll be living like kings on the road. You'll see.
Spite made me want to argue. But in the end, I kept my trap shut, not just because he sounded convincing, but also because I really hoped that he was right. Not going hungry sounded too good. Sadly, if life had taught me one thing, it was that too good was usually exactly that. Too good and utterly unrealistic. With no other options and no better idea, all I could do was hope, so that was exactly what I did. Chapter 7. In one aspect, Osprey had been right. Zooming through the mostly abandoned small towns in cars that could effortlessly accelerate at well above human running speed was, if not exactly a piece of cake, a possible undertaking. We ended up attracting quite a crowd of lurkers when we blazed into the first town, but most of them didn't even follow us longer than the last couple of houses. Only a few of them tried to catch up to us after that, but soon fell behind, and they sure weren't a direct threat to our lives. That there had been so many lurkers in the less than 100 towns underlined how smart it had been for Kas and me not to chance the towns on our own. Exhausted and hungry, I doubted the 2 of us would have been a match for them. Instead of finding something for dinner, we would have become dinner instead. The cars were such a convenience that I was ready to kick myself for not having tried to use any on our flight from Charlotte. Kas and I could have easily spared ourselves 4 feet full of blisters and almost a week of going hungry and scared. Then again, our flight could have ended a single hour in with our certain death, since speed wasn't the only thing that mattered. We'd never know, and it was senseless to play what-if guessing games. The fact remained that now the cars were very convenient, and for the next 2 hours, Osprey's plan held up well. We got away from the highway and managed to find our way to the Catawba River with only a few detours to shake the rest of our trail whenever it grew. Maybe if we'd dared slow down, we could have passed through the villages and not attracted any attention. But I could see why Xander kept up the speed wherever possible. I didn't want him to slow down either, so far was it from me to ask him to. Clearly, he knew what he was in for and how to deal with it, and that was a relief. By the time we rolled down the somewhat familiar road past the construction site where Kas and I had spent a long night wallowing in misery, I had to admit that my spirits were much improved from back then. I was still a little antsy, but realistically, the mob of zombies should have slowed down by now with us out of sight, and the many winding roads through the forest must have confused and dispersed them further, if they'd even followed us past the crash site on the highway. Crossing the dam across the river was a somewhat quick, if dreadful affair, where all of us except for the drivers walked. Should, for whatever reason, one or both cars end up in the river or tumble from the dam walls. But in the end was uneventful. There was enough room, and the few barriers were easy to open or avoid. On the other side, we briefly stopped to give us all a few minutes to stretch our legs. We switched drivers, Osprey and Dharma relieving the others so they wouldn't be completely wiped out at the end of the day. Even with the sun maybe an hour from setting, the day was still clear and beautiful. And here by the river, it was easy to ignore that we'd avoided certain death at least 3 times today. The fact that I felt juiced, as if I'd mainlined espressos all day, let me know that neither my body nor mind were fooled by the sudden lull. We'd gotten away clear, but now a new set of problems was waiting for us. We were in unfamiliar, unscouted territory, and it was about time for us to find shelter, unless we wanted to sleep crammed into the cars right in the middle of the road. That this was an option was somewhat of a relief, if not a perfect solution. First, we had one decision to make: where to go next. The easiest option, but right now not necessarily the safest, was to stay in the region. We could easily follow the Catawba River upstream until we found the next bridge, probably where Highway 16 crossed it, and be back in somewhat familiar territory by nightfall. That would put us squarely into militia territory, and possibly in the way of the zombie mob, if not all of them had followed us to the highway and then stayed on that, heading south. Osprey also brought up another point. We had no clue how far west the militia territory went, and how much worse their neighbors were on that side. The fact that Osprey seemed to assume that we'd be met with hostility was telling. If not to head there, what were the alternatives? Mainly to head due west or south from here. Not too far south, since we'd soon reach the Charlotte metro area, but we could likely hunker down on the western shore of Lake Norman. It felt insane to me that we were almost backtracking the route Kas and I had taken, but Osprey quickly put my mind at ease that this wasn't his intention. I wasn't the only one who was hesitant when he suggested crossing I-40 at the first possible point, which was only a handful of miles from here. The same I-40 that Kas and I had walked under, in the river, with zombies lurking in the underbrush, the bridge overhead bombed, the same as the one leading out of Charlotte had been. That's insane. Xander didn't speak up, but his doubtful expression spoke volumes that he agreed with me. Osprey looked at the dirt for a second before he caught my gaze.
I know that overpass. If they only bombed the bridge, it should be passable.
On foot, maybe. Not with the cars. He hesitated, then shrugged.
Might be worth it to try to push them out of the way. They might have tried keeping one lane free to keep traffic flowing away from the interstate.
Why would they? Another moment of silence followed. I was clearly missing something here. When I pointed that out, Dharma chuckled darkly.
There was a National Guard checkpoint there. Rallying point when they were trying to recruit people to help them manage crowd control out of Charlotte, as they put it.
That made no sense. Crowd control? I echoed like a demented parrot. Kas looked as confused as I felt. Xander was the one to break the news to us.
When the disease hit, they locked down Charlotte in the attempt to stop the spread. You know this, right? That's why they sent the National Guard in and erected all these tent cities. But people were already fleeing, so they set up checkpoints along some of the most likely flight routes. They only let people pass who weren't showing any symptoms. Those that didn't pass were brought into yet more camps, and so on. That's why we have hardly anyone from Charlotte or farther south at the Enclave. The National Guard did their best to slow down the spread.
That made more sense than I liked to admit. It also came with a hefty dose of misgivings. What you're telling me is that first, they locked us down. Xander nodded. Then they brought us into camps when we got sick.
As required, yes.
Those that were still healthy they allowed to leave, but only until they got to a checkpoint and turned up sick. Another nod. And then they gave those of us that were still alive after 2 weeks a single hour to leave the city before they firebombed it all to the ground? Xander's expression was quizzical at best.
You see what we're dealing with here from the smaller cities,
he offered, sounding defensive as hell. Osprey cleared his throat, drawing my ire to him.
They had no other choice,
he said, sounding like he meant it, but really wasn't happy about that fact.
If they'd let people go, nobody would have had a chance. We'd all have gotten infected and would be dead by now, and not stay dead. You know that as well as I do. Was it fair? Hell no. And I'm sure that in the years to come, a lot of people will rightfully mourn many, many more, and put the blame at the feet of those in charge. But if they hadn't tried to contain every single city that was over 250,000 people, we'd all be dead.
That rubbed me the wrong way for so many reasons. Raleigh's larger than that. Winston-Salem, too. Dharma, so far silent, finally joined the conversation.
The important word is tried. With Charlotte, they acted swiftly. When they dragged their heels with the other cities, some of them didn't like the new restrictions at all.
When she caught my confused look, she shrugged.
Let's just say that the farther east you go, the more zombies with bullet holes in them you'll find. And yes, it's exactly like that. The shots killed them the first time, but unless someone turned them into a veritable sieve, that didn't stop them.
I'd gotten so comfortable with having one hell of a story to tell about how I'd experienced the start of the apocalypse that I hadn't expected to get weirded out so quickly by someone else's recount. Suddenly, it made a lot more sense why everyone from the Enclave that I'd talked to so far had been pretty reluctant, sometimes bordering on closed-mouthed, to share how they'd gotten there. It wasn't like I'd expected the lot of them to simply have shown up there, mostly unscathed, but that made for some great new traumatic options. I wouldn't have been surprised if my usual nightmares soon took on a can't kill them or keep them down tint from now on. Mostly to keep my mind from walking further down that road, I changed the topic back to our current dilemma. So, there's one of these checkpoint camps right there?
Was.
Osprey corrected.
We're not sure, but if they bombed the bridge, it makes sense that they also bombed the camp right next to it.
It makes sense because... He was only too happy to end my sentence.
Because they did the same with 3 other camps that we've checked on. Camps that had been abandoned by both the living and the dead. Not the tents in Stony Point. Those were from the plane crash investigation. But there were 3 others in the zones that we've since then lost access to. I'd like to claim that we went there to look for survivors. I did, Dharma harped, interrupting him. He rolled his eyes at her, but didn't take the bait. Medical supplies. We were looking for medical supplies. Like you were with the plane crash tents, right?
I didn't even try to dispute it, but simply inclined my head. Kas was silent, although this would have been the perfect moment for an I told you so gloat. He did give me a sympathetic hint of a smile, though, probably because today he got to see firsthand what kind of situation I'd inadvertently gotten myself into. What could I say? Either the antibiotics I'd blindly wolfed down had done the trick, or getting 3 consecutive actual meals had. Either way, my severe gastric distress of the past week was almost gone. And from how much the car ride hadn't been horrible all day, I knew the same was true for Kas. Still, going for those tents hadn't exactly paid off. It sure had gotten us into our current situation on top of that. "You think we can get across the interstate there?" I said, picking up the thread yet again. Honestly, I was too tired and hot to feel like anyone could expect me to be able to think properly. Even so, the day's work clearly wasn't done yet. Osprey nodded.
"I say we risk it. If it looks worse than what we can get through, we turn around and head north instead. If they weren't successful with the bombs, we'll be in deep shit almost immediately, so it will only be a short period of playing guessing games. If we make it south, we can hunker down for the night with fewer worries. I doubt even if the mob manages to cross the river that they will go the way of the small winding roads." "No, they'll go the route of least resistance," Dharma offered. "Probably right on toward Asheville." For whatever reason, a note of satisfaction was noticeable in her tone. No one else reacted to it, so I filed it away for later contemplation. Or not. We all had our secrets. Maybe it wasn't even one. It sure as hell wasn't important right now, so I didn't waste time on asking. "Then let's do this."
Osprey took a quick look around. Nobody spoke up. I'd noticed that happening before already, and this time I didn't let it pass. "What if someone thought this was a shit idea?" I asked, trying not to sound like that was in fact my conviction, which it kind of was, but that wasn't a hill I was ready to die on today, and sure hoped it wouldn't literally become the hill any of us died on. Osprey smirked at me as if he'd read my mind. I was probably worse at hiding my thoughts than I hoped.
"This isn't a democracy, but I do value your opinion if you want to voice it."
I shook my head. He turned back to the cars.
"Good. Then let's see if this is a brilliant idea or a really absolutely bad one."
As it turned out, heading straight toward the interstate wasn't what we actually did. Maybe a quarter-mile down the road leading away from the dam, there was a cluster of buildings off to the right. I would have ignored them. They didn't look like much, and the road leading to them wasn't even paved, but Osprey told Xander to pull up there. We slowly approached the buildings on foot. Everything looked deserted, no car in sight. The air smelled clean, if with a whiff of smoke tickling my nostrils that I suspected was only in my imagination. Nobody seemed to have ransacked the place, but it wasn't looking like a high-profile target to begin with. I wouldn't have been surprised if a door had swung open and we'd found ourselves at the business end of a shotgun, though. Osprey motioned for me to follow, while the others hung back as he walked over to the door of the closest building. He took a moment to peer into the window next to it before he tried the handle. The door was unlocked, swinging open on surprisingly well-oiled hinges. Nothing came charging right at us, so we went inside, carefully checking the entire building. It consisted of one large room with some auxiliary smaller ones in the back, some kind of storage, but currently empty, and judging from the dust that we disturbed, it had been that way for some time now. I was starting to wonder why Osprey had chosen this venue when he hit the light switch next to the door. Nothing happened. I hadn't expected anything different. None of the buildings Kas and I had crashed in had had electricity, but it made Osprey grumble underneath his breath. Since we were already there, we checked the other 4 buildings as well, one of them being the home of whoever had owned this property. We picked up a handful of useful stuff, including some blankets and canned food that would likely become our dinner, as Dharma sarcastically happily pointed out, but that was about it. On the way back to the vehicles, I couldn't keep my mouth shut any longer. "Did you really expect to find anything valuable in there?" Osprey shook his head after a moment of deliberation.
"No, but if we have to run, we now know we can always hide in there. Plus, it's a 10-second sprint from the forest that leads right up to the river. A perfect place to crash for the night if we need a quick exit plan. And there are plenty more houses over there." He nodded toward the neighboring properties, their driveways leading to the road that was about to merge with ours up ahead. "We can always check on them tomorrow if this is going to be where we crash for the night.
Only that we weren't heading there next, which was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because after how the day had started, I didn't know if I was ready to go on a big B&E tour to run into more tragic family stories. A curse because that house hadn't had an abundance of bedrooms and cozy couches, so sleeping would be rough if we had to hunker down there. Since next up was the FEMA camp, I still would have preferred either of those options. As it turned out, the camp wasn't directly by the interstate. It also wasn't recognizable as a camp anymore, since it had been blown to smithereens, likely in the same attack that had destroyed the bridge leading over the Catawba River. It hadn't even started out as a camp or open field, as a signpost declared that had miraculously survived the devastation. Shit, I muttered. That was a school. That smoke I had thought I'd imagined smelling before, definitely coming from here. As the cars rolled to a stop around 100 feet from where green grass turned into scorched earth, nobody else said a single word. When Osprey had mentioned the camp, I'd been afraid of what we would find here, but mostly because I thought I knew what to expect. Lots of carnage and lots of zombies still feasting on the partly roasted remains of the dead. I hadn't expected that a mere hour later I would have been glad to come upon that. Reality was so much worse. When we'd been running for our lives the day they firebombed Charlotte, I'd seen enough gore and carnage to last me several lifetimes, and I'd been absolutely convinced that this was as bad as it would get. For us, fleeing, that might very well have been true. Between almost getting hit by the bombs and almost getting taken down by the zombies, there had been little to be grateful for except the fact that we had, somehow, against all odds, escaped. Nobody had escaped from this camp. It was impossible to judge how many people had been held here, or, more likely, had been cared for and in the end left for dead, if my own experience had been any indication. The scorched area was easily as large as 6 to 7 football fields, extending on both sides of the road that split off from this one and was leading toward the interstate. What little was left was reduced to ruins. There must have been several buildings once, but nothing except rubble near the destroyed foundations remained, sticking up into the darkening sky like blackened, broken teeth. There were no bodies, or at least nothing recognizable as bodies. It took me a good minute to realize that some of the rubble that stuck up from the blackened soil were warped aluminum bed frames from field cots, like the one I had almost died on. All the bedding and tents had completely burned up, and so had everything that had been lying on them. I was sure that if we'd gone through it all, we would have found the odd titanium hip or knee, but that was about it. What was as remarkable as the sheer stunning size of the site was how downright immaculate the surrounding grass was. Whoever had set this camp ablaze hadn't just dropped 1 or 2 bombs in there, like what had almost killed us before we jumped off the destroyed bridge into the river. Someone had controlled the spread of the flames and had made damn sure that nothing inside of that perimeter would survive. The thought flitted across my stunned mind that at least a handful of the patients had likely been like me, still alive, and if anyone had given them the chance to leave and recover, they would have. That, in turn, made me wonder, had whoever ordered this camp torched known about them? Had there been an executive decision that they couldn't be saved? Or had they already been dead and torn apart when the undead rose, ravenous and impossible to control? I really would have loved to have a timeline for how this had happened. I hadn't realized that I'd stepped out of the car until I heard another door close. Tearing my attention from the destruction in front of us, I found Kas hovering beside me, a devastated look on his face. It took him a moment to turn away and catch my gaze instead.
Is this how it was?
I quickly shook my head. It was bad, but not this kind of bad. In the silence, only broken by the soft moan of the wind whipping around us, with not even birds daring to come closer. Our voices sounded small and hollow. Osprey eventually joined us, his attention more on the surroundings than what lay before us, but he couldn't quite ignore it either. "Do you know when this happened?" I asked. I felt it was a valid question since he'd known about the camp in the first place. Then again, all of them had, I suspected. Yet judging from his pained expression, they hadn't known what had become of the camps. He shook his head.
"I was nowhere near this one, but the last time I saw one operational, it was the day before they closed off Charlotte for good. That was 4 days after the shelter-in-place orders went into effect."
"That you ignored." If he'd seen a camp, it made sense that he'd been on the move. He gave a small shrug.
"That surprise you?"
"Not in the least." Then again, if he hadn't, would he still be alive? Would any of them be? Suddenly, the reaction we, Kas, Tony, and I had gotten at Lake Norman made a lot more sense. Everyone must have expected that there had been no survivors. And yet, hadn't they turned on us when I'd mentioned that the firebombing had been sanctioned? I couldn't remember clearly anymore. Everything from that day had turned into one terrible haze, pun intended. That did make me wonder about the evacuees at the checkpoint. What had happened to them? I had a feeling I'd likely never find out. What was obvious was this here had been a very controlled destruction, and nothing inside that radius had survived. Something squawked very close to us, making all of us jump. At first I thought it might have been a bird, maybe, come to scavenge, and then thinking better of it when we'd become too much of a certain menace. But then the sound repeated itself, still unintelligible but clearly of man-made origin.
"Is that a radio?"
Kas sounded as bewildered as I felt at the possibility that any technical equipment could have survived the destruction. Rather than reply, Osprey started looking around, wading into the slightly singed but still mostly unscathed grass by the side of the road. Bending over, he picked up a small box. After turning it over in his hands, he fiddled with some of the dials and pressed a button.
"Anyone receiving this? Do you copy?"
Silence answered him, until the voice came back on, now much louder and clearer. It was a woman speaking, sounding slightly bewildered, as if she hadn't expected to receive an answer.
"Yes, I hear you. Connection's a bit patchy, but clear enough."
A short, genuine laugh followed.
"Who are you? And more importantly, where are you? We've been trying to reach people across all frequencies for days, but this is the first time anyone answered."
"Osprey, I'm here with some friends."
He scratched his head, glancing at us, then back at the utter devastation of the camp.
"We just spent half a day running from a new mob that intruded on our usual territory. Ended up stumbling across one of the FEMA checkpoint camps north of I-40, a couple miles away from Lake Norman."
A pause followed, before the radio spewed out some static, followed by the woman's voice.
"Lake Norman, as in North Carolina?"
"Last time I looked, that's the one,"
Osprey joked.
"That's a long way from here."
She paused, making me guess maybe she was discussing something off-air.
"Sorry for my manners, but you really surprised us. We didn't think there was anyone still alive and kicking that close to Charlotte. I mean, after—"
She trailed off rather than said what we already knew, and what apparently had reached across state lines, because she didn't sound like she was local, considering her words. Osprey cast a quick glance at Kas and me before he responded.
"It's been weeks since we got any actual reliable information from anyone, so can't fault you there. And most of us were already far outside of Charlotte before they started imposing the lockdowns around here. Where are you exactly?"
I wouldn't have been surprised if she didn't answer, but her response came immediately.
"A Coney power plant near Seneca, South Carolina. I'm Annabelle, the daytime radio operator. Amazing to hear from you, Osprey and friends."
Behind me, I heard Dharma whip out a map, searching. In no time, she had her finger pinned on a place.
Pretty much south of Asheville, right in the northwestern corner of South Carolina by the Georgia border.
She huffed.
Before shit happened, it would have been maybe a 3-hour drive from here.
Osprey nodded his thanks.
Annabelle, great to meet you. You said power plant. That would be a nuclear power station?
It sure is. A murmur rose all around us. I couldn't quite quell the flicker of hope in my stomach. Osprey allowed himself a small grin.
And you're still operational?
For now, in the foreseeable future.
Annabelle even went as far as to chuckle.
We have 2 entire shifts of operating crew here. The one that was on duty when we went into lockdown, plus most of the people of the other 2 shifts who up and left whatever else they were doing and came here with their families. I joke that it can get quite crowded at times, but this is a large facility. We've taken in a lot of people from the surrounding area who've used this as a rallying point. Most are now living in the communities we've started to establish along Lake Kiwi, around and across from the plant.
Another pause followed.
You guys need a place to crash for a night or 2? You're welcome to drop by, or stay with us for good. I can't imagine how bad things must be over there near Charlotte.
During her explanation, Osprey's expression had turned pensive. Not like he was considering her offer, although I was, if it was even a 10th as good as it sounded, but what the ramifications were.
We've been living rough pretty much in the middle of nowhere,
Osprey said. Lied, really, but he sounded convincing enough.
We've had patchy electricity until recently. Do you happen to know anything about that?
Annabelle's voice took on a slightly teasing lilt.
You mean, did we cut you off or something?
Osprey forced a laugh that sounded surprisingly real.
No hard feelings if you did. I mean, man, you should have seen the mob we ran from today.
You keep mentioning that. What kind of mob?
He didn't have to feign surprise there. The round of looks we all shared was heading toward deadpan territory.
Zombies,
Osprey ground out, all joking gone from his voice.
Don't tell me you think they're a myth.
Her answering laugh held a hitch, which was kind of reassuring.
Nah, I'd love to, but we've had plenty of issues with them as it is. And if you've by now looked us up on a map, yes, we are in the middle of nowhere, so that tells you already how much of an issue that should have been.
That we could all agree on. Our situation wasn't all that different.
How big is that mob that has been chasing you? And while this changes nothing about my invitation, it goes without saying that we'd be obliged if you didn't send them straight to our doorstep.
No worries. We're right now doing our best to shake them. And there's a good chance we have. We don't know exactly how many there are. 10,000, 20. We think they're coming out of Durham and Winston-Salem. Might even have started in Raleigh.
So they didn't bomb all the cities into the Stone Age?
The answering silence let me know that, in the end, even the Enclave people didn't know. I was kind of surprised about that. While I hadn't had the time to squeeze them for information, I had been sure they had working radios and were up to date on the situation. Then I caught the disgruntled look on Dharma's face that she smoothed immediately when she realized I'd caught it. Huh. So maybe information wasn't the issue, but the distribution thereof was. Yeah, that power plant and its community didn't sound so bad to me.
It's anyone's guess right now.
Osprey finally answered Annabelle's question.
But we're happy to share with you what we know, of course.
The line remained dead for a couple of seconds. When she came on again, Annabelle sounded slightly distracted, as if someone was still talking to her.
Listen, I just asked one of our guys if he knows about the grid in your area. Depending on where exactly you are, he said going well beyond Asheville shouldn't be an issue, and that you can get juice from us. It's probably just a matter of flipping a few switches. He said he thinks he remembers hearing that they recently shut down McGuire Nuclear Station because it was so close to Charlotte. You were probably connected to that. You may want to check with them if you can get there, but my guy also mentioned that they wanted to evacuate way earlier but got held up. And then nobody heard anything from them anymore. Depending on how thick the fray is around there, come on over to us instead. Worst thing that happens is that you get a stable grid supplied from 2 sites, right? I guessed the plant she mentioned was the one we'd seen on the southern shore of Lake Norman, the one we'd been in shouting distance of when we'd dragged our boat up the side of the dam to reach the lake. I briefly wondered how different our lives would have been had we simply walked across the dam and checked if anyone was still at the station. It made a lot of sense that if it had still been operational, there had been at least a working crew to keep it running, and likely some other refugees as well. Why had none of us considered that? We could have spared ourselves a week, hungry and exposed, running for our lives. Maybe if we'd done that, Tony would still be alive. Or maybe he would have been just as much of a scumbag as he apparently had been with the militia, which had led to Jared shooting him in the head. I really hated guessing games, and the zombie apocalypse hadn't changed shit about that. Osprey waited for Dharma and Xander to give him the thumbs up before he got back on the radio. He didn't outright ignore Kas and me, but since neither of us spoke up, he must have taken that as quiet agreement, and I hadn't forgotten his remark about this not being a democracy.
I think it's easier to reach you at the moment, Osprey told her. Plus, I'd rather go longer for a sure bet than end up finding myself at high risk for nothing.
Awesome! Annabelle's enthusiasm was genuine. She then prattled off a few waypoints that she hoped were still clear, wished us a happy survival, and signed off. Osprey considered the radio in his hand for a couple of moments before he put it back into the grass. When he joined Dharma with the maps, she was frowning.
We won't make it all the way there with the current charge of the cars,
she muttered, tracing multiple potential routes and shaking her head each time.
Might be doable for you, but the pickup's down to less than 100 miles. Either we find a way to charge them at least once, or we leave them here where we can easily retrieve them later and get us some good old gas guzzlers instead.
She nodded at Osprey's suggestion.
That's probably the safer bet.
I was surprised that they were discussing that point already. We have a radio now. Shouldn't we try to coordinate with the others? When they all just looked at me flatly, I couldn't help but scoff. I mean, they have a radio receiver at the Enclave, right? Osprey shook his head slowly.
Receiver, yes, but we've deliberately chosen not to use any communication like that. And with electricity patchy, we haven't managed to keep enough phones charged for anything else.
That sounded weirdly complicated. Why? It was Liam who answered instead of the others.
Because unless you use military-grade encryption, everyone else can listen in too.
My mouth was already open when he went on, his expression turning dark.
I was with a bunch of people in the beginning who weren't careful about that. Came back after a quick trip to find them all murdered by some bastards who'd been checking up on us, waiting for the right time. I only got away because I fell asleep while I was hiding from the zombies, and ended up being hours late.
Dharma crossed her arms over her chest, scratching her elbow, looking vaguely uncomfortable.
The folks I ran with in the beginning had similar issues. It's just not safe at the moment. Maybe in a couple of months, when more larger groups have solidified that can hold their own or guarantee mutually insured destruction. Who knows?
I knew it was mostly the latent and still ongoing exhaustion that made me snap, but my ire was real. What the fuck is wrong with people? Beside me, Kas didn't quite nod, but he looked equally uncomfortable about their statements as I felt. All Osprey had for me was a wry chuckle.
You think Annabelle and her posse are any different? There's a very good chance that they will be happy to see us, but we can sway the balance in our favor when we come bearing gifts.
He briefly looked at our vehicles.
But not these. I don't want to risk the stuff we picked up for the dock. Let's head back to the houses we just cleared, stash the cars there, and go find a better hideout for the night. Tomorrow we check up on the interstate, and when the air is clear enough to chance it, we grab new vehicles and head west. At the very least, they can have those if we find little else suitable for trade on the way there.
Nobody disagreed, so that was exactly what we did. It was after leaving the cars and walking back out onto the road, carrying light packs only filled with food and water, that I realized it was still too quiet. At the destroyed camp, it had made sense, but here,
A mile back, with patches of forest and grass around, not so much. Maybe the birds were keeping away because of the soot and ash still in the air, but I vaguely remembered having heard some on our initial approach. Something was wrong, and if the last week had taught me anything, it was that I'd better listen to that gut feeling. "It's too quiet," I told Osprey as I caught up with him where he had taken the lead, heading back to the camp. He gave me a borderline sardonic grin, clearly thinking I was joking.
I was just thinking the same thing, and massively enjoying it.
"Not that kind of quiet," I grumbled, then paused. Had that just been a splash in the water? We'd left the river behind as we'd crossed the dam, the forest immediately taking over. But even if we couldn't see it from here, it was still not that far away. From what I'd seen from the dam, the river broadened up here, almost becoming a lake once more, with the shoreline turning into many fingers and peninsulas. We were probably closer to the water than it seemed. I was just about to discard it as a fluke when I heard that sound again and again. At the 5th instance, I knew I wasn't imagining it. "Something splashing into the water," I said, not sure if to myself or anyone in particular. Stopping, I turned around and looked back the way we had come, down the road that led away from the dam. It was empty, but for how much longer? Dharma noticed what I was doing.
"Do you think the mob has caught up with us?"
Corey laughed. It held a certain hysterical note.
"Think they are smart enough to cross the dam?"
Osprey's mirth from before was gone.
"They absolutely are. That splashing sound. Probably the ones that got pushed into the water because too many are trying to cross at once."
Nobody liked to agree with him. Nobody spoke up in protest. Dharma glanced between where the road disappeared between the trees and the buildings where we'd stashed the cars.
"Do you think we still have time to get back?" "Nope."
Osprey's response came with more certainty than any of us would have liked.
"Let's see that we get away from here. If we're lucky, we can make it through the camp and south to the interstate while they get lost in the houses north of there. Try to conserve your energy, but don't dawdle. We'll keep running as a last resort."
If fleeing Charlotte had proven one thing, it was that we were fucked if we had to try to outrun them. Then again, the biggest issues so far had been the sneaky squatters, and the camp had been well and truly deserted, the scorched earth leaving no cover and nothing of interest for enterprising undead. The only issue I saw with it was that it was one wide open ground now, with the forest on the other side a good 1.5 miles away. That was a damn long stretch out in the open with nowhere to hide, with the skin on my back crawling with millions of filmy white eyes boring into it, even if my frequent checks over my shoulder showed that none of them had made it through the woods yet. As Osprey had said, we didn't run, but a forced fast walk was enough to put new strain on my lungs. As soon as I felt my breath become labored, I took a hit from my trusty inhaler, but that helped only so much. Sitting in the car most of the day had been great for recouping some of my strength, but we weren't yet halfway through the devastation zone of the camp when I felt my calves and glutes start to burn with accumulated lactic acid, the much overstrained muscles protesting. One thing was for sure, many benefits strength and numbers might have, but I already missed the time when it had just been Kas and me, which had usually boiled down to me doing what I'd thought best, and him only speaking up when I was about to do something really stupid. If it had been just the two of us, I would have opted to hide in one of the houses north of the camp, or try to set out through the woods, moving slowly and quietly and hoping to outsmart the undead fuckers. Now, with the 7 of us, stealth was much harder, so it made sense that Osprey pushed for speed. I knew that was a sound plan, but I couldn't help but wonder if it also meant that one or several of us were expendable. Damn, I really didn't like being so fucking paranoid. Before long, my lungs forced me to go slower. I didn't try to keep up with Osprey in the front, but instead fell back to build the rear guard with Xander, who gave me a grateful smile, probably thinking my bleeding heart instincts were the reason. Kas sent me a concerned look, already slowing down, but I gestured for him to stay up front. If things got dire, I only had to outrun Xander, and I gave myself a very good chance to manage that. Not that, rationally, I would. Standing my ground and defending us was more like it. It felt good to realize that, and the fact that likely I wouldn't be alone, but with Dharma and Osprey absolutely at my side. The others, too, I was sure, but from what I'd gleaned of my new companions, Osprey would likely send the others forward for greater target distribution, and so they could help us once we caught up to them, assailants taken care of. Not like Jared the asshole, who sent me off on a suicidal sacrificial dash. I had to force my jaws to open so I would stop gnashing my teeth, my grip on my bat almost painful as my fist automatically closed. Yes, I was definitely part of a better team now. Even if, at the moment, it looked like Osprey's decision to stash the cars and set out on foot might very well still kill us. We were still alive. We weren't outright running for our lives yet. Everything was okay. I was just being paranoid. There was hoping that the same would still be true half an hour from now. And if not, I had survived the firebombing of Charlotte. I had survived Jared the asshole. I had survived that fucking triage station brimming with newly risen zombies. I would survive this. Chapter 8. In the end, we made it across the war zone of the abandoned camp in one piece, minus a few scrapes, plus a lot of dirt and grime, but so far unaccosted. I was the last one to head into the trees beside the road that led toward the interstate, and I couldn't be 100% sure if that was actual motion I caught on my last hasty look back across the open field, or just my imagination. Even if the mob had made it there, that still put over a mile between us, and that was a mile plus trees now where they wouldn't see us, giving them a lot of other targets and directions to aim for. My pulse was still thundering in my head, partly from exertion, partly from fear, but I allowed myself to breathe just a little easier. Not physically easier, because the old labored panting was back, my entire upper torso aflame with agony. But the mental ease was a relief, as was the fact that a couple of minutes of slower walking was enough to let my lungs recover something resembling normal function once more. If worse came to worst, we could always disperse and hide in the forest. If I had to spend the night up in a tree, so be it. Osprey had us march through the forest, soon too dark not to fall over roots or stumble into each other. Ahead, the trees grew sparser again as we got closer to the interstate. Part of me hoped that Osprey would change his mind and tell us to make camp here, but of course he didn't. That would likely have been lethal. I hadn't forgotten all the sneaky squatters and lurkers that had come after Kas and me when we'd been walking alongside the river a scant 2 miles away from here less than a week ago. I was sure that plenty of them would be around here as well, or in and between the cars on the interstate. Nobody talked. But then, the sound of us crashing and blundering through the underbrush was bad enough. We paused once more when we reached the tree line, the interstate now visible up ahead. I hadn't quite known what to expect. Pretty much everything from scorched earth and wrecks to a gridlocked chaos similar to what we'd had to pass through to get to the checkpoint on the outskirts of Charlotte. Reality was somewhat disappointing, but in a good way. Yes, there were cars, and some were wrecked. Someone had obviously fired a couple of bombs in there as well, but the resulting craters weren't that large, as if added as an afterthought, probably after annihilating the camp. There were still plenty of abandoned cars that looked operational, and while here they were still too close together to extract one, looking west things seemed vastly better. There they had stopped blocking the shoulders of the road as well, and there was more room between them. That made me wonder why they hadn't driven off altogether, but there could have been many reasons for that, like the continuous line to the right looking orderly enough to have been deliberately parked cars, maybe from those that had been brought to the camp. It all looked better than we could have hoped for, except for one thing. The air was heavy with the scent of decay. We knew all too well what that meant. Undead lurkers abound.
Maybe we should stay in the trees,
Dharma suggested.
So far, we haven't encountered anything here.
Osprey considered, then cast a sidelong glance at me. At first, I thought he was having doubts because of my still present wheezing, but then I realized he was silently asking for my input. I wasn't sure how that made me feel, but being included in the powwow helped keep my paranoia in check. A lot. I shook my head. I don't know why they haven't attacked us yet, but I'm sure that we've already walked past some of the more cautious lurkers. If we can smell them, they're here, and that stench isn't coming exclusively from out there. Osprey gave a slow nod.
My thinking, too. So we chance it and try to make our way out there?
Corey cast a doubtful look up and down what we could see of the interstate.
If we stick close to the trees, we can maybe still withdraw there.
I shook my head, more vehemently than I'd wanted to. We need to be careful. Sneaky, slow, and careful. Our best bet is not to arouse attention. Constant movement, like us walking single file in full sight right by the trees, will look like a homing beacon to them. Corey wasn't quite convinced.
You sure?
I shrugged. Do you see any of them doing that? His silence felt more pregnant than it had a right to. Clearly, we all agreed on that. Dharma squinted against the last rays of the sun as it was setting in the west.
They'll probably be as blinded by that as we are. We use that distraction to get between the wrecks, and then it's slow going, one by one, until we get to where there are few enough cars that we can get them out of the thick of it. Pretty much.
Osprey didn't sound happy about it, but was clearly in agreement. There was just one thing wrong with that idea. Why the fuck would we stay on the interstate for a second longer than we had to? I was just about to mention that when I realized that there was something wrong about the view in front of us, something that kept bothering me, and from how Osprey kept scanning the lanes of the highway, I wasn't the only one who'd noticed. The closer side, outbound, from the direction of Charlotte, if you will, were bumper to bumper full of cars, the only free spaces left around wrecks that must have occurred early enough that traffic had still been flowing around them. It didn't look pretty, but about as I'd expected. But what was weird was the other side. It was almost empty, with the scant few vehicles that were in sight clustered to our left toward the destroyed bridge. And as I kept looking in that direction, my heart sank. Right there was the overpass that we'd initially meant to use to cross the interstate, now reduced to blocks of rubble. That had clearly been bombed, leaving a handful of craters around where concrete had smashed down into the cars as well. But those weren't the only craters, and most of them were smaller, peppering the empty lanes, but even more so the opposite shoulder of the interstate. "What's up with that?" I asked, not expecting anyone to have a good answer. Surprisingly, Osprey spoke up after looking over there some more.
Mines. Those are exploded mines.
It took a few moments for what he was implying to really sink in. Seriously? They mined the side of the road to keep people from fleeing?
That over there, almost buried by the collapsed overpass, must have been the checkpoint.
He nodded at the couple of vehicles.
One of them has a warning sign that it carries explosives. My guess? Too many people that should have been brought into the quarantine camp thought they could just drive off or walk if need be. Someone got a brilliant idea how to keep them from doing that.
Everything inside of me wanted to protest, but instead my attention kept snatching to that area. There was debris left there, at the outermost borders of some of those blast zones. Burnt rags and charred bones. The very idea that some might have been fleeing people getting blown up was revolting. That later, it must have been the zombies that triggered the mines and got blown up just the same, was kind of comical, if only for a second. Too bad they seemed to have learned from what happened to their brethren. From what I could tell, virtually all the signs of their kills were on our side of the highway. If crossing the grass there would kill us, and walking along the free lanes left us too exposed, there weren't that many options left for us to pursue. Add to that the fact that the mob was coming after us, thus cutting off yet another direction. What was left was that maze of car wrecks. When I muttered as much, all Osprey had for me was a brief nod. Awesome. Not. But then what else was new? Xander finally pointed out what nobody had wanted to address so far.
And what if one of us gets attacked?
Osprey considered for only a moment.
We split up in teams again. Liam and Corey, Dharma and Kas, and you come with Callie and me. As a team, we try to have each other's back, but each team has to fend for itself. If you have to, run into the forest as a last resort.
He stopped when he caught me shaking my head again. Lock yourself in a car if you can, I suggested. I'm not sure they've learned how to open doors yet.
Or trunks,
Liam threw in.
Or the back of a truck,
Xander offered last, his grin letting us know he was joking.
Actually,
Osprey mused, trailing off as he scanned the interstate going west.
That might just be our best bet if that's one hell of a living minefield down there. There aren't a lot of trucks around, but we can only see for a mile until that bend over there. Maybe we'll find something suitable.
He thought some more.
That's what we do. We sneak through that until it gets too dark to be safe. Or if we still haven't aroused any attention, until we get too tired. If we happen to find a suitable truck to lock ourselves in, we do that. Everyone on board with that?
One after the other, we nodded our agreement. Osprey was about to turn back when I remembered one possibly vital detail. If you pick up a tail, that doesn't necessarily mean they will attack. Kas and I once had a zombie in pink pants tail us, but she never attacked. It was as if she was happy to have found someone she could follow. I'm not saying it has to be like that, because most others came straight for me once they realized I was food. But it might be something that the sneaky ones do. Guess what I'm saying is, don't attack if they seem docile enough. But you can attack and kill them and hope more aggressive ones will use that opportunity for free food rather than follow us instead. It was Kas who looked borderline ill at the mention of creating a buffet for a distraction. None of the others disagreed. Dharma even gave me a brief thumbs up. Yeah, I was definitely running with the right crowd if it was us women who were the violent warmongers.
Stealth first, for as long as we can manage,
Osprey said as a last reminder.
Dharma, Kas, you're first. We'll take the rear.
I held my breath as I watched the two of them hasten out of the cover of the trees and toward the closest wrecks, half bent over in a low crouch. It only took them 10 seconds or so, but that still felt endless. My body tensed, dreading that I'd have to watch as my friends got tackled, taken down, and rent to shreds. Dharma reached a dark red limousine first, Kas immediately ducking behind it after her. 2 seconds later, they were out of sight, with barely a rustle of grass to be heard. Then, nothing. Osprey kept glancing at his watch while the rest of us listened and looked, but everything remained quiet. When I figured about 1 minute had passed, he signaled for Liam and Corey to get going. They aimed for a different car, but the outcome was the same. They moved with barely a sound and were gone in moments. Waiting felt endless. Finally, it was our time. I fully expected Osprey to take the lead, but instead he tapped me on the shoulder and jerked his chin toward the interstate, so I went first. Even with 2 instances of the maneuver working just fine, stepping out of the relative cover of the forest was harrowing. The cooler evening air hit my sweat-soaked body. What would normally have been relaxing, now raising hairs all across my skin. The wind carried the stench of decay, and it got immediately worse as I squeezed myself around the back of a blue pickup truck. Why became obvious as I felt what I stepped on give ever so slightly. I'd stepped on blood-soaked and now desiccated rags, small bits of bone like gravel under the dark material. Between the long blades of grass, there were the telltale remains of gore I had gotten all too familiar with everywhere. As gruesome as that was, it was also a slight relief. Just maybe the stench was mostly coming from what had happened here before, not from an army of the undead lying in wait for us. I didn't quite buy it, but anything that gave us a better chance of survival was welcome. Stopping on the other side of the car, I took a moment to orient myself and look for movement. I thought I caught something up ahead, but couldn't be sure. Likely that had been one of ours. With nothing close triggering my senses, I slowly worked my way down the shoulder of the road onto the asphalt, figuring that if I had to run, I'd have a better chance there than in the grass where I'd probably break an ankle in under a minute. When I stopped the next time, I also looked back long enough to catch both Xander and Osprey following me, roughly taking the route I'd gone. Everything remained quiet, so I took a deep breath, almost coughing because of the cloying stench I inhaled, and moved on. Passing by the cars, it was impossible not to jump to conclusions about what must have happened here. With the cars that had open doors, debris strewn everywhere around them, it was easier. Those almost always looked like the owners had fled, or simply given up their vehicle and took their chances on foot. With some of the innermost cars, and closest to the destroyed bridge, it absolutely looked like that had happened. Often there were vehicles forever crashed into each other around them, making it obvious that this vehicle would never go anywhere again. A lot of those cars had open doors or windows, and someone, or rather something, had gotten inside after they'd been abandoned. Then I got to the first car that, on the outside, looked just the same, only that the previously light interior, seats and roof alike, were downright painted in dried blood. I knew I shouldn't, but I just had to take a closer look. Not into the back seat, because the very presence of 2 booster seats already freaked me out, but in the front passenger seat, I could see that the seat belt had never been opened. And yes, there was a wrenched-off lower leg lying in the footwell, a sandal still attached. She'd painted her nails an electric purple once. So much for wanting to eat dinner anytime soon. The leftovers of carnage on the asphalt lessened, but more and more cars had signs of struggle and gore in them. Most of them were also real wrecks, so I told myself that just maybe the people had been killed on impact, or had to be left behind because they'd been too injured for anyone to come help them. That a lot of the rags and bones were close by, right where something might have dragged the body out to eat it, helped support that theory. I just forced my gaze away from one such heap when I noticed movement parallel to me. When I hurriedly checked on Xander behind me, I caught several figures duck and weave between the cars. Not like us, with a lot of checking and pausing and checking again before moving on, but more continuous, stealthy motions. We'd clearly acquired a tail, but they weren't poised to attack us just yet. After what felt like a small eternity, but was likely closer to 3/4 of an hour, I finally reached the soft bend in the road that had been the farthest of the interstate that we'd been able to glimpse from our last stop together in the trees. Daylight was fading quickly, and maybe it was just my imagination, but I thought our tail had about halved itself. There were no bodies left in the cars, or on the road beside them, but as the stench confirmed, there must have been plenty of parts underneath, stashed for later consumption. I hoped those lurkers had stumbled on a morsel and decided that eating that now was better than pursuing us, who might still get away and leave them hungry. That, and just maybe eon-old instincts told them to find a place to hunker down for the night, because nighttime was not when we humans could consider ourselves apex predators. As if on cue, something screamed in the nearby forest. Not a human scream. It almost sounded like an elk bugle, only that I doubted any of them were in heat right now, or much in the mood considering the current circumstances. Nature will find a way, but not like that. It definitely sounded like an animal. And, while scary as fuck, it was better than a more human articulation. That got obvious when, only moments later, several throats picked it up all across both directions of the interstate, quickly increasing both in volume and number of screamers. I froze, my panic jumping into overdrive. Every single cell in my body screamed for me to run, the fear that gripped me so primal that it was almost impossible to rein in. Behind me, I heard steps, then caught Xander hurtling past me. A different kind of instinct kicked in. Before he could get more than a couple of steps ahead, I sprang up and tackled him, rolling us both toward the nearest vehicle. It ended up being a rather large SUV, high enough that we ended up underneath it, but not without my right shoulder bearing the brunt of it. Biting down hard on my tongue to keep from screaming in pain, I tightened my fingers where I was still gripping Xander, hoping to bring him to his senses this way, or if not that, to keep him with me underneath the car. I must have been too quick with my actions, or else he really didn't appreciate my attempt at saving him. His elbow came crashing down against my already hurt shoulder, making me gasp in pain and let go. By the time I got a damper on the agony, he'd scrambled out from underneath the car, the receding slap of his soles on the asphalt letting me know he was off and running. Me and every fucking undead lying in wait for just such an opportunity. Cursing low under my breath, I rolled out from underneath the car, but on the opposite side of where Xander had taken off. Careful to stay low, I looked around, listening as I was scanning my surroundings in the failing light. There, Xander was easily identifiable, running full out now, upright, tall enough to be easily visible from all sides, since most of the cars were small ones. Just as I was about to look away, I saw a single figure rear up in front of him, and from one moment to the next, they were both gone. Bracing myself, I waited for the telltale, wet, tearing sounds to set in any moment now, my throat tight with trepidation. None of that happened, but that was only so much of a relief. Maybe they were waiting to take down a few more bodies for a larger buffet? Much farther ahead, a good 200 yards, I thought I saw Kas straighten for a moment, but he was gone a second later. Directly around me, nothing moved, but as I looked back, the lurkers were moving faster now, still low, but with less weaving between cars. There was more room now to move in straight lines, and they quickly aimed for where Xander had disappeared. A low, chuffing sound coming from diagonally ahead of me made me pause, then duck around the next car to get into line of sight with where that had come from. True enough, I found Osprey hunkering down there, his bat already in a two-handed grip, impatiently waiting for me. Casting caution to the wind, I ran forward to join him. As soon as I drew close, he was up and moving, aiming forward. But for the lurkers instead of Xander. I got why. My very own oh-so-brilliant strategy. Kill the lurkers as a distraction. Too bad that I counted 9 of them, and there were only 2 of us. I guessed this was what it meant to be part of a team. I looked back only once, long enough to check that no more lurkers were coming for us in our immediate vicinity. I noticed a lot farther back, maybe even roused by our passing, but none of them looked aggressive or about to join in the fun. Smart cookies, ready to hang back until all that was left was to pick up the literal pieces left by the others. With a last and damn loud sprint, Osprey caught up to the lurkers, bat swinging. With a maneuver that would have made any piñata aficionado proud, he brought the bat down on the last lurker's skull, perfectly caving it in. The body dropped, likely not even realizing that something had come for him, let alone how. The 2 lurkers just ahead noticed, coming to a skittering halt. The others went right on. Panting, I was coming close, trying to decide which one to aim for. Osprey made a widely gesturing swing with his bat as he barreled down on those 2. He was signaling me to run by them and go for the next, I realized. Because it was much easier to follow orders than to think, I did exactly that, giving them a wide enough berth that they ignored me as they turned on Osprey. And then it was just me and the 7 lurkers still surging forward. The first would reach that spot where Xander had disappeared any moment now. I estimated I could get to the last straggler around that time. Left to my own devices, I never would have been stupid enough to go on the offense, but my mind was already locked into that track, so that was exactly what I did. Imitating Osprey, I focused my strength into one last spurt that let me catch up to the zombie and brought my bat around, going for momentum over precision and muscle power. I missed the back of the skull, instead smashing the bat into his temple. The zombie staggered. Too fast to sidestep, I slammed right into his back, losing my footing. We came crashing down, him trying to catch himself against the side of the hood of the nearest car. I fell to the road next to him, the impact painful on my knee, but thankfully not driving the remaining air out of my lungs. Coming to my feet, I looked around quickly, finding the zombie partly upright, but clearly dazed. Ahead, 3 of the lurkers had halted, their attention now split between what was happening ahead of them and looking back. One immediately decided the new juicy target was best and came for me, the others lagging somewhat behind. I had a moment to get into a good defensive stance, so that was what I did. When the zombie came jumping for me, I even managed to sidestep her assault in what I was sure looked like a truly comical stunt. She crashed into the back of the car where the first zombie still weaved this way and that, too dazed to take more than a step. The resulting crash sounded louder than 1,000,000 gunshots, spurring on the other 2 zombies that had almost reached me. My instincts were still screaming for me to run. I really would have loved to get the chance to check back with Osprey and see what went on up ahead, but I was out of time. I was sure that simply stepping aside wouldn't work a second time. So rather than get ready for the zombies to slam into me, I sprang toward the female that had jumped me, aiming for her head. The bat buried itself in her face, loud, wet, and gruesome. Using the momentum of that swing, I let myself be carried forward, partly turning toward the 2 running zombies. That way, I collided sideways with the dazed one, body checking it to the ground. Then they both slammed into me, pushing me onto the hood of the car while my legs got trapped between us. I tried to smash the first one's head before that happened, but this time I was too slow. Thankfully, that still meant my bat was up and between me and the snapping jaws that came from my face, or bent-over torso. I blindly swung the bat with exaggerated elbows out, hoping that any of that would hit. It did, probably hurting me more than my target. Something slammed into us sideways. The female zombie recovered. For a second, I was afraid I'd get trapped at the bottom of a huddle of undead. For a moment, the weight pressing against my legs lessened, letting me draw up my knees. I kicked as hard as I could, less to hurt the zombies and more to give my body momentum in the other direction. It worked, but that meant I slid sideways off the hood, with just enough time to roll onto my side before I hit the asphalt. That hurt so fucking much. My right side took the brunt, my already hurt shoulder exploding in agony. The grip of my right hand lessened, my fingers going slack around the bat. Immediately, I forced my left fist to close even tighter as to not lose my weapon. With the front of the car partly obscuring my vision, I still saw the 3 zombie tangle looming over me, momentarily only hindered by the fact that they were all trying to get to me right across the car. That was time enough for me to grit my teeth and roll over, the bump of my pack almost getting me stuck like a beetle trapped on its back. One more flash of pain and I was up, shifting the grip on the bat to accommodate for my non-dominant hand having to do the hard work now. The female somehow managed to drag herself onto the hood and thus free from the tangle. The last zombie to join the huddle got the idea to step back and get around the unbeatable obstacle of its undead brethren. They came at me at the same time. Sadly, not about to slam into each other yet again. That only worked in comics. But their move was so obvious that it left me a second to decide who to focus on. I went for the female, since she was the most aggressive one, and I'd already caved in part of her face. Swinging the bat for all I was worth, I aimed for her temple. This time, when the bat connected, it did so with the full force of my waning strength, and likely aided by the fact that she was still squinting into the dying light, while I had my illuminated target right in front of me. She went down, halfway between pushing off the hood and coming for me, landing with a loud, satisfying thud. Then the second zombie slammed into me. I let momentum carry me, going with the flow. It was still sheer luck that let me roll rather than crash. He was still on me, but not before I got my legs between us and kicked. My already aching ankle exploded in pain as I kicked the zombie's knee, but it was worth it when he staggered as he came down. Rather than ending up on me, he hit the road beside me. Rolling to my feet, I brought down the bat on the back of his head as he was trying to scramble up, either outright killing him or at least dazing him. Either way, it was enough to let me get up and look around, finding the last zombie still standing beside the car, staring at me. While my attention never wavered, he looked at me, then the downed female, then the downed male I was standing over, and then even the dead-for-sure one next to the car. I wished for a moment that I could reason with them. There were 3 sure kills for him, all due to yours truly. If that thing had any intelligence left, it should have taken the obvious choice and feasted on them rather than come for me. Maybe even finish off the other 2 while I backed away slowly. Sadly, that wasn't how our world worked. And yet, just as I got ready for my next fight, it turned around and fell on the dead one by the car, mercifully out of sight. It wasn't curiosity that made me step to the side until I could see it, or rather the open space behind it where Osprey had picked his fight. All I could see were 3 heaps on the ground, unmoving. None of them had a pack or a shock of auburn hair that would have looked dark brown in the gloom. Ducking what felt way too late, I looked around after a last assuring glance at my zombies. Yep, the one was still feasting, the other 2 not moving. I could have wasted the time to finish them off for good, but there was little sense to that. If they managed to rouse once more, I figured they'd had enough fighting for the night and would instead turn to eating. Or get eaten. I tried to find the space where Xander had gone down, but in the scuffle of the fight I'd lost it. There were no hulking shapes upright anywhere to point the way either. Straining my ears, I tried to orient myself thusly, but the wet tearing of the nearby feeding was too loud and distracting. With a sinking feeling, I realized that there was nothing I could do for Xander now. Realistically, in the time it had taken me to resolve this fight, he was either dead, had gotten away, or Osprey had come to the rescue, or mercy killing. Shit. With just Kas and me, there had been little need to waste any thoughts on that. If a zombie took one of us down, we were likely dead before the other had a chance to do anything about that, and then it was 100% sole survivor mode. Likely for Kas, since from the very beginning, I'd had a knack for getting in the thick of the fray, while Kas had ended up smart, or lucky, enough to keep out of it. But now with 7 of us, there was a chance that someone might come quickly enough to the rescue to prevent the worst from happening and ensure survival, if you could call it that. Because I sure as hell didn't consider it surviving to be badly injured with the certainty of infection and soon conversion glaring me in the face. I hesitated for another moment before I forced myself into a ducking run, quickly skipping a few cars sideways to be out of sight of the surviving zombie. Then I oriented myself, and after a last, long listen that came up blank, went into the only direction that made sense. Forward. Ever forward. Chapter 9. I had 3 options now. 1, find a car to sleep in and try to find the others in the morning. 2, try to get off the interstate, which hopefully involved not getting eaten by zombies or wild animals or blown up by the mines. 3, continue on between the ever more interspersed cars. As it was, I couldn't say which I preferred. I dreaded where this was headed. I had just enough of a sense for where I was versus where the Enclave was located that I likely had a better chance to deliberately run into the militia and try my luck with the neighborhood assholes than to get back home. I definitely knew the interstate, so there was little chance of getting lost, which made me favor options 1 and 3, as problematic as they were. A sudden explosion coming from a mile behind me put an end to some of my guesswork. The mob had found us. And yes, those had for sure been craters left behind by exploded mines. Craning my neck, I tried to get a better idea of what was happening behind me, but that was easier said than done. Night was falling quickly, with my eyes still somewhat accustomed to the receding light ahead of me that meant all I could make out were black shapes, except for where another zombie lumbered onto a mine. The sudden flash of light caused by the explosion, leaving starburst afterimages branded onto my retinas. It had been brief, but just enough to let me realize it wasn't just a few forerunners that had traipsed onto the interstate and somehow had gotten lost across the closed-off lanes. No, that had been a seething mass of bodies that I'd seen, if only for a fraction of a second. Another mine went off, and then 2 more. Something caught on fire, letting me see a little more in the immediate vicinity. Nothing as dramatic as an entire zombie on fire, probably just some debris or rags. It was enough to let my overactive imagination catch on to what I feared was actually going on. Movement. A lot of movement, heading steadily in our direction. I doubted they could see me, but even so, it wouldn't help me one bit when they caught up to me. And they were going a lot faster than I'd expected, walking at what translated into a brisk pace. Shit. So much for hiding in a car or finding a truck. It was either off the interstate or counting down the minutes until they would reach me. My first impulse was to whip around and start running, which would likely just accomplish one thing, getting myself killed, like Xander. Possibly. If that was the mob, there was a good chance that the forerunners were already close enough that they would see me and absolutely hunt me down. I knew that, and still it was so damn hard not to blindly take off. Something dinged against the car right by my shoulder, making me jump. It happened again. Something struck my upper arm. Quickly casting around, it only took me a moment to find the source. Osprey dropped the hand that had been ready to fling an entire volley of gravel in my direction. Exactly what he'd been doing in the trailer park when we'd first met. Elation flashed through me as I ducked and quickly made my way over to where he was crouching. In that short time, 3 more mines went off, sounding like they were already closer to our position than the first ones. The waning light was just strong enough that I caught what could only be blood smears. One along Osprey's chin, the other, much more substantial one, like a handprint around his upper arm. He ignored my questioning look, already moving alongside the vehicle and disappearing around the bumper. I followed, feeling my stomach seize up when I realized he was heading straight for the grass strip separating the lanes of the highway. Kas was suddenly there, falling in beside me. One more vehicle, and we found the others forming a huddle on the ground. Before I got visual confirmation, let alone a verbal explanation from anyone, I caught the scent of what was going on. Blood. Xander was still alive, but badly wounded, and judging from the looks of worry on their faces, it wasn't looking good. As soon as we caught up with them, Dharma and Corey bent down, heaving Xander back onto his feet. The motion was enough to send a veritable wave of metallic scent toward me, making me want to recoil. Another mine went off, then several more in such quick succession that it was hard to tell them apart. I knew it was impossible, but it was as if I could already feel the shock waves. Osprey extended one hand, gesturing at the grass beyond the other side of the interstate, the southern side, where we'd initially wanted to go before we'd learned about the mines. The trio started forward, Dharma and Corey pretty much having to drag Xander along. A suppressed groan came from him, making it obvious that he wasn't just severely hampered, but also in quite a lot of pain. Turning to Osprey, my mouth was already open in protest, but his vehement shake of the head made me shut up. The intense glare he sent me spoke volumes. Yes, we were all aware of the mines, but what else could we do? With the woods to the north likely already swarming with yet more of the mob forerunners, we had to chance it. I couldn't help it. Without even deliberately doing it, I fell in behind the trio, my subconscious more calculating than my mind was comfortable with. Kaz followed right behind me, and Liam wasn't straying much to the side either. With a grunt that sounded as frustrated as it was angry, Osprey ran past us all, overtaking the trio and setting out ahead. He glanced back, gesturing in a wide arc with his bat. Right, we should be testing the way for them, not the other way round. It took a tremendous amount of willpower to hasten my steps and veer off the literally beaten track, my imagination swarming with the clicking sounds of activating mines, the dark ground underneath my feet full of felt triggers that gave way. I reached the other lanes a second ahead of the trio, grass changing to asphalt under my feet. I knew that there was a good chance that there were no mines directly in front of us. Those the zombies had tread on had likely been hidden under some debris, and I was clever enough to avoid what littered the ground in front of me. But then there was the shoulder on the other side, the grass churned with tire tracks between the handful of broken-down vehicles that had been left here. There could have been an entire arsenal buried there easily, and we had no way of knowing if that was the case. I tried to stay focused on the way ahead, but inevitably my attention was dragged to my far left, back the way we had come. I could see the mob squeezing between the vehicles on one side, running free on the other. Our side, now, only half a mile or so away. More and more switched to the empty lanes, faster than the explosions could take them out. Already they had spilled onto the grass as well. The mines killed even more there, but to no avail. They were coming, and if they weren't completely blind, they must have seen us, lumbering perpendicular to their stream. Fear of getting blown up was quickly superseded by the panic of what would happen once that avalanche of bodies swept us up in their course. Behind me, I heard Dharma curse under her breath, her voice pressed with exertion. As I looked back, the trio halted, giving Xander a moment to catch his breath while Dharma and Liam swapped places. She cast a single look down the interstate at what was coming for us before she started running, whipping right past me and onto the shoulder, quickly catching up to Osprey. Taking heart, I followed her, throwing all caution to the wind. Given the choice, I'd much rather get blown up than torn to shreds. Only one guaranteed a quick, hopefully painless end. My feet hit grass again. 2 steps and my toes hit something hard. Fear slammed into me like a freight train, making me tense in painful anticipation. But nothing happened, except me stumbling over some small hidden obstacle, probably a can of food or something similarly threatening. Osprey was suddenly there, gesturing for me to go on while he waited, ready to relieve Corey. I was only too happy to follow that order, but guilt was heavy on my mind. That changed around 30 seconds later when I was wheezing and panting, falling back from where Dharma was surging ahead into the darkness and Xander's pained gasps were catching up to me. I did my best to keep my breathing low, but finally gave up when my entire vision was dancing with bright spots as hypoxia set in. All I could do was fight on and hope like hell it wasn't my lungs that got us eaten in the end. Howls and screams sounded in the night, eerily coming from all directions, not just the interstate. Suddenly, something came right at me from out of the grass, barreling into me with enough force to knock me clean off my feet. Unlike the zombies we'd encountered so far, it was much lighter and smaller, but equally ferocious. My mind was still grappling with the concept, while my body went into full-on defense mode, and not a moment too late. Tiny jaws snapped shut inches away from my face. For possibly the first time in my life, I had one advantage. Reach. Holy fuck! That was a zombie child! Pinned on my back, with high grass obscuring my vision and taking away what little light there still was in the sky. I couldn't say for sure, but I got the feeling that they were everywhere all of a sudden. Another growl coming from the thing that was currently fighting against my grip on its tiny shoulders got me focusing on it again. Right. Even if they were small, and thus relatively less dangerous than the tall, beefy, strong ones, they were still a menace. I dropped my bat when I went down, so fighting with my bare hands it was. I knew stunning it was probably for the best, but I couldn't bring myself to punch it in its little head. Besides, it was squirming so much that even considering letting go with one hand meant it almost got through my defenses. Nope, a kick it was. A kick that wasn't even that hard and not that well aimed, and still got that little thing flying off me and into the grass, immediately lost from sight. For a second, I remained lying there, finally able to catch my breath somewhat. What the everlasting fuck had I just seen and touched and, well, successfully kicked into oblivion? We'd seen corpses of children before, in cars, around cars, in that blasted church that Kaz and I never should have gotten close to near the shore of Lake Norman. I couldn't say why, but I'd somehow made my peace with the idea that because they were small and weak, they must have died quickly and never turned. And even if they had turned, they would have been like the slow, stupid zombies. Easy prey, quickly picked off. Clearly I had been wrong. Obviously, that had all been wishful thinking. Sitting up, I tried to get a good feel for the situation, but immediately realized that was impossible. It was too dark, the grass was too high, our group had gotten spread out across too much ground again, and we were caught in the thick of the pint-sized zombie fray. Scrambling onto my feet, I did my best to orient myself. There was the interstate, still easy to make out because it was right in the open, and back down by the checkpoint, the mines were still going off, if only a handful every minute now. So, facing away from that, the forest we had been heading for should have been looming ahead, which it was. I even thought I saw someone, a much larger, taller someone, disappear into the murk of the trees just as I was looking. In my immediate vicinity, the grass was waving gently in the wind, but farther out there was more erratic movement, spiking my pulse once more. I tried to check on where my tiny assailant had ended up, but that was impossible. I had a feeling that even if I could have pinned down where it had landed, I wouldn't find it there any longer. And unlike with the adult ones, it was so much easier to see that thing as an it. Else, I doubted my mind would have been able to cling to my sanity, whatever was left of that. Taking a tentative step forward, I immediately staggered and lost my footing, coming down hard on my left knee, and found my bat as I tried to see what I had stumbled over. Feeling a tiny bit more confident now that I was armed again, I started toward the forest once more. For 3 steps, that worked well. Then the next small, undead bundle of rage came at me, flinging itself out of the grass and in my general direction. With my mind still stunned from what was going on, instinct took over, and I managed to slam my bat into the arc of momentum it had going on toward me, actually batting it away and back into the tall grass. My triumph, stunted as it was because I was still very much aware of what I had just done, was short-lived. As soon as one disappeared, the next zombie launched itself at me with one of those high-pitched, eerie yips. I ducked and rolled, letting my momentum carry me forward. It didn't follow, although I could still make out its shape where it ended up crouching in the grass. Shit. Had they jumped me simply because I had stood out tall, silhouetted against the last light in the sky? I had no patience to wonder about that theory, and with the others seemingly far ahead of me once more, also no time. So rather than get up and run, I did my best to stay in a crouch, then even went down to my hands and knees to crawl. My bat I wedged between my pack and my shoulder, needing both hands to keep myself balanced and moving forward. Twice more they growled at me, but none tried to jump me again. Slowly but surely, I left them behind, their eerie yips growing more distant by the minute. Wet grass turned to bare ground, my fingers scrambling over the rough bark of a huge tree root. Ahead, utter darkness loomed, but compared to what I had just escaped, that was almost comforting. Then I caught the scent of blood, immediately making my skin crawl. But no, that was the sound of pressed panting. Whatever kept them animated, zombies didn't pant. "Xander," I whispered, then repeated myself a little louder, or as loud as I dared. The panting halted and was quickly followed by a low moan. "Over here." Not Xander's voice, but Liam's, I thought, quickly rising into a crouch so I could get there faster. I found not just the two of them, but the entire group, sitting and hunkering down a couple feet into the underbrush. I realized I hadn't been lagging that far behind. Kas was still breathing heavily, clearly having only just caught up himself. Dharma seemed to be busy bandaging Xander's wounds while Osprey took stock of the situation.
"Kid zombies, huh?"
Corey muttered, his voice shaking with the last dregs of fear and lingering revulsion.
"This keeps getting better and better."
Osprey silenced him with a harsh, shushing sound. Nobody else tried to speak up after that.
"You ready to move?"
Osprey asked, probably Xander, since he was the one injured. I hadn't had time to ask if anyone else had gotten seriously hurt, but he clearly was.
"Leave me," Xander pressed out. "Spare yourself the BS we all know is about to start. I'll give you a 10-minute head start. Then I start shouting. I'm sure those little buggers will finish me off in no time."
The meaning of his words slowly sunk in, making my throat tighten with sudden understanding. "Don't get bitten," Dharma had joked. All that blood I could still smell, like a metallic breeze in the air, very likely caused by bites. Zombie bites. Fuck.
"No can do, asshole,"
Osprey muttered, stubbornness making his voice hard.
"Here, let me give you a hand. I'm not done yet with your whiny ass."
I heard more than saw them get up, two more solid shapes in what was already damn close to utter darkness.
"I think there's a trail ahead."
Dharma's voice came from several feet deeper into the woods, where, as I kept staring, the darkness wasn't quite that deep after all.
"Probably leads to a farm or a barn."
A grunt came from Osprey, quickly followed by Xander holding his breath in a pained gasp. But they were up and moving, so that was the least I could do myself.
"Dharma, Callie, scout ahead. The rest of you stay close. If they follow us, you need to keep them off Xander and me."
For the next 10 minutes, every time a branch broke as someone stepped on it, every time leaves rustled in the wind, I was sure that the undead would descend on us and this time finish us off for good. None of that happened. Instead, we found the trail, a small paved access road, partly obscured by mud, but easy to follow since it broke the otherwise thick canopy of the trees overhead. We followed it for just under a mile before the trees thinned, bringing us back out onto yet more grass. On the other side of the road, there was some kind of crop field, impossible to identify in the dark. And up ahead were two small clusters of buildings, just like the one where we had left our cars. Two farms without buildings, hopefully abandoned. When we got close, Osprey handed Xander off to Kas and Liam, and joined the rest of us in checking up on the closest of the houses. It was empty, as our thorough, if bone-weary check confirmed. While Dharma and I set to hunting for food and bed sheets we could turn into bandages, with flashlights held between our teeth, the others went to fetch Xander. As we brought him into the surprisingly large bathroom, the only room in the house without windows where we could keep the flashlights on and not send a beacon into the night that would bring down the undead of the entire county, I got a first look at his wounds. No wonder I could smell the blood on him. Xander was covered in bite marks. neck, wrists up to his shoulders since he had somehow lost his jacket in the struggle. There were more, the dark fabric of his shirt not just stained with sweat. His skin was pale and clammy, sweaty all over. His eyes were wide, his pupils not quite retracting in the light as they should. Too weak to keep upright on his own, he sagged against the side of the tub as Kas and Osprey let him down gently. It was quite obvious that he was dying, and I wasn't sure if it was the bacteria killing him or simply the severity of his wounds. And yet, judging from the nervous glances that Dharma, Liam, and Corey shared, I realized their concern wasn't just for their friend being in pain. I had a feeling this was going to be one very long and very uncomfortable night. I wasn't wrong. Osprey tried to do what he could, but Xander quickly lost coherence and soon after full consciousness. We tried to patch him up, then aimed to keep him comfortable, but from his labored breathing it was obvious that we were doing a shit job at both. Somewhere close to midnight, Osprey sent us out. Dharma and Kas tried to hang back, but when she realized that there was nothing more she could do, Dharma pulled Kas along, slowly closing the door behind her. The five of us lingered in the hallway, listening. There was no shout of pain, not even a gasp in the end, just uncomfortable, heavy silence. 10 minutes later, the door opened, Osprey stepping out, his motions slow and dragging. His hands were clean, freshly washed, cleaned up from when he'd used his knife. Using his hands to strangle Xander would have been a slow, worse death. Xander's body lay rolled over on its side, covered with one of the sheets we hadn't yet torn to shreds. In several spots, blood was still soaking through. The others turned away, ready to withdraw into the den where we would crash until morning, dragging extra mattresses in from the bedrooms. I didn't know exactly why I lingered, a different kind of fear crawling up my spine. My doubt must have been quite obvious since Osprey halted beside me, turning his head to look down on me, but not far enough back to glance at our dead friend.
I sliced up his jugular, then made sure I also severed his spine. They generally don't reanimate when the connection to the brain isn't intact anymore. And even if that's just the head now, can't do much damage attached to a quadriplegic body. In the faint light of the flashlight in his hand, currently trained on the floor, I caught his grimace.
Don't worry, you're safe.
I knew he was right, and part of me was glad for the explanation and the reassurance, but the situation was too goddamn awful to appreciate it. I didn't say anything, and clearly he didn't expect me to, walking with lurching, dragging steps into the den. Reaching for the door, I closed it with as much care and reverence as I could muster. It wasn't much, I had to admit. At least the exhaustion numbed my emotional pain somewhat, making the moment bearable. I knew it was grief that made me cynical, but just then I couldn't bring myself to believe in strength in numbers. Turns out the zombie apocalypse sucks whether you're all on your own, trying to make it with a wingman, or getting to watch one of your new friends die. Who would have thunk it? Chapter 10. We set up watches throughout the night after listlessly munching on what provisions we found in the house, leaving rice and beans to soak overnight in water to take with us in the morning. I slept like shit, tossing and turning for half of the night, and startling awake from nightmares several times. It hadn't been the first time I'd had to watch someone die, or close enough, and my subconscious was all too happy to present me with a best-of reel, interspersed with the recent usual, plus zombie kids on top of that. By the time Osprey gently shook my shoulder, I was glad I could call this farce of a rest over. He didn't take my spot on the sofa, but remained awake, retreating to his previous place by the window. I washed my face with lukewarm water that did nothing to wake me up, nor disperse the ghosts still haunting me before I joined him. You know, if you don't go back to sleep, I might just crash for another hour, I whispered told him, careful to keep my voice low as not to wake the others. In what little light seeped in through the window, I caught the sarcastic slant of Osprey's mouth. It was a wan imitation of his usual lopsided grin.
If you call that sleeping, be my guest. You're fooling no one.
It didn't come as much of a surprise that I hadn't been the only one having issues. Kas seemed to be sleeping well, but then that had been the case through most of our week fighting to get from Charlotte to the Enclave. Corey had a snoring problem, but this night that had only been evident at times, the room falling quiet all too often. Since you know so much about that, right back at ya. Osprey didn't protest and simply stared into the quiet night. Some time passed, easily 20 minutes or so. I stared outside, watching the quality of the light change slowly to that early gray of morning that was heavy rather than relaxing before early dawn would light up the sky. It suited my mood all too well. What didn't help was the quiet, becoming more oppressive by the minute. Rather than keep my solitary watch on the other side of the room, I went to join Osprey once more. He didn't even try to tell me I was neglecting my duty. Everything was quiet, and unless something was sneaking toward the house from the back, we would see it from here. I didn't want to be a complete asshole, but the question was burning in my mind whether Osprey agreed with me that ditching the cars had been a bad idea. Not in general, but as things had turned out, maybe Xander would still be alive if he hadn't gotten caught out in the open on the interstate. Then again, we would never have gotten to said interstate, let alone been able to cross it in the cars, and might have ended up wrecking them both and killing us all driving over the mines. It was probably for the best if I didn't bring up that point. Since there was something else to talk about hanging like a dark cloud over us all, I went for that instead. This is not the first time some of you got infected. I more stated than asked, since the answer was obvious. Osprey took a long time to reply, refusing to glance my way.
Nope. He wasn't even the first this week.
He fell silent, but eventually explained.
It was worse in the first week. Not just because we hadn't yet dug in at the mine and we hadn't cleared out what's now our perimeter. People just didn't know.
That much I could understand. Waking up in the triage station hadn't been much different, and the added brain fog hadn't helped. Even now, I still wasn't feeling 100% myself, although, just like my lungs, that had gotten better with each passing day. So whatever's turning people into monsters is in their saliva? It sounded like the most plausible theory, since I had gotten plenty of gore into scrapes all over, and yet I wasn't particularly hungering for brains. Osprey gave a shrug that was part uncomfortable, part confused.
We don't exactly know yet, right?
When I didn't say anything, he glanced at my face, if only for a second.
I'm not saying that the scientist we picked up 2 days ago is wrong with her theory that it's anthrax. She seems mighty convinced, and I'm not disputing her expertise. But from what she said, and how she's going about the whole thing, makes it plain obvious that she has had little to do with live infections.
It was hard not to agree with that. She treated people like me and my friends back at the triage station. Since she's been with the militia for some time now, I presume she got evacuated from Charlotte before they started firebombing it. There's a good chance they gave her some bodies to dissect, or she read a protocol of someone doing that, but that was likely it. He inclined his head, agreeing.
From what I heard of her bitching to the colonel, they asked her to help treat the sick, but none of them got anything from the zombies.
When did that start, anyway? I vaguely remember I saw some weird shit happen the day we got sick, but I honestly can't remember much after that. When I woke up in the triage station again, whatever went down already happened. Osprey's shoulders tensed, probably with a whole smorgasbord of bad memories.
Nobody knows. Like everyone else, I can tell you about the first of them that I ran into, but that was the first that tried to chew my face off. With the more placid ones, it's sometimes hard to tell.
That confused me a little. Placid ones? You mean the weak ones? He nodded.
Not all of them are aggressive, or not all the time. Sorry to tell you that, but I haven't spent extensive time studying what exactly sets them off. But there are plenty around that mostly lurk, withdrawing when they hear us draw near. We'd had a couple turn on us when they got cornered when we busted down a door, but some would simply wander off if we left the doors open for them to escape.
He let out a mirthless laugh.
That shit sometimes freaks me out worse than the aggressive ones. Those are predictable, but the quiet ones, they just stare and walk off.
We didn't see many of those in Charlotte, I admitted. But guess it makes sense. They got eaten first if they weren't smart enough to hide. Which, in hindsight, a lot of them might have. Osprey was right in that aspect. While I'd been running for my life, I hadn't bothered with investigating what was going on with the zombies that hadn't come gunning for me. Thinking about that made a different question rise in my mind. Everyone who got sick, they all turned, right? That's why there are so many of them around now. I got another nod from him.
Far as we can tell, yeah. If they can find something else to eat, they don't automatically resort to cannibalism. Or that's what we've seen so far. From what you told us, it was different in the city.
Nothing else to eat there, I guess. Not for the first time. I wondered how many people had still been alive and hiding in their homes when the bombs had started dropping on Charlotte. Kas had made me believe many. Now I wasn't so sure about that anymore. There seemed to have been a real evacuation effort at first, at least to camps outside the city. Not that those had worked. It's all hard to believe that this happened, I muttered, more to myself than as a statement. It's all so fucking surreal.
No shit, Sherlock.
When I looked at him, Osprey snorted low under his breath.
Just saying it's been a little long for a nightmare we can still wake up from.
That was true, and it was a gift that kept on giving, as Xander's death had proven. So the bites are the issue. I got another shrug that could have meant anything.
Sure, but could be the mode of delivery as well. Turns out human chompers are surprisingly good at tearing into our fragile skin. They usually go for the big veins and arteries. I swear half of the victims we've had bled out before they could even turn sick. Those that don't immediately die do so after 6 hours or so. Guess that's how long whatever reprograms them takes. Don't ask me about the how or why. It's all one grand mystery to me.
I've heard of shit like that happening with animals. Insects, mostly. But that was all fungi. Osprey gave me a considering look that definitely made me uncomfortable. Probably shouldn't have said that.
Like what?
I shrugged, debating what to tell him. In the end, I went with the truth. It was stupid trivia I could have snapped up somewhere. There's this fungus, I think in the rainforest in South Africa, cordyceps. It infects and reprograms ants to crawl up to the best position where they then die and spread the spores to as many other ants as possible. And then there are the fungi that produce psilocybin, like magic mushrooms. One of them, although not what we use as shrooms, infects cicada larvae in the ground, turns their abdomen into a spore-producing machine or some shit. When they mature, it makes them mate with everything that moves, infecting other cicadas while they're, tripping. What a way to go. Osprey stared at me for several seconds. Yes, I definitely shouldn't have shared that last one.
My, aren't you full of useful trivia?
Was what he eventually said. His tone held not even a hint of teasing. Ouch. Well, you can't always win. That's me, I hedged. But as you already saw, I can swing a mean bat. His soft laugh took me somewhat aback. When I glanced at him, I saw that it was a real one. What's so funny? Osprey shrugged, turning back to study the gray world outside.
It's just that until you said that, I didn't think the zombie apocalypse could get any worse. Guess I stand corrected. We could have had trippin' rape zombies, too, I guess.
The very idea made me shudder. Yeah, that puts the kid zombies into perspective. When he didn't react, I asked, "Did you know about them before last night?" He shook his head.
Nope. But makes sense, right?
When I frowned, he explained.
They also got infected. They also died, converted. Then they were suddenly on the lowest rung of the hierarchy, right? Seeing as they don't seem to display any kind of social behavior. So they did what kids do best. They ran and hid, relying on stealth rather than raw power. On their own,
He laughed softly.
I guess they don't just die when they're on their own, like alive kids. But in a large horde like that mob, there always must be leftover scraps that they can scavenge. They just need to hide and wait. That's why it makes sense that we ran into them in the grass.
Where they could hide and move undetected by the strong ones that would eat them first.
Exactly.
And then we were stupid enough to run right into them. I only got a nod for that. Silence fell, both of us lost in uncomfortable thought. Between zombie sex cicadas and zombie kids, I had to admit I probably wasn't the best of conversationalists. Since we were already on uncomfortable topics, what are we going to do with the body now? Even though I had only known him for a little over 30 hours, it was painful to use Xander's name in this context. Osprey took a moment, probably less to think and more to compose himself. They'd clearly been good friends. For how long, I had no idea, and now wasn't the time to ask.
We bury him. Then we get some cars and try to make it to that damn power plant. If we run into larger obstacles, we abandon that plan and backtrack to the Enclave. We can always get the electric cars once the mob is gone.
You think they will linger in the area? I got another shrug.
Who knows? It's a first for me.
My experience in the city wasn't exactly applicable right now, so I remained silent. I hated to admit it, but I was starting to see why the government had decided to firebomb the city in the end. We couldn't say for sure, but the mob was maybe 30 to 40,000 strong, if I had to guess. Charlotte had had over 1 million citizens, even if only half had gotten infected, and a lot of zombies had died in the couple of days since mass conversion seemed to have happened. That still left hundreds of thousands of them. How much worse must it have gotten in the enormous cities like Los Angeles or New York City? And more importantly, where would all the undead from there go? Or would they stay, forever squatting in the subway tunnels and grand boulevards while they slowly decomposed and rotted away, forever stinking to hell and keeping what was left of humankind from reclaiming the cities? I knew we were a very long shot away from having to worry about that, but those thoughts didn't exactly leave me feeling uplifted and with a positive outlook toward the future. Then again, I still didn't know how this shit had started, and that was of much more pressing and immediate concern to me, since that part of the apocalypse was still going on and directly affecting me. I didn't want to stir up that anthill yet again, but not knowing was killing me. When exactly did it get so bad? I don't mean the dying, I mean the zombies. When did it get bad enough that they decided they had to give up the cities? Osprey's expression turned pensive, either from him counting back dates or having trouble remembering.
Must have been around May 28th. That weekend, the world officially went to shit. Before that, we had a shitload of dead and dying people. After that, everything went to hell.
I still hadn't caught up to current dates, but that much I knew from what Kas had filled me in on. We'd run into each other on a Monday, so I'd woken up right around the time Osprey had just indicated. I couldn't quite say why, but that left a vague feeling of unease in the back of my mind. So this has been going on for
A week.
Osprey stated, his voice grave. Damn, it felt so much longer. But he was right, of course. Not that much time had passed since Kas had stumbled into the co-working space where I'd been hiding, looking for his power bank. In a sense, that felt more surreal now than having to bury Xander because he'd been mortally injured by zombies. How many people did you lose so far? Osprey didn't answer right away. I didn't hold that against him. It was a hard question, I was sure, considering that he'd probably known them, seeing as a lot of them must have been guards.
I don't know exactly. 50, 60 at least. I don't have the stats on what exactly is happening in the Enclave.
When he saw my frown, he chuckled softly.
We're out here every single day, usually returning once or twice a day with the loot we find. Today is not the first time we've been crashing away from our headquarters, and likely not the last, unless that mob kills us today. Shit happens.
Something about that didn't quite make sense. Wait, how long has this been going on? The looting, I mean. You just said the zombie apocalypse kind of started a week ago.
A week and a day, if you want to be splitting hairs,
Osprey pointed out.
But those weren't the first zombies that started tearing into people. That was just the gross of the dead suddenly becoming a menace. We've been dealing with them for over a month now. Government restriction crackdowns were 3 weeks ago.
That meant I fucking missed the entire first week of this shit while I was studying for finals? For once, Osprey's grin held a nasty tint.
Don't ask me why they did it, but for whatever reason, the media crackdown was already going on for a week longer. I'm sure they had their reasons why they did their best to suppress the news about the first outbreaks, but nothing conspiratorial about it.
I jumped when Dharma spoke up from right behind me. Her voice was wry.
It was isolated cases that showed very different symptoms that nobody connected, and suddenly it was everywhere. I'm sure the doc can tell you more about that, since she must have been a part of the first response scientific team that they sent in, or else she wouldn't have made it into Charlotte to begin with. They were stupid. They ignored what was happening, and suddenly they were overwhelmed, flailed around like every government would when it gets swamped with something a million times worse than their contingency plans propose. And 2 weeks later, it's asshole versus asshole, and we all get eaten by the undead. End of story. What we're writing right now is little more than the afterthought.
I hadn't expected such glum views from her. And she didn't exactly sound depressed. There was still a chipper note in her voice. It sounded more like wry humor. Osprey was scowling at her, but cleared up his expression as he turned back to me.
Something like that, yeah. I'm sure someone somewhere must know more, but they didn't see fit to share it with any of us.
That was all understandable, and yet you did a stellar job with the Enclave, considering it's been only going on for how long? A little more than a week? They both looked at me as if I was crazy. Dharma pursed her lips.
3 weeks. They jumped the gun when the order came from the National Guard to close up the cities. Sure, most of the influx started only after the first week, since most of the people there thought they'd be able to wait out the crisis in their homes. But they already had the defenses up when more than a zombie or two came busting down doors. That's actually why we have so many people right now,
Osprey said, cutting in.
They waited, but they weren't stupid. When it became clear that this was something catastrophic, and the government was losing the cities and most of the state infrastructure, they heeded the call when the colonel promised them a safe community. They screened for sick people. They quarantined all the newcomers to make sure that nobody could drag anything into the community. And so far, it's been working well. Or at least, much better than all the others around.
When she caught my doubtful look, she flashed me a broad, if dishonest, grin.
The militia are around 200, 250 people. Sure, they have cars and weapons, but they can hardly take care of the dependents that they have. And every couple of days, a handful of them come knocking on our front door,
Osprey explained.
Or at least the gathering points in the towns they know we patrol. Your friend has been the only one that actually got that close to the Enclave proper.
That asshole isn't my friend. They both ignored me, with Dharma picking up the conversational strings.
We've been able to gather so many things we need from the surrounding towns because a lot of the Enclave residents are from there. They make lists for us what to get, or where to possibly find more. We cross the houses off the lists and mark down where we ran into zombies only. So far, we've managed to get around a fifth of the population safely relocated. As far as we know, that's the best average around.
Because they didn't wait. I said that, silently asking for confirmation. They'd mentioned that before. Osprey nodded.
Exactly. When we brought you in last night, that was the fewest people who've come to us in a single day, and there were just a handful fewer the day before, and the day before that. At this rate, we can pretty much set a final survivor head count soon.
Dharma briefly looked away, staring at the lightning landscape outside.
Before the mob came, I thought we were doing a decent job.
She glanced back at us.
Now, we're right back to square one. How do we stand a chance against that?
Irritation licked up my spine, but I did my best not to let it show on my face. Kaz and I had been through worse, way, way worse. And if not for Osprey's decision to ditch the cars and head south of the interstate... But none of that thinking led to anything productive, so it was for the best that I kept my trap shut. I could more than sympathize with the grief, frustration, and utter devastation she was feeling, since I wasn't immune to any of that. Maybe I was simply too traumatized to give much of a shit anymore, while hers was the normal, appropriate reaction.
Let's bury Xander,
Osprey said, his tone gentle as he reached over to Dharma for a brief one-armed hug. I felt weirdly excluded. And no, that wasn't something I wanted to analyze or dwell on right now, either. Dharma lingered in his embrace for a moment before she stepped away, her head high, spine straight.
Let's.
So that was exactly what we did. Rousing the others wasn't hard, since none of them had been sleeping deeply. Osprey and I did a quick round of the outside, while Dharma set to looking for the right spot after grabbing some tools from the shed. Those were gardening tools rather than professional farming gear, but even so, by the time the sun came up and set the dew glittering on the grass ablaze, Xander's sheet-wrapped body was in the ground, and Dharma said a few parting words. Nobody had an appetite, so we packed up the beans and rice, distributed across our packs, and set out, heading south along the ambling country road leading past the property and out of the woods. The morning air was crisp and clean, the sun quickly warming my face where it hit exposed skin. It could have been any bright new day, really. Under different circumstances, it might have felt like the first day of vacation. But my body had the bruises to show from the last week of near-constant exhaustion, plus a couple of new ones from last night, and my blistered feet and exhausted legs weren't too fond of hitting the road again. And yet, we were still alive and kicking, and with some luck, we'd reach the power plant either tonight or the next day. And with even more luck, we'd find new best friends there who would not just help us, but restore electricity to the Enclave and make it a better place for all of us. Not all hope was lost. Actually, there was a lot to gain, more than I had been able to look forward to when it had been just Kaz and me. As hard as it was to keep hanging on to that thread of positivity, while every sound made us jump and cast around, and the others were devastated by the loss of their friend, I reminded myself that this wasn't so bad. Of course, things could always get so much worse. Chapter 11. We spent 2 more hours walking through small forests and across fields and meadows until we found what we'd been looking for, a house in the middle of nowhere that had 2 cars in the driveway and hadn't been vandalized or overrun. Several times we'd tried other homes before that, but each time there had been something driving us off before we got close to the vehicles, usually the stench of decay. Of course, we could have cut that time short and risked it, but with no zombies anywhere in sight, staying cautious was the name of the game. Nobody said anything about it, but I got the sense that I wasn't the only one convinced that ditching the cars had been the beginning of what ended with Xander's death. Osprey the first among us. Not making a mistake twice sounded like a great idea, if the downside was a couple more miles that we had to walk. The house we ended up choosing looked tantalizingly normal. Some small family home near the forest. Probably someone's vacation home, or maybe something they'd inherited from their grandparents. It wasn't new, but well-maintained. The cars were both medium-sized, reasonable vehicles. Not electric, but probably fuel-efficient and relatively low noise emitting since they were newer models. No need to hotwire them, since we found the keys in a small decorative dish in the hallway by the front door. There was no fresh food available, which was good, meaning nobody had been here in at least a week, including people that could have turned and were out to chomp on us now. There were enough preserves that with our provisions and the rice and beans we'd already scavenged, we could enjoy a filling early lunch. Even though I still wasn't hungry, I forced myself to eat, not wanting to risk starvation later if anything went terribly, or even somewhat, wrong. We replenished our rations, mostly with cereal and canned tuna, refilled our water bottles, and were on our merry way. I was surprised when Osprey aimed for the smaller car, letting Dharma drive the bigger one. Why became obvious when Kas aimed to slide into our back seat, but Osprey quickly shooed him over to the other vehicle. Right, staying in teams made sense. And now that we were an even number of people and had no self-professed designated driver and car defender anymore, it made sense to do a 2 and 4 split rather than 3 and 3. It was only when Osprey took off that I realized that if not for Kas and me joining them, their entire team could have fit into a single car easily. That, in turn, made me wonder how soon Seneca would direct the next newbies to join us. But that was a concern for another day. Now, all we cared about was not to arouse any attention, particularly not of the two-legged, hungering for brains kind. We'd found a map in one of the cars, but Osprey barely asked me for directions as he slowly drove along the smallest country roads whenever possible. It wasn't a hard strategy to follow, albeit one that meant we had to backtrack several times when a road turned into a dirt track and then pretty much disappeared in the middle of nowhere. We hardly saw any other vehicles, and most of those that we did pass seemed to have gotten abandoned deliberately, usually empty, sometimes even with open doors nobody had bothered to close. When I said we were going slow, I really meant slow. Osprey barely sent the car over 20 miles per hour, often less when we went over a rise or around a bend to give us ample time to see and react to whatever lay behind it. Nothing, more often than not. Besides hardly any cars, we also didn't see many zombies, and those that we did make out were usually roaming around the small towns that we avoided. We had enough food for today, and there was little sense in looting, unless maybe for a welcome gift when we arrived at the power plant. At the speed we were going, that was easily in 2 to 3 days from now, giving us ample opportunity, and maybe even need, to break into a couple more houses and just take something from there after we stayed for the night. It was a cautious way of operating, but if it didn't get us killed. In the late afternoon, Osprey got a little cocky, taking a rise at a breakneck speed of 30 miles an hour, only to immediately step on the brakes and throw the car into reverse, narrowly avoiding crashing into the other car coming after us. He signaled Corey to turn it around before doing the same. We stared at each other for a few moments. Then Osprey got out, still without uttering a word, only taking the binoculars but leaving his pack and bat in the back seat. I followed, my motions slow with trepidation. I was the last one to join the others where they had gathered, standing in an instinctive, tight cluster as they stared at the tableau before us. Between the swaths of forest, all across the roads, fields, and grass, there was movement. Not tightly packed like the mob from yesterday, but they were everywhere. Tens of thousands of zombies heading roughly west. On the horizon to the southeast, a dark haze was still visible where, quite obviously, Charlotte was still burning.
Fuck.
I fully agreed with Dharma's sentiment. Even understanding rationally what we were seeing, it still hadn't fully registered in my mind yet. So much for trusting electric, whisper-silent cars. If we got anywhere near that, if just one of them noticed and turned to come for us, we'd be dead a million times over, unless we could outrun them and not slam head first into the next similar stream. And that there would be more of those seemed rather obvious to me, between this new one and the mob. The mob alone could have been explained away otherwise, but this was on too grand a scale to hope for it being a unique occurrence. Osprey finally tore himself out of the nightmarish reverie and gestured us to step back where we were out of sight for sure.
We keep to the back roads,
he said, expecting no dissent from us. Everyone agreed, silently nodding.
We'll see where they turn to when they get to the mountains if they stay heading west like that. I presume they'll remain out in the open, since they haven't dispersed that much here.
At least we hadn't seen any lurking in the forest all day. Dharma cleared her throat, unease heavy in her voice.
Let's take it one obstacle at a time. We can always backtrack if need be. But yeah, no driving out into that.
So backtrack we did, until we reached the next small road that was vaguely going in a western direction. We ended up hugging the South Mountains State Park to the south, and decided to crash there for the night. The house we ended up clearing out, that needed no actual clearing, thankfully, sat smack in the middle of the beautiful wilderness. Not quite a cabin, but far from a 6-bedroom monster. I didn't mind going for the communal sleeping area in the den option once more. Being alone in a room had lost virtually all the appeal it had once held. Whoever had lived there must have evacuated, since we found some easy-to-take things missing, like backpacks and outdoor gear. But there was canned food and stale cereal left, so we almost dined like kings and queens that evening. Sleep came a little easier than last night, although the mood was still far from cheerful. Kas and I built our beds around the sectional in the corner, a little blankets and pillows fort just for us, slightly apart from the others. He had regained some of his easygoing cheerfulness, but kept it on the down low for obvious reasons. I could still tell that he was glad that it wasn't just the two of us anymore, a sentiment we easily shared, even if it came with shared grief. I'd missed him during the day, left to Osprey's mostly quiet brooding while we found our way through the wilderness. It was nice to have someone to chat with now, debating the merits of soaked beans with ketchup versus rice with canned tuna. It wasn't as great as dinner, breakfast, and lunch at the Enclave, but it was better than having to rely on long-abandoned houses only. The next day dawned bright and early, and it brought only a single change. Osprey deigned to allow me to slip behind the wheel for an hour at a time. It was a small automatic car. Why he'd had his doubts that I could keep it on the road, I didn't care to question. Suffice it to say, I didn't total it in under a mile, and we made as much progress as our low, winding trek through the Appalachian foothills allowed. When we had to find a way around a larger road, we switched seats once more, the same as Dharma took over the wheel in the other car. Those were the only tense moments, around 30 minutes, but it all worked out well in the end. Maybe we could have reached our destination if we'd pushed it, but Osprey decided to instead call it a day while it was still bright outside, and we had ample time to find another cozy hideout that didn't come with increased chances of getting our faces chewed off. This time, he chose wrongly. 3 times. After the third bust, we were ready to try to clear up that last house after all, but I was honestly glad that nobody seriously considered it. We'd managed to kill one of the zombies previously locked inside, which had bought us the time to slip back out and bar the door once more. The remaining 4, 1 adult, 3 kids, kept trying to batter down the door for a good 5 minutes before they let up. And then it was the wet, tearing sounds that would haunt my nightmares forever, all over again. Nobody wanted to step into the house after that.
"Should we just sleep in the cars?" Dharma suggested. "If we drive up a little farther into the hills, we'll only have to worry about a fox defecating right outside our doors." "Or waking up with a bear sitting on the hood," Corey joked. I gave him a long look that should have told him that was a very real possibility. There were black bears aplenty in the mountains. He was still chortling to himself when Osprey caved and got back in the car. We had only scraps left, but that was enough to last us through the night, and tomorrow we'd hopefully get some real cooked food again. In the morning, just after backtracking from up in the hills to where there were actual connective roads again, we happened on the perfect loot. Rather than go drag something from houses, we found an abandoned outdoor SUV sitting at the mouth of a small dirt road leading into the forest. Someone had clearly taken their share of things, but the trunk was full of provisions and gas tanks, all filled to the brim. I would have felt bad about taking it and leaving the owner stranded, but it had enough small branches and pollen caked all over to show that it had been abandoned weeks ago. And even if not, it wasn't like the owner had any chance of tracking us down once we were gone. Breaking up car groups once more, Dharma and Kas switched to the new SUV while Liam and Corey stayed in their car. That SUV would have been nice to keep, but I had to admit it made for a great thank you for feeding us gift, particularly in the world we were living in now. If it also worked as a thank you for giving us electricity bribe, all the better. We slipped into South Carolina without much notice or issue. I couldn't help but smirk as we drove by the metropolis of Pumpkin Town, although Osprey had little patience for my mirth. I swallowed my wise remark that it was probably for the best that we wouldn't be hitting Rocky Bottom, but instead passed by south of it. Not being in constant horrible danger apparently made me stupid. Kas flashed me a huge grin when I told him about both, as we made one last stop as we reached Lake Kiwi, another name that made me chuckle. So what if I reacted differently to stress than other people? At least I had Kas, who saw eye to eye with me on my lack of momentary maturity. Down the shoreline, the light gray cooling towers of the power station were already visible, like a beacon in the bright sunshine. While we drank the last of our water, I couldn't help but look around, wondering which patches of buildings along the lakeshore belonged to the communities the radio operator, Annabelle, had mentioned. This looked like a really nice place. Just maybe I would get to call it my new home soon? I didn't mention that train of thought to anyone, not even Kas. Until I had a chance to see how the community here was functioning, I had absolutely no reason to switch sides, and the last thing I wanted was to alienate the Enclave people. With the Colonel or Seneca, I wouldn't have given a flying fuck about it, but Osprey, Dharma, Corey, and Liam were nice, capable, and definitely people I wouldn't have minded hanging out with in a pub after a long day cramming for school or perfecting latte art for discerning caffeine addicts. And quite frankly, the idea of suddenly losing another set of friends after the girls died in the beds all around me was making me want to puke. The lake was nice, but first things first. And just maybe I wouldn't end up being the only one that considered staying. I had a feeling that all Osprey needed to jump ship was someone not micromanaging the tasks he was expected to perform. Corey and Liam would likely switch with him if he made it sound like a good idea. Dharma was the only one I couldn't read well enough yet to guess at her allegiance. Since those thoughts went nowhere, I dropped them, making myself look around instead. There was a good chance that someone from the Oconee community was already watching us, and there was zero sense in us appearing like incompetent, bumbling idiots. The roads leading to the lake had been moderately clogged up with cars, enough to slow us down even further, but thankfully not overrun with lurkers.
We'd also not caught sight of the sea of zombies again that had made Osprey reverse on the spot when we'd seen it 2 days earlier, so they must have gotten caught up in the mazes of the nearby towns like Greenville. I had to admit, I was surprised to find barely any of the undead here, but maybe I shouldn't have been. On the road running alongside the lake, both lanes were completely empty, with wrecks having been pushed to the side for easy access. That had been a deliberate, concerted effort that spoke of a high level of organization, way higher than even the Enclave, which was well organized already. I didn't consider it beyond people who managed that to also build up some sort of obstacle that kept the immediate area of their community as free of homicidal undead as possible. Things were looking better and better. As we kept driving through the pine forest by the lake, the trees suddenly disappeared, making way for a huge array of power lines leading due west. Movement on the grass underneath the lines made me draw up short, until I realized that it was a group of people in sturdy gear, carrying rifles. They didn't move a muscle to hinder us, but I was sure that our arrival was no longer a surprise. Then we were out of sight in the trees once more. As we crossed the river that the lake turned into, I tried to see more of the power station, but only got the sense of a large open area. More trees until the road leveled out from soft winding bends into a long stretch, the entrance road to the power station obvious at the T intersection ahead. I'd expected some kind of checkpoint, but the bypassing road was clear. There were more cars here, no longer abandoned, but parked on the shoulders of the road with purpose. All looked equipped with 4-wheel drive, or made to haul people and cargo somewhere reliably. While the terrain didn't necessitate it here anymore, Osprey was still driving far from fast, now slowing down to a crawl. I realized that if something went wrong, this was probably the last point where we could have simply turned around and driven off, or floored the accelerator and made a run for it in the other direction. I waited for that uneasy feeling in my gut to grow worse, but I was too excited about getting back to actual civilization for that to happen. And really, nothing had set us off in any way. On the contrary. Osprey pulled to a complete halt, idling in neutral in the very middle of the intersection, waiting for the other vehicles to catch up to us. A multitude of lanes went into the area of the power station, a huge iron gate, currently closed, spanning them. There was the checkpoint I had been waiting for, with several armed men guarding it, lighter vehicles parked next to where they were standing. Beyond, the huge road led into a grid made up of parking spaces, yet more lanes, and several buildings, with plenty of other power station-related stuff that told me little to nothing in full view. Only the iconic cooling towers were something I could easily identify, and those were farther into the area than I'd expected. In short, the entire power plant took up what could easily have been a small town, if not more. And while most of the open areas were deserted, there were even more vehicles in sight, and plenty of people walking between the buildings or watching our arrival with open curiosity. Dharma brought the SUV to a halt next to our passenger side, leaning out of the window to shout down to me.
"All good on my end. Let's do this."
Osprey deliberated for another second, then sent the car rolling forward at a sedate pace, giving the guards at the gate ample time to move into position. He hadn't yet fully opened the window when one of the guards stepped up to us, glancing inside, his rifle still slung casually over one shoulder.
"You the people Annabelle talked to? Welcome to Oconee. Glad you made it in one piece."
I winced, unable to hide my unease. Osprey's expression didn't change, and his tone was pleasant and friendly, just like it had been when we'd run into each other.
"Glad to be here. Looks like you've got yourself the perfect hideout here from what we've seen so far."
"Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet,"
he joked, briefly glancing at the wide open area behind the gate.
"Look, I'm not going to insult you about not carrying weapons into our home. You'd be fucking stupid to be out there unarmed. But our council would like to ask you, pretty please and thank you, to leave all firearms in the vehicles. We guarantee you nobody will get close to them, and nobody will try to break the locks. Knives are okay, but please don't make us pat you down. We will, if you make us."
Osprey's smile grew a tad lopsided.
"Understood. No problem, man."
Mostly because we didn't have a single firearm in any of the cars, unless that SUV had come with a surprise we hadn't found at a first glance.
"Awesome,"
the guard enthused.
"I'm Rick, by the way. Drive right in until you hit that building there. Turn left, then straight until you get to the enormous gate. We'll use the loading docks for a temporary garage for visitors. You can leave the vehicles there. Just tell them Rick sent you. I'm sure someone will be ready for you once you've parked your cars there. As I said, we've been waiting for you."
At the animation in his voice, I wondered how many energy drinks Rick was running on. He sure sold that "we've been expecting you" shtick well. Nothing about his enthusiasm set me off, and why should it have?
"Thanks, man,"
Osprey called out. As soon as Rick stepped back, the rolling gate started to retract. It was funny how the obvious use of electricity had all of a sudden become something magical. Osprey waited until it was fully retracted, and Rick signaled us to go on before he drove through, the other cars right behind us. While they cast curious glances at all of us, none of the guards called out any profanities or oozed sleaze all over Dharma or me, just as you'd expect from any normal community that had women among them and hadn't regressed to way beyond Neanderthal genes. It was a welcome change from our few run-ins with the militia. I was sure that Osprey was still deliberately driving as slowly as possible to give us time to check out our surroundings. He also had to slow down even more or stop at times because people needed to cross the road, carrying stuff, and once moving stacks of boxes with a forklift. Even in the heat of the day, everyone was wearing sturdy clothes, but as we got close to the loading docks, a few of the workers were in T-shirts only, fully engrossed in their work to the point that they ignored us. Yet dawdle or drive off course we could not. When Osprey took a little too long to amble up to the described loading docks, a worker in a bright orange vest started gesturing at us to move on. It all looked like a terribly busy place, but absolutely not like anything I'd seen since getting sick enough to need medical attention at the start of the apocalypse. Rolling into the dock was a relief in many ways. For one thing, it put us out of the sun beating down on us that, even with the AC blasting on full, had been a bother whenever we'd stopped the cars. For another, easily a third of the workers in here were women, which put my mind at ease. I hadn't been that surprised that none of the guards were female. Even at the Enclave, Dharma and I were unicorns in that aspect. But it was good to see that little concern put to rest before it could fester into actual unease at the back of my mind. Not that women were all angels and incapable of the worst that humanity had to offer, but it stood to reason that a community that upheld modern views of society wouldn't otherwise stoop to incredible lows. Another worker in a safety vest flagged us down, motioning us to a free area in the back, to the left of several other vehicles already parked there. She was a woman in her late 50s, early 60s, right at home in her flannel shirt and work boots, a hefty tool belt slung across her ample hips. As we turned off the car and got out, she was waiting for us with a grin.
"Welcome to Oconee!"
she shouted over the din of mechanical clunking sounds coming from all around us. A brief look over her shoulder revealed that several more people were working on the cars next to ours. A couple spaces down, I saw what looked like another forklift, only this one in bits and pieces, and yet more people working on fixing it. Clearly, we'd ended up in their workshop.
"I'm Amanda, and I'm the one to talk to if your vehicles need about as much R&R as you do,"
she said, her tone light with good humor. There was grease on her hands and clothes, and they were far from new, but I had to admit, even with switching out some of our gear the days after crossing that damn interstate on foot, we couldn't hide the fact that we'd been through some shit. The others joined us, looking around inquisitively, just as the mechanics kept ogling us, particularly when Amanda's attention was on us instead of her crew.
"Thanks, that sounds like a godsend,"
Osprey enthused. I was a little surprised about that. seeing as the vehicles all hadn't been ours 3 days ago, and we also hadn't managed to damage them much except for maybe a few scrapes and plenty of dirt, but of course didn't speak up. Amanda continued to smile good-naturedly.
We'll give them a good wash and then pop the hoods. If it's nothing major, we can probably have you fixed up by tomorrow morning. Not that I'd expect you'll be leaving us so soon, but I'll let Annabelle take over explaining now.
As she said that, a diminutive woman who made me look tall and buff, and I was far from both, stepped out of Amanda's shadow. I had to force myself not to stare at her. The visible skin on her face and arms was a mottled patchwork of light brown interspersed with white patches. At first, I wondered if some of those were scars. But then I realized she must have vitiligo, that skin condition where a lack of melanin caused pigmentation to be lost. She was clearly used to the effect her appearance had on people, giving us a few moments to stare and stop before she addressed us.
I'm Annabelle, as darling Amanda here already spoiled. We talked on the radio? So glad to see that you made it.
She then surprised me even more as she stepped up to us, giving every single one of us a quick but warm hug. With Osprey and me being closest, the warning I got was 0, making me simply stand there as if I'd been struck by lightning. By the time she reached Kas and Dharma in the back, the action was reciprocal. While that was going on, I found myself glancing sidelong at Osprey. He had an equally bewildered, but not alarmed, look on his face. Right, hugging. Something very normal that people used to do. Not just bash each other's head in with bats.
Did you have any issues finding us?
Amanda asked once she had stepped back, but she remained at a comfortable distance that let her encompass us all easily. Amanda and her people made no move to pretend not to eavesdrop. Apparently, even with all the people here, they weren't quite used to visitors. Osprey shook his head.
Nope, no problem. I presume it was you who kept the roads open and unblocked?
Annabelle nodded.
Part of our defensive strategy. We have mobile roadblocks hidden all along the road should we need to employ them, but so far being able to move in and out quickly has been more important than to slow anyone or anything else down. We've done our best to establish that same pattern all across the lake, at least as close to Seneca and Utica in the south as we dared to expand our territory. We have cleared out Fairview, 6 Mile, and Walhalla, so those towns are also ours, plus the houses and the loosely knit communities all across the lake. We can show them to you later if you choose to stay for a longer while. But first, let's get you fed and settled in for now. How does that sound?
I wholeheartedly agreed with Osprey when he answered with a resounding,
"That sounds awesome, actually."
Annabelle waited until we'd collected what we needed from the cars, mostly our near-empty packs with a handful of personal knickknacks, before she led us out of the dock and into the building that surrounded it.
After we've given you a tour of the place, you'll be allowed to mostly roam free as you wish, she explained on the way to what she called their guest quarters. We're an operational nuclear power plant here, so naturally parts are off limits to everyone except the trained staff. We'd also ask you not to go anywhere near our personnel quarters, unless by personal invitation only. I can show you my crib if you're curious, but it's really not that different from our guest quarters.
She laughed, her voice holding the merest hint of a harsh note.
Turns out selecting lakefront vacation home accommodations got dropped way to the bottom of my list of priorities when the shit hit the fan.
"You haven't been here long?"
Osprey asked, following her lead. She shook her head.
I actually got assigned here a month before things got really bad. I just had time to go hunt for a replacement for the company apartment I got assigned at first when we got the news that they were closing down Columbia, Atlanta, Chattanooga, and Knoxville a day after Charlotte. After that, I chose to stay on site like most of the other workers.
She paused, right in the middle of the connecting corridor that she'd been leading us to, turning around to face us all.
Before you ask, yes, of course, we got swept up by the sickness like every other place. They had us segregated in shifts, but already there were 10 times as many people hunkering down here as was allowed per regulations. I'm not going to pry for your stories, and I hope you do us the same courtesy. But suffice it to say, we made it through the worst and established the basis of what you see here now, plus the external community colonies. We buried our dead, established new safety protocols, and moved on. So no worries. Everyone living and working here is clean now. I'm sure you've taken similar precautions.
I had to admit, I was about as curious as Annabelle about Osprey's answer when he gave it.
Yes, we have. And yes, I presume we had similar challenges to overcome that we'd rather not go into detail about either.
That was utterly disappointing. Then again, they hadn't kicked my breathing-challenged, previously diseased ass out on principle like the lake people had, so who was I to complain? I was still glad when Dharma asked the question that weighed on my mind, so I didn't have to.
Why? Did you have issues with people being suspicious?
Some, Annabelle admitted. Mostly at first, when the fear was as widespread as the misinformation. And of late, a few of our guests that came from more remote regions weren't quite up to date. Understandably so, I guess, with radio communication being mostly what's left and not everyone having reliable access to that.
Osprey jumped on her statement.
So you know that it's
anthrax, for whatever reason, yes.
Her gaze turned shrewd as she read our expressions and the hopeful lack of surprise on there.
As you also seem to know.
Suspect, mostly,
Osprey admitted.
But we've recently picked up a scientist who seems to know more about it. That's something.
A flicker of interest crossed her face, but she immediately subdued it.
We have a small science division, mostly hobbyists and people from adjacent jobs moonlighting in medical conspiracy theories. A nurse, an EMT, 2 vets, and a chemical weapons expert.
She barked out a sudden laugh and immediately looked almost apologetic for it.
Please excuse my gallows humor. That must come across as weird. But we here always expected, planned, and trained for a nuclear disaster. That's what we were well equipped for. Turns out it helped us somewhat to mitigate some of the spread, because we had personnel ready to don gas masks and go through decontamination protocols at the drop of a pin. But there were limits. It's an inside joke that a workplace that could potentially have killed us any given day has now turned into our little island of safety. Guess you had to be here when it happened to find that funny.
Don't worry,
Osprey chuckled.
We have our own bunch of trauma-induced jokes. You don't happen to need your insurance policies updated or maybe your inventory calculated? Some of us are experts in exactly that.
He underlined that with a quick conspiratorial look in my direction. I didn't miss the fact that he omitted mentioning that Liam at least knew his way around electronics, and I presumed that a place like this also wouldn't have said no to someone with Kaz's computer knowledge. I still had no clue what Dharma or Corey had been doing before the shit hit the fan. An oversight that I should maybe correct soon, but obviously not right now. Annabelle was all too happy to smile benevolently.
We always need people who can count boxes and put numbers into spreadsheets. But the insurance part, probably not so much. We have our own risk assessment department that is pretty handy with the kind of number crunching that we need.
Her glancing over her shoulder made me realize that the door at the other end of the corridor had opened, admitting a group of 3 men and a woman, all in sturdy clothes but not armed.
Oh, here they are, some of our resident VIPs, Annabelle said. Let me do a quick round of introductions.
That she did. I barely managed to remember their names as she called them out. The woman was the plant's chief reactor technician, which only stuck out to me because of her gender, which made me feel bad about my own bias. 2 of the men were also techs, and the third their security's head honcho, pretty much gate guard Rick's boss. Unlike the obvious interest that the workers in the docks had shown us, the people in charge of the plant and site barely took a couple of minutes to shake hands, showed minimal interest in the fact that we'd gotten here, and even less that we were from a survivor community over in North Carolina. It was a little underwhelming, but honestly, after the clashes with the militia, indifference was almost more than we could have hoped for, or at least I had hoped for. Osprey and Dharma had their game faces on, and the rest of us kept quiet, as was expected of the lower flunky ranks. We were dismissed with a quick promise of talking at length later, after Annabelle had shown us around and we'd had some time to rest and recover. It made me wonder when the inevitable sales pitch would follow, because I absolutely didn't buy that nobody had asked us yet if we'd like to stay here and pretty please share our intel with them. But it made sense to roll out the red carpet first and then hit us over the proverbial head later once we were stuffed with warm, fresh food, our defenses all but worn away. So tomorrow, maybe, or the day after. I fully intended to make the most of their hospitality until then, before a possible rebuke might put a quick end to it. Once the tech team had left, Annabelle led us into the building proper, which turned out to be one giant cavernous hall with several parts, like the docks, sectioned off. I had no idea if it had always been this way, but from the high walkway where we ended up, we could see people all over scurrying this way and that, with construction going on in the other half of the building that we could only partially see. Annabelle led us down a set of stairs and across the open floor, explaining that this was their gathering space in case of an emergency. Crew quarters were off to one side. She led us to the other, pointing out the dining hall through a huge set of now closed doors and the guest quarters adjacent to it. She was just about to reach out and open the well-marked door when it swung outward, admitting a group of men just leaving. And much to my dismay, I'd seen a bunch of them before. Of course I had. I couldn't go anywhere these days without being haunted by assholes. "You," I hissed out under my breath before I could get a grip on myself. Jared the asshole took only a second to assess the situation, that damn smirk of his creeping onto his expression already.
"Look what the cat dragged in,"
he offered, casting a sidelong glance at his companions. Axel I knew well enough, and 3 more had been with him when he'd shown up in the middle of the night at the Enclave's doorstep. There were several more of them now, 15 altogether. I wasn't quite so sure about the rest, but all of them seemed vaguely familiar. Annabelle glanced from us to them and back again, a rather neutral look on her face.
"You know each other?"
Osprey thankfully answered before my brain could barf out more nonsense.
"We're neighbors, you could say."
"Were," Jared interjected. He glanced at Annabelle while saying that, yet his full attention snapped to me right after. I got the feeling he did it solely because he knew it upset me. I did my very best not to react further. For now, at least.
"They're a bunch of thieves,"
Jared added after a succinct pause. I felt anger flare up deep in my gut. Neither Dharma nor Osprey said anything to defend themselves, just like the last time he'd made that accusation. But that had been just between us, no outsiders involved. Was it the smart thing not to rise to the bait? Probably. But apparently smart wasn't what my tired, strained brain was capable of. Compared to you, upstanding, concerned citizens, you're a bunch of homicidal assholes. The corner of his mouth quirked up.
"So you're offended I shot a rapist? Don't tell me you didn't pick up any bad vibes from him."
His eyes narrowed at me. It was obvious that he was silently laughing at me. Osprey gave me a sidelong glance that told me to shut up, but the ire burning in my stomach brushed that warning right off. "I'm honestly surprised you did that. Judging from the shit you keep flinging my way, you'd think he'd have fit right in." Why, oh, why couldn't I just shut up? But with the condescending and through lecherous looks I was getting from Jared's men, I felt justified twice over. Axel seemed to be the only one of them who appeared disgusted, but then he also gave me a glance full of "you're better than this" reproach that didn't exactly help calm me down. I could only guess at what Annabelle and several of the other residents that passed by us were thinking of this spectacle. Jared, of course, didn't hesitate to make it worse.
"You know what I think is funny?"
"I couldn't begin to guess at what your sick brain keeps coming up with," I retorted. His smirk grew.
"For all the talk of rape that you seem to fall back on instantly, unprompted, I think the actual issue here is that you really need to get laid.
I was a little proud of myself that I didn't actually sputter with indignity, although it was a close call. Yeah, right, because nothing gets a girl going like almost being torn apart and eaten by the undead. He easily shrugged off my rebuke.
You wouldn't believe the shit people get up to when they're damn glad they survived.
I couldn't help but huff. If that was the case, and I'm not saying that it is, but if it was, you'd be the last one here or anywhere else I'd be getting it on with. That damn smirk only grew.
Presumptuous of you to think I'd offer myself up.
The gall. It was only when I felt Osprey's arm lightly touching mine that I realized I'd taken several steps forward, physically closing the distance between Jared and me. He wasn't exactly holding me back, but the casual extension of his arm was enough of a barrier to bring me to a much-needed halt, in more ways than just the physical. Dream on, asshole, I told Jared, my chin high, unafraid to hold his gaze. Two could play that staring game. Not that my defiance seemed to have any effect on him, least of all to make him back down.
I could be persuaded,
he offered, trailing off with a suggestive expression on his face that should not have made my body react the way it did. And react it did, driving heat into my cheeks that only fanned the flames of my anger. Great job. Now I was down to not just taking his bait, but falling for that whole manipulative, suggestive game. It had been a while since I'd been truly disgusted with myself, and thankfully that wave of emotion doused all the coals smoldering inside of me, putting an end to any flames that could have ignited from that. The last time had been when I'd seen that woman crash her car in front of our building that morning when I'd woken up sick and had thought I was hallucinating what was happening to her because I'd fallen off the wagon the night before and was still tripping. Both that memory, and even more so the implication, brought me right back to reality, leaving me uneasy, but no longer jonesing for a fight. We were also the people who warned you that a mob of zombies was heading right for you. I told Jared as much as Annabelle, who was still following our verbal ping-pong match with interest. Without our warning, I doubt you'd have made it out of there and would be standing here. Jared cocked his head to the side. For a second, his eyes flashed with mirth, but none of that showed in his voice as he answered. If he was disappointed that he no longer got a rise out of me, he didn't show it. He probably thought that he'd won that point, and I couldn't exactly contradict that.
For all the good that did us, this is all of us that's left. Your warning, as you call it, did shit to save us.
He even added air quotes with his fingers. My stomach sank further. When I'd seen how many of them were here, my first instinct had been to be automatically defensive, because they were more than twice as many as us. I hadn't even considered that they could be the sole survivors of what must have been at least 100 people, from what Osprey and the others had mentioned, and I'd seen myself when they'd come after us. This is all that's left of you? I asked when the others still kept silent. How I'd suddenly become our speaker, I didn't know, but I deserved it for flying off the rails like that.
Close enough,
Jared said, his tone letting me know he was basking in the guilt and sympathy, as I couldn't even begin to hide whatever beef had existed between our groups.
There's a chance that some of the scouts that had been out there got away, but our main compound got overrun minutes before you gave us said warning.
He went as far as to add a derisive snort.
See, if you'd actually made contact with the scouts that were stationed closest to the border with your territory, we would have had an hour to evacuate, maybe even more.
Shit. We hadn't known where their hideout was exactly. And even Kara Mason, the scientist we'd picked up after she'd fled from them, hadn't been able to give us a location except an hour's walk from where we'd found her. By all means, it hadn't been our fault. And yet I couldn't help but feel the crushing weight come down on my soul. How many... Jared didn't let me get another word out before he interrupted.
Why bother asking? It's not like you care.
Yet the way he pursed his lips made me guess he knew that on some level I did.
283. Men, women, and children. A lot closer to the community in Charlotte where you spent the night with us than the rape death camp that you're so happy to make us out to be.
He deliberately wiped his expression clean, but the malicious glitter lingered in his eyes as long as he held my gaze. Only when he turned to Annabelle, his demeanor turned neutral.
In truth, they're no better or worse than us. The only difference is that we had the better location for building a community, but theirs was easier to bypass by the undead now roving across the plains. Dumb luck is all.
Annabelle inclined her head. I got the sense from her that this wasn't the first time she'd heard that story.
We were lucky here to have both, was all she said.
I cautiously glanced at my companions. Kas looked actively sick. Corey and Liam weren't much better off, if with a hint of relief that easily shone through any survivor's guilt. Dharma and Osprey were in poker face mode, but I suddenly understood why they hadn't even tried for an antagonistic mood. This was likely not the first time they'd heard a similar tale. I was more than happy to change the topic, or simply slink off, feeling like a fool. But Jared wasn't done with us yet. His attention flitted over our group quickly, his gaze maybe lingering a little on me again, but not like before.
Weren't there 7 of you when you delivered your grand gesture warning? What happened to the fat old guy?
He paused for only a moment, not long enough for anyone to say something, although I felt Osprey tense next to me.
Let me guess. Your grand idea of using electric vehicles bit you in the ass when they inevitably broke down when they ran out of charge, and old fat guy got eaten by the zombies when you were trying to run for your lives. Pays off when you have someone you simply have to outrun to survive, doesn't it?
He made it worse by then adding, in a truly fake show of sympathy,
So sorry for your loss.
Osprey's hand shot out again, but this time not to hold me back, but to grab Dharma's arm. She didn't exactly tear herself free, but the venomous glare she gave Osprey should have killed him on the spot. She only took a moment to get a grip on herself, something I envied. Facing Jared once more, her tone was cold but way more composed than anything that I'd spouted since coming to the power plant.
We're done here,
she told Jared, dismissing him and his posse. Her attention switched to Annabelle.
If you could show us to where we can wash up, that would be great. If possible, not directly next to them. We've already lost way too many people to this fucking apocalypse. We wouldn't want to add a handful more that get smothered or shivved in their sleep.
Annabelle actually seemed amused rather than cautious about our obvious display of animosity. I could only guess at what she must have been thinking during our exchange.
No problem. We have several separate guest quarters for pretty much that exact reason. If you will follow me? She pivoted and turned to the next door, a couple of feet deeper into the building.
The entire way, until I stepped through it and out of sight, I could feel Jared's gaze burning between my shoulder blades. And try as I might, I didn't manage to make myself not care about that. I had way bigger fish to fry than one asshole's obsession with me. And yet, fuck. Chapter 12. I had no clue what the guest quarters used to be before Annabelle's people had turned them into this. Probably some kind of locker room, because there were some lockers here. Also stacks of mats, mattresses, and bedding. And the best part, she showed us last. A small room that was a shower in itself. Several shower heads positioned in the ceiling and all along the walls.
It used to be a decontamination shower, Annabelle explained, almost sounding apologetic. Now it's the closest thing to real luxury.
When she caught us just staring at her uncomprehending, she grinned.
We're a nuclear power station at a lake. The one thing we have in abundance and won't ever run out of is hot water.
I was surprised that right then no physical fight broke out over who got to use it first.
I'll wait for you in the chow hall next door, she explained after telling us to take our time cleaning up and settling into our allotted space. As much as I was still grumbling inside over the asshole brigade down the hall from us, this more than made up for that. Annabelle halted by the door, briefly turning to Osprey while the rest of us were ready to ignore her. How much do we need to be concerned about issues breaking out between your group and the other? She asked, not exactly whispering, but if I hadn't been paying attention, I would likely have missed her question. The fact that Osprey had to answer for what was pretty much my fight left me vaguely uncomfortable, at least until I heard his explanation.
You? Not much. As far as I can tell, it's a personal thing between the two of them.
Like history?
She shrugged.
She insists she only ran into him once before she joined us. Callie has no reason to lie to us, but you've seen how they act around each other.
Gee, thanks for the support, boss. Annabelle had the grace to chuckle under her breath.
Like sparks flying?
If by sparks you mean homicidal tendencies, maybe. But we left our weapons in the cars. If they did the same, this shouldn't escalate to where you have to be concerned.
They did, she informed him. We checked. Can I trust we won't have to do the same with your group as well?
No contraband guns or bats. Promise.
I was a little surprised that she took that at face value, nodded, and left. When he turned back around, I caught Osprey's gaze for a second. There wasn't exactly reproach in it, but he didn't look too happy with me. I had the grace of glancing away first. Yeah, I got it. Don't let my personal animosity ruin what might just be the most important relationship with another community that the Enclave could have. Particularly if the militia was a thing of the past, and we could sweep up all the loot we could possibly need from their land now that they were gone. Provided the zombies had left something worth looting, and that the Enclave had made it through the mob sweeping past its main entrance, with only a mile or two of forest between where the mob must have passed. The very fact that there was, again, so much that we didn't know was making me sick. I reminded myself that we had made it here, even if Xander had paid with his life for our mistakes. The rest of us were safe, and so far the community of Oconee Station was more than welcoming. I wouldn't let a few comments and some weird staring from one asshole ruin that for us. That was for sure. Another thing I was sure of was that 10 minutes in that shower, and all my worries would be magically swept away. Osprey and Dharma hit the shower first. Not together, of course. It made the most sense for them to be done with cleanup before the rest of us, since they were, mostly, in charge. I ended up being last, spending almost an hour lazing around on a surprisingly comfortable mattress, chatting with Kas until it was his turn just before mine. As soon as Osprey was done, he went to the indicated chow hall, returning with 2 trays laden with sandwiches for the rest of us. Tuna and egg salad, not my favorite, but both came with fresh lettuce and tomatoes, which was by far the best I'd had in fucking forever. Corey enthusiastically explained that this was even better than the Enclave could provide. In short, it all sounded too good to be true, except that it wasn't. A large community that had had stores even before things went bottoms up, and this was exactly what you got. Maybe the Enclave could grow to similar proportions. Maybe we'd all be better off moving here. It was too early to tell, but I couldn't help but be more curious than cautious. And yes, the shower was exactly as hot and amazing as I'd expected. For the first time since the girls and I had gone out for drinks to celebrate yet another year of school behind us, I felt fresh, clean, and strangely like I could breathe again. The pressure on my lungs was still the same, of course, but some of the constant tension must have leaked out of my body while standing under the hot streams, surrounded by warm steam. I actually felt safe and taken care of, and I hadn't realized how much I had missed that. Kas was waiting for me when I finally stepped out of the shower. The others had already moved on to chat with Annabelle. I quickly dressed in fresh clothes from my pack. I was sure that the people here likely had better stores and wouldn't have minded sharing, but our days of crawling through the countryside had given us enough time to pick up a few spare sets that fit moderately well. Clean down to my very pores, wearing clothes that were almost new and had never been splattered with zombie gore, relaxed and well-fed, I felt like a new human being. If not for the possible company also lurking out there, it would have been perfect. I was doubly glad that once we followed the others, there was not a hint of Jared lurking anywhere. It was almost disappointing. Almost. Annabelle was still there, chatting animatedly with Dharma. She wasn't the only one of the residents at the table, where my companions were digging into yet more food at the moment. 2 men and a woman had joined them. They introduced themselves as Jay, Darlene, and Moshe, all, like us, people who'd come from outside the immediate region. Moshe was from Atlanta, Jay and Darlene from the suburbs of Augusta. They had been members of 2 other groups that had made it to Oconee last week and decided to stay since nothing held them rooted elsewhere. So much for the sales pitch, only that it came in a very subtle way. Nobody had asked us outright if we wanted to stay yet, and there was also no "this is so much better than" talk. But listening to them share what they had to overcome to survive made it easy to see why none of them were jonesing to leave the plant and its vicinity anytime soon. None of it held a candle to my own story, but I kept my mouth mostly shut about it. It was only when I inhaled too much fresh, cool, clean water that ended up choking me and got me fishing for my inhaler that I finally had to fess up about that. Since no warning look came from Osprey, I figured I might as well share. Considering I had been far from unique where the Enclave was concerned, I doubted that would be any different here. I got sick in what you refer to as the initial infection wave, I explained, picking up the vocabulary that Annabelle had used throughout the conversation. Recovery's been going well, but my lungs still act up sometimes. I didn't miss the flicker of unease in Moshe's eyes, but considering that he'd had to make it out of Atlanta while all that had been going on, I wasn't going to hold that against him. Darlene reached across the table and squeezed my hand in a heartfelt show of sympathy. Poor thing. One of the guys with our group had the same issue. She swallowed thickly. He didn't make it. Fell behind when we had to run. Jay was quick to nod. You were really lucky that you met people who helped take care of you early. Dharma let out a low scoff that I thought was a suppressed laugh. None of the others reacted. Since Kas didn't say anything, I left it at a shrug. Yes, I was lucky. Also smart, sneaky, but mostly so damn lucky. Annabelle cast a shrewd look my way.
Was that when you met Jared and his people? They told us all about the warehouse where he and a lot of others in Charlotte were doing their best to hold out until their loved ones could recover.
I looked up sharply, a hint of unease and suspicion creeping up my spine. That hadn't exactly been my impression of that place, although I could see why they would have described it as such. It had 100% been a place for people to watch their loved ones die, with no one having the means to help them and hope for recovery slim to none. If the bombs hadn't started falling, most of the people that had been hiding there would have been dead within a week. Likely everyone except for the scavenging parties. I'd been too tired and too numb to fully comprehend what had been going on there, but the constant coughing throughout the night was still haunting me, and had, even then, reminded me an awful lot of the triage tent. I must have gotten lost in my thoughts for too long, because Kas spoke up, answering for me.
We stayed with them for a night. They helped us, fed us, and gave us a place to sleep. It's been the best we've had until reaching the Enclave. And, of course, what you have here.
He even went as far as to chuckle softly. Annabelle's attention flickered from Kas to me.
You disagree?
I shook my head, not just because it was the truth, but I didn't necessarily want to appear more antagonistic than I'd already been. No, I just have a slightly different opinion on some of the details. While Annabelle was clearly interrogating me, if softly, Darlene mostly sounded hungry for some juicy gossip as she leaned toward me.
Something happened between you and that strapping young man from the other group? We couldn't miss seeing you bicker with each other when you arrived here.
Her phrasing almost made me laugh. She was older than me, but not that much. No, he did almost get me killed, but without his warning, we likely wouldn't have made it out of Charlotte the next day. We've been running into him since he and his men joined the militia, and Kas and I ended up with the Enclave. But that's it. Darlene didn't quite seem to buy it. Jay and Moshe had mostly lost interest from what I could tell. Annabelle, not so much.
Almost got you killed. How?
I shrugged, not quite sure how much to say. Since glancing at Osprey again as if I was seeking permission likely made all of us seem more suspicious than warranted, I simply told her the truth. We ran into him and his men on the street where we were surrounded by zombies. His plan to get away was to use me as bait. He told me to run, which I did. It was a nice distraction for the others, but if I hadn't managed to scramble up onto a wrecked truck, I doubt I would have survived. But I did manage, and I